Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
Welcome to the Blast Premier Showdown, 2024. The fall season is upon us. I'm here with Maui Snake, and we're taking the whole Blast ship online, where we will take you through what's going to be an awesome 5 days of Counter-Strike to find out who the last 2 teams for the fall finals are going to be. Maui Snake, I'm joined by you throughout this entire week, and it's been a while since you and I have shared let's call it a desk. Excited to see you, man.
I don't even know when was it. I feel like it was years ago. How old were you then? Were you like in maybe like 18, 19? Actually, Pimp, every time I see you, I feel like you're getting younger. Every single time. It's all the biking.
I wish it was like that. I wish it was like that. However, we can't talk about us, Maui, because we have an awful lot of stuff to go through. So may as well start off by looking at what we have at stake right here and all the teams coming into it. We're currently in the showdown. As said, we're going to find the 2 last teams qualifying for the fall finals that takes place in late September in Copenhagen at the Forum Arena. And we have, as I said, 16 teams in contention for that. Only 2 spots though. So when you see these 16 teams, Maui, you think to yourself, all right, a couple of favorites, a couple of underdogs, but it's pretty clear cut who we expect to be challenging for those 2 spots now.
Oh yeah, I mean, top left right there, FaZe. It's almost a surprise that they're even in the showdown. You have a couple of plucky underdogs, but if it's not FaZe, VP, Heroic that make it through, I'd probably be pretty surprised.
Yeah, me too, especially when you consider the bracket as well, which we can show you guys so you can see how it's all divided. As said, we have to find 2 different teams making it into the fall finals, and you can see this, it's technically 2 different brackets, but it's one bracket coming together, and one team for each side of the bracket will make it through. Is there any of the 2 brackets you feel is slightly more stacked than the other?
Oh, I think the left side bracket for sure, actually. The fact that you've got FaZe over there, Heroic with their full lineup, Cloud9, who seems to be powering up every time they play. I definitely would not want to be on that side.
No, I really look forward to see it as well. And as I said, we are here essentially to find out throughout the next 5 days to figure out who are going to qualify for the fall finals. We already have 6 teams making it into the fall finals. We saw that in the group stage a month ago in Copenhagen. Spirit, Vitality, G2, Liquid, Astralis, and Na'Vi. So already by now, Mari, I know it's tough to even get there, but once you get into the fall finals as well, it's pretty much stacked with the best teams in the world.
Right. I mean, of those teams right now, you would say that those 6 are all top 10 teams in the world. It'd be really sweet if we were able to round it out with some teams that are also of course, some similar strength.
And I guess that's been the case throughout this entire tournament and throughout the entire group stage, that only the best will make it through. It has been a very hectic way to get in here. However, we may as well get started with today's schedule, as we have a lot of matches coming up for you. Every day we're going to be playing out 3 games, apart from Sunday, when there's only going to be 2 of the final games to find out who qualifies. Today we have AMKAL taking on NIP as the late game. We have Heroic versus OG, which is going to be interesting for a lot of different reasons, but we're starting off with FaZe versus Rare Atom. And I think we may as well dive into that one straight away, Maui. You have FaZe being one of the clear-cut favorites to make it through to the fall finals. For some reason, they couldn't get it done at the group stage. They lost to NIP in the deciding game. They're taking on Rare Atom, who had a pretty, let's say, difficult road coming into this tournament. So what's your initial take on this matchup?
Well, I feel like it'd be simply disingenuous to say that this is anything but supposed to be a FaZe slaughter. However, it's just a little bit interesting how Rare Atom actually got here. They went through the Asia Cup. They had to beat some fairly tough domestic opposition, or at least regional opposition. You can see that they took down the Mongols, who has been really impressing everybody lately, and they actually defeated a new look Tyloo in the BO3 Grand Finals. And all in all, Rare Atom, I feel like they've kind of had their highs and lows in terms of when they've actually come to the international level of play. And so for them to show that they have at least the firepower at a bare minimum to take down some domestic opposition, you're going to take them. You're probably not going to take this as seriously as you'd want to if you're FaZe, but you have to respect your opponent.
You have to respect your opponent, and I think if you're FaZe Clan, there would be a couple of players that you looked into for this Rare Atom side. As you said, they were able to beat the Mongols, they were able to produce some decent results domestically. Child King, Lihang, are those 2 of the players that you would zone in on if you're FaZe Clan?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Child King to me has probably only been noticed because he has a ridiculous username. I think he's probably in my 5 favorite usernames in all of professional Counter-Strike right now. But no, as an actual player, I found that he reminds me a lot, and I'm not even just saying this because of the Asia connection, but when I watch him play, it reminded me a lot of watching Ben Tet demos, where he's always looking for an advanced position to try to catch his opponents off guard. You're rarely going to see him just falling back into the bomb site, playing a standard angle. He's always going to try to take that little extra step forward so he can be in a new angle, try to catch a pro with their flash out, try to catch a team as they're trying to exec. He's going to be the one that swings into you as opposed to letting you execute your entire game plan.
And would it be fair to say that it's a team with a decent amount of experience as well? I'm looking at the roster with somebody with Summer on the lineup as well. Those are names that we've seen around in the Asian scene for quite some time. Is it a mixture of you know, young prospects and potentially raw firepower and then some of that experience that we know from Tyloo back in the days?
That's a great way to characterize it, actually, Pimp. Yeah, we've got somebody, you got Summer and Kaze even, who we've seen all play on the international stages at different points in time. And Child King is a little bit more of a wild card, along with Lihang as well, and he's just so much more of a brawler too. So I feel like FaZe is definitely going to have their work cut out for them, because this is just a team that plays a unique brand of CS.
It could be interesting. It already is interesting, I feel, whenever you see Asia match up against European teams. We do have to zone in a bit on FaZe as well. And I think we had this conversation, Maui, a month ago when we saw them in Copenhagen at the group stage. We'd say to ourselves, this is a team that is entering a potential crisis. But the way they were conducting themselves at IEM Cologne, the way they were playing, it was, let me phrase it as a step in the right direction. But are you sold on FaZe being back to their best here? Or are you still looking at FaZe as being a potential team that are struggling a lot?
Back to their best. I mean, we've seen them at such lofty heights, Grand Slam winners, major winners. I don't think we're getting the FaZe today that we saw 2 years ago per se, but you see these glimpses, and every single time I watch FaZe, the real question isn't necessarily about their strategy or really any kind of picture that's like in the micro. It's more just, does the team get motivated day in, day out? Because you listen to their comm videos, even the ones that Kerrigan released on his YouTube channel, and you hear that it's just, if they're motivated, they're all playing, they're all clicking, they're all helping each other out. But I just feel like some games, some days, they're just kind of leaning back in their chairs, just kind of cooling off.
They are kind of cooling off, and it has been a turbulent period. I'm curious, as you said, as well, to see what kind of version of FaZe that's going to show up. We did have James Banks catching up with Kerrigan coming into the game, so maybe he can enlighten us a little bit of what kind of state of mind FaZe Clan are in right now.
Kerrigan, FaZe is in a position we don't normally see you, and it's been a long time for you guys to be taking part in the showdown here. I want to just see from your perspective and your opinion when it comes to this. Do you feel like this is something where you should 100%, no matter what, be qualifying and grabbing one of the spots for the full finals?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we should have done already in the blast groups, right? But it's what it is, and this is the situation. In some sense, also nice to play some official games and not always come into tournament, prepare everything. So obviously the goal is for sure to qualify, but there is some good teams in our brackets, so just looking forward to play some Counter-Strike online and trying to improve our game.
And how is it for you just having to go back to playing some online? Does it change much for you guys? Do you still come through doing the same style, the same way?
I mean, we played one in CS2 event like late last year online, right? So it's not been that long time ago since we played an online tournament, but obviously I think the most important thing is to get comfortable and play and just, I mean, we're in a situation where every win can be helpful for us, and I think we also need to use this tournament as maybe a booster in that sense. But first of all, we have to win, right? That's the main goal. But on the way, I also believe if we play some great Counter-Strike, it's going to help us long term.
And coming off the back of just being at Cologne, obviously, some people look at it some positives compared to where you were at before. I want to get your viewpoint on just how much you feel FaZe has been in the right direction off the back of that, despite obviously not going as far as you would want to go.
Isolated, I think making the playoff was a goal. And we reached that goal, right? After the game, I felt a little bad that we couldn't manage to beat Saw, but they played really great against us. And I believe we did everything we could in the situation we were. And with that comes a lot of great emotions also, because we were not in a good shape or good situation after blast groups. So I believe we just need to keep building on that and keep improving our game, keep learning from the mistakes we do and the new way of trying to play, and also find a balance between everything, right? So it is just acknowledgement and acceptance that we are not competing right now for titles, but also believe within 2 weeks we can if we hit the right momentum and the right peak. So let's try to build a great foundation and build up some confidence leading up to the rest of the season.
Curious to see where this Kerrigan and FaZe Clan are heading towards, Mario. Now that I got you, I want to ask you a very specific question, because I did interview Kerrigan during Cologne, and he said he was taking over more of the system within the team. He was micromanaging a lot more. He was trying to be more in charge and basically take away freedom from his players. Do you think that's been an issue within FaZe Clan, that some of these players have had too much freedom in order to perform? And do you believe in the direction of Kerrigan micromanaging a little bit more for the future?
I feel like that's almost expected. Once players develop egos, once they figure out what it is that they like to do, they're gonna just fall into a rut of running their favorite plays, their favorite types of peaks in a default. And sometimes you just need to reel everybody back in. Tell Rops, hey, you need to speed up a little bit. Tell Rain, hey, you need to slow down a little bit. And tell Brokey and Frozen how to support the entire team. So I feel like this is a very humbling experience to see FaZe here in the showdown. It's the first time they've even played a showdown since 2020, and I feel like this is going to be a great opportunity for Kerrigan to just show who's boss. Show who's the boss. Is there anything in this video that sticks out to you? Inferno being picked by Radam,
FaZe coming in with Ancient than Dust 2 as a decider. Let me rephrase that question, Maui. Do you think we're going to need Dust 2 as a decider given the first 2 maps?
I feel like the likelihood that Rare Atom takes one here is relatively low. To their credit, though, they did take down the Mongols on Inferno, where we saw a lot of crazy antics from Li Hang, Child King always just pushing into their faces. And so, I mean, of any map, I think this is the one that Rare Atom has the best opportunity to upset on, so I'm glad they picked it.
What would be one of your win conditions if you're looking towards Rare Atom? Like, is it a specific player, or is it a specific approach to the game they need to go in with?
Man, just keep it messy. Just keep it messy. I feel like these GG bet odds really reflect the likelihood here of Rare Atoms. Just the fact that this is a monumental task for them. You have to, so many things have to go correctly for you to take down FaZe, and it seems unlikely regardless.
It does seem unlikely. We are curious to see whether or not it's gonna happen between the two teams, FaZe taking on Rare Atom. We're gonna jump on a quick little break, but when we are back, it will be FaZe taking on Rare Atom in the first game at the Blast Premier Fall Showdown.
We are up and atom for the games with Rare Atom going face-to-face versus FaZe that won't have to live up to their name on this one, Vince. They'll have to be unfazed versus them in our opening game of the showdown. What a treat, mate. What a banger to start us off.
It is. I'm so excited to get into this game, man. And, you know, you're talking about FaZe needing to be unfazed and kind of reach that level that we know that they're capable of. But there have been some shaky moments in the last couple of months. We haven't quite seen the FaZe that took CS2 by storm, landed all of those grand finals back to back to back. It's been a little bit more rocky over this last couple of months. So I think this tournament's going to be a very interesting barometer to see where FaZe are right now.
I think that's absolutely fair, bud. That's sort of how we're shaping and sizing this one up. We've got to see a different new look from FaZe. Hope they've had time to reinvigorate themselves. But the match itself is ready. FaZe taking on Rare Atom to kick us off. A glorious BO3 ahead of us. I do like the way the VO went as well. And Vince, I think there actually is room for a bit of spice to be thrown in instantly with the fact we get Inferno to start.
Yeah, Maui touched on this on the desk as well, saying that they did beat the Mongols to qualify for this very tournament. That was a 13-6. They didn't just beat the Mongols, they smashed them. So there's every chance that they're going to really put FaZe to the test here. I could see them maybe picking up a map, Jackie, which I think would be quite a shock in itself for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, bud. I don't think there's that many people out there that will be expecting it. I've got some faith in Rare Atom. I don't think they're going to turn up to the showdown and then leave after one game. Even with FaZe being your first hurdle, I'll see if they can find their way through. Oof, no easy access to the bomb site with Bouncer Brokey on defense. And all in all, it's looking like pretty easy cleanup action for FaZe on the pistol. Kaze just got to bail on this one.
He's going to have to bail into the very capable hands of the Estonian with the Julies, and that's Mr. Ops, who's laid in wait, but I've jinxed him. He gets slapped straight away, and with the bomb in tow, Kaze can maybe get a bomb plant down. The problem is he's low HP, and they have quickly rotated through. Rain on one side, and a sandwich of FaZe on the other, and it's Carrigan that picks up the last frag of the pistol.
And a FaZe sandwich would not be very nutritious, Vince. I don't think that would suit a balanced diet. So he's put it to one side and opted to give up the pistol. Shame as well, you know, if he would have taken as much damage on the mid-fight, maybe there's a bit more room. Get the $600 from the bomb plant, even if it gets defused, give yourself something off the back of it. But no, all FaZe on the pistol then. Nice opening frags from the USP. Brokey making it look very clean.
Which is great to see from FaZe, because in their loss in Cologne to Saw, which was a bit of a shock, he had a really rough game. He was actually their worst player statistically over the duration of all three maps. Very slow start for Brokey in the first. I think he ended with 5 kills. So to see him pop off early, always good news. Some people may be a bit concerned because Rain in particular over on FaZe, typically not the greatest of online players. He's typically a Lanimal rather than being an online king. So players like Brokey probably going to be called upon just that little bit more on FaZe to perform.
I always got a lot of time for these rounds. The Tech 9 train. All the boys on Rare Atom picking them up. Barraging their way into the bomb site. Nice tag from Summer, actually, bringing in the new season onto that one. The Heat taking out the frozen man at the back of the bomb site. Bit more damage done onto Carrigan as well. Brokey, swift response on the MP9. So at the very least, bit of money. You will take the bomb plant. And that's just going to be the $600 wired to the bank accounts. 2 casualties there for FaZe, Vince.
Yeah, nicely done overall as well. You can see that FaZe managing to pick up the rounds. They do concede a post plant, so there's going to be more options for Rare Atom into the next. But there is the IGL, the man with the brains behind the operation. Frozen, the newest player to the team. Obviously, he's been in for quite some time now, replacing Twist, who went off to greener pastures in Liquid, and Brokey as well. Good start for him. That pistol round was slick, man. Like, that USP work on B, looking real sharp.
It was a nice connection from Summer. You get those taps off with a text, you're going to send them straight to the hospital. Expensive as well, Vince, even if you've got the health insurance, mate.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a pretty penny that's been spent, and because of this very awkward kind of start for Rare Atom, that they've got plants down but they haven't really fully punished FaZe, they come into this against a bonus of multiple MP9s, a FAMAS in play as well, and a really good chance for FaZe to get off to a cracking start on their CT side and really build in this economy. Pop flash through, not really affecting Brokey to neutralize the kill, but he is traded back quickly. Carrigan so aggressive down Banana, though, that they're keeping the player advantage and keeping Rare Atom with all the pressure up against them.
And this is the dream, really. Find your way through the sandstorm without too much damage being done. Don't force out as many rebuys. 2 of them going down in the end with Frozen buckling at the end. So not the worst case scenario. You farmed up a bit of the cash on the SMGs as well. So balance out the bank accounts. Won't need to make too many concessions. They can keep themselves moving from their winning streak. You've taken the pistol in the following conversions. And Rare Atom, now they'll start to think about the long con. We'll see what they can bring to the table with actual cash to work with. Of course, a lot of these off the back of losing the pistol resulting in just Tech 9 bursts. Now you've got utility and those AKs.
It's all been a bit of an appetizer, a bit of a teaser, and now Rare Atom able to show us what they really have in store. Fast Banana presence being shown, though, by the CTs as FaZe lobbing tons of Molotovs down there. A barrage of smokes and HGs being traded out, but no early casualties. Child King hanging by a thread on 10 HP, and Karrigan with that MP9 could punish if he goes unchecked. The timing just slightly works against Rare Atom, and more sweet for FaZe is not just the kill, it's the fact that Karrigan can pull out of there pretty much entirely healthy.
That's rough, but... Oh, played them like a fiddle on that one, really, isn't he? Gets the frag with the MP9, tiptoes around the edge, Brokey steps in for a little bit more. Sees a crack in the doorway. Gives him a little bit of how's your father on the orb. Yeah, this is hellish. You came into this round expecting to actually show maybe there's some momentum away into the game early. Not looking good on the T side. Could be something to say for somebody's play. Up on Arch side, AK in his hands. Frozen a bit paranoid about the backstab round towards CT in case they've already got the timing through Arch. If he finds this, maybe you can put pressure on it. Go for the split push on B.
Somebody. They both keep turning. Oh, it's going to work against him. That's so frustrating. Like he said, that was their gate back in. But it's been shut down with ease. Brokey tries, he made for the flick, can't connect, and now Karrigan's going to be called upon. Try and stall for Frozen to rotate in, but Karrigan doesn't need anybody else. Kaze with one hell of a shot, though, onto Frozen is keeping this round alive. Gets baited out, but still lands the no-scope, and it's going to be able to get that plant down additionally. He'll have enough time to retrieve that AWP and try and put it to use. This round might not be over just yet.
So low on health, though, Vince. So battered and bruised. The main man, Kaze, has to go full kamikaze on this one and do something devilish. Sized himself up for the shot, went for the uppercut, but a near miss. The no-scope was the step too far. Wops on response, picks it up, and FaZe do find 4 with only 3 players going down in the round. Looked like there was a bit of a timeline for that one, though, didn't it? Kaze, he's starting to warm up, Vince.
Couple of beautiful shots. It's going to make the CTs just stay that little bit economically, even though they have a solid lead kicked off already. That's the kind of play that's going to inspire the rest of the troops, though. Karrigan trying to bait out the shot so he could finish off the frag. That Rain too fast on the draw. Another buy coming in. Round loss bonus accruing nicely for Rare Atom. Can they string 2 painful, deadly rounds back to back? Well, Karrigan's just burnt alive. The Karrigan barbecue comes in. Didn't quite catch that. I assume it's over on Banana. Indeed, it leaves Frozen alone for the time being.
So Child King, the young prodigy, proving that he really is a fire starter on that one. Drops the soundtrack on him and burns them away. Oh, look at the timing as well. This is filth. Summer and somebody. Stereo frags on either side of the A site, and the defense is gone, Vince. FaZe have been left with absolutely nothing. Just Frozen and Brokey towards top Banana, scratching their heads, wondering how on earth this round has collapsed so quickly. And they want to get the weapons out of their hands. Nice swing as well. Child King on the double up takes down Brokey.
Frozen, though, immediately neutralized courtesy of somebody's AK. 4-1 the score, and this is where Kaze's moments of brilliance in that previous round start to catch up just a little bit with FaZe. They should have the funds for another buy, but they may be missing a couple of bells and whistles here and there, and it's more about the next round here, Jackie. If Rare Atom can get success again, as you see Karrigan, it was a HE into the Molotov. Very unfortunate timing for him. But if they can get success again, that could be the economy fully broken down. In actual fact, FaZe decide they don't want to go for it here. They could have squeaked out a buy, decide better of it. So Rare Atom, every opportunity to make this one close.
These rounds can absolutely sting if things go south, though. Don't give that opportunity. Don't give them the satisfaction. Play it smart. Initial fight towards top Banana looks good for Child King to get away with murder onto Frozen. And he loses about half HP there, brought down to 46. And that's the heavy investment, the overall stack towards B as well, looking for the late flank. Rops with a 5-7. If he could play his cards right, Vince, you could still do a ton of damage on this one. Just buy time for the rotate.
Oh, nearly. Needed to be clean. Certainly no easy task for Rops. And Rare Atom are going to double their digits. They're going to make this just that little bit closer. Buy will be coming up, of course, for FaZe. But will there be any survivors? Somebody says, no thank you. Brokey immediately executed. And Rain with the deagle. We know he's got it in him. If he can save that weapon. That would be an AK. What a shot from Rain onto Summer. But that's where his kill streak will come to an abrupt end.
All right, there's a tasty little fadeaway, though. 3-pointer there from Rain. A little bit of style on that one. He was thinking about going to win the round, but they put a bullet through where his thoughts get processed and don't allow that one to unfold. So Rare Atom take 2. You get through an easier test on this one. Not the hardest questions up against the pistols. Not too much damage done either. So no concessions. You can keep yourself happy in terms of the weaponry. Actually getting into a bit of a groove of the game. The FaZe, the bike comes back out. Brokey donning the orb. Utility to work with once again. He had a sickening shot early into the game. A pixel peek, going for something similar here, looking for the feet round the corner. Fires off the warning, but that's all it is.
Don't want to overstay their welcome. Let the T's have apps and play more passive. Meanwhile, FaZe are absorbing and soaking a lot of pressure over on the B side of the map. This time, opting not to go for that hyper-aggressive take. I think Carrigan learning the hard way that that's not necessarily the way to go every single round after he burnt to a crisp a couple rounds prior. They have done a good job as well of slowing Rare Atom down. There's a minute left on the clock. And there is still a molly and a smoke in play for FaZe to try and slow this down as much as possible. But Rare Atom are itching to get in their face.
Limited success on entry towards the B site. Will it be a different outcome this time? The nade's pretty chunky. Softens them up on entry. It's a 1-for-1 trade. As Lahang and somebody work in unison. Frozen tries to assault from the top rope. Hits them with the elbow, Vince, and brings us down to a 2 versus 2. Brokey's first on the scene. USP in his hands, waiting for the rotate from Rops. You need to find something. They've got to get at least one pick on the board here. Make it worth their time. See if it's lucrative enough to go for the response on a retake. If it doesn't come soon, it's probably worth bailing out.
The problem is they have no kit, and they have a distinct lack of utility, just the one flash between the two of them. So the fact they haven't already pulled the plug and got out of there is quite surprising to me, all things considered. It's going to be the easiest of pickings onto Rops, and that's pretty much it. Brokey can't do anything. You got no smoke, no flashes, no incendiaries, nothing to preface you pushing in, and they both get nailed. That's an odd one for me, Jackie, because Inferno is one of those maps that you typically see teams very conservative on. The first sense of danger, they're saving on the CT side. I can understand they want to believe themselves to be able to take those clutches and make it theirs, but you have none of the tools in which to facilitate that. No kit and only a flashbang. And if they'd saved, they'd have way much more into this next round. That's an odd decision.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It does feel like, obviously, you know, you've gone for the gamble off the back of if we just get another pick here, we go for the round. If it takes too long, we bail. Because Brokey was close to the site with enough time to work with, even without the kit. But as you say, man, the longer it went on, the less and less likelihood you really have much of a chance to pull that one out and get anything beneficial from it in the grand scheme of the game. Rounds being the real commodity, but the economy, of course, being a big factor as well. And that's now thrown into the bin. You're looking down the back of the sofa. You find a few 5.7s, be pretty uncomfortable to sit on, but they were there, so they pulled them out. Bit of a split up as well in terms of the setup. 3 players round towards B, making the most of the utility you've got. The double flash, the smoke, had to be Frozen and Carrigan ready for the peak, setting up Rain to make the play on contact.
Smoke is well placed and well timed. And they have more where that came from, as Frozen has one of his own. But the thing for Rare Atom is that they've shown a pretty strong disregard for these smokes and mollies. They'd like to push through regardless. Firepower is certainly in their favor. But when you're in positions like this, Jackie, you're thinking, like, you can definitely see a way forward here for FaZe. They time this next smoke. It's going to force Rare Atom into the Lion's Den, into the Viper's Pit, where the Deagles and 5.7s can shine bright.
Will it be bright enough to blot out the play? Because timing's the real big issue. I mean, 23 seconds left on the clock. It relies so heavily on somebody getting them entry into the bomb site. And this bomb actually getting the digits punched in. They've already sussed out what's going on, and the rotate's coming around to assist. The one bullet is all Rops requires. Does damage into him, softens him up for big man Brokey to punish with the USP. The cavalry's arrived, but Lahang's AK will at least buy them time to get the plant off, Vince.
So many casualties, though. And now that Child King's down at 14, Kaze is going to have to do most of the heavy lifting because Child King has to stay in the apps. He's not going to be afforded to go in for the peak, and his teammate now coming under heavy duress, but it seems they may have done enough. Child King locks it down with 2 in the dying embers, and they managed to just about, by the skin of their teeth, take this round and make it theirs. But man, Jackie, that was cutting it close.
Risky business, especially when Robs hits this first shot. That was a fairy tale beginning with a 5-7, mate. You're thinking there's an opportunity. They completely cleaned them up on this one. Good pickups, though, from Kaze and Child King with the 2-piece from the balcony towards the end. And Rare Atom coming alive, building momentum on their T side of Inferno. For me, this is the be-all and end-all of the veto as well. It's got to start here. Undefeated on the map currently. It's against lesser opposition. If you look over it, it's not the same caliber of a team like FaZe. You're beating other squads domestically in the region. One of them notably, of course, being the Mongols. They took down 13-6 on the map. Outside of that, it's more in your tier 3, tier 2 scene. But they are good on it, Vince. And when they can play with that level of aggression, that's where they do some of their best work. Early doors, though. We'll stick to the facts for now. 4-4 scoreline. Level pegging. Somebody looking for the contact inside of apps. Rops. He's in position behind the smoke.
No timing here. He's going to get hunted down. Stuck in the smoke right now, but he does get 1 kill beforehand. Oh, how does he get both, Jackie? That's outrageous. He should have been dead to rights. Rops must have a guardian angel watching over him. Anything else at this point is just on top of it. An absolute blunder from Rare Atom. A hell of a play from Rops.
Mr. McCool just couldn't afford to let that 2-piece go. Like you said, ice cold inside of the apps. Frozen. Let's see if he can sing on this one. Close angle work with, goes for the swing. 2 targets in front of him. Couldn't prioritize. Goes down to Summer once again. Lahang. Ooh. Depending on the swing, he could have actually been a real thorn in their side. But it's a nice connection off Brokey's AWP, and they can call for the quick rotate. Look to assist Carrigan. 37 seconds on the clock. Smoke goes up. Molly over the back line, forcing him in through the smoke. He wants to take down the bomb plant. Clean pre-fire with a connection straight into the head of Kaze. And Summer has so much to get done.
Post-plant will be forthcoming. They're not going to be able to deny that, but they will deny his life immediately after. He pays the sacrifice in blood, but it will get more financial options available. FaZe will regain the lead. But considering that the bulk of their rounds has been off the back of the pistol, far from comfortable, far from convincing. To play devil's advocate, though, Jackie, this is by far and away Rare Atom's best map. 8 maps played, 8 wins, 100%, and that's including multiple victories over Tyloo. They've beat the Sinners, they've beat the Mongols as well, as we mentioned previously. So this is typically their bread and butter map.
Yeah, this is the big one, buds. You've got to start it here. Get the ball rolling. Can't afford to start things down in the dirt early. Some interesting rounds up to this point. Fire comes back out for either side. Cheeky maneuver up towards top banana. Looks a little bit sloppy, but they clean up. Shut down Frozen for first contact. It's an early kill. Nade rolling in. Dunking a ton of damage back onto Child King as well, bringing him down to 48 HP as everyone tries to scrap for control of Banana early.
It's impressive to me how often Rare Atom have actually come out ahead in these trades as well. FaZe typically really on point, dialed in with their utility. Solid protocols on top of it. Rare Atom again, sure, Summer's on 11, Child King below 50 himself, and they don't have much to show for it in terms of utility. No smokes left, but 2 incendiaries. And a flash now being tossed in. He's going to put the pressure onto Robs. He's had a bit of a slow start here, but this would be a great time for him to stand tall and deliver. And he's nailed 1 kill, but it's more about surviving now and allowing the rest of FaZe to get into position for this retake. But Summer, the snake in the grass, has struck Carrigan and nails him down for a death.
Big play. Biding his time perfectly. Gives them even more room to breathe inside of this round. Flips the script once again, forcing FaZe to pull off the retake. Up close, information gathered for Rain. Spam onto Pit, but it's not clean enough to shut down Kaze. Broke, realizing how much he's biting off on this one. And Brokey backs off from it. Can't dilly-dally and hang around. I mean, only potential problem could be even saving these weapons. If he's not ready for the run around the corner, You could have Summer, again, deny another AWP save. He's going to hear him going into Ruins as well. And he's even reading it like a book, expecting the flank round the corner from Rops. Doesn't play into it. He was setting up for the exit. Surely not both of them. At least the AWP saved, brought into the next end. So one weapon guaranteed. Rare Atom, again equalizing the split of rounds.
Frozen with a bit of a perplexed look on his face for a couple of seconds there. Understandable. It's been a bit of a whirlwind. The force of nature have been Rare Atom so far on this T side. I think that pretty much says it all, Jackie. I don't need to say too much about Rob's reaction there to how this game has been going.
He looks like he's having a great time, Vince. He's having a really good time. Oh, the wheels are coming off on this one. So it would be a really good time for Rare Atom. Again, towards Banana, mate. That's another opening pick for free. The 5-7s, they would need to sing, really do a ton of damage onto the better weaponry you've got to work with here to slow down the T's here in the 11th. Only potential big boon, I was going to say, should be Brokey's warp towards the apartments, but it's actually a nice tap from Frozen's 5-7. If he can get himself a rifle out of it, could be pretty clean. Oh, mate, the leg shot on the no-scope, you are going to be fuming. Rain's got so much to do now, grabbing the Kalashnikov, spraying and praying, but unanswered on that one.
3B for Robs. Can he survive, though? He knows he's going to get pressured from middle if he's not careful, and he's waiting for his teammate to get in position, which is Frozen. But he's done everything he could have asked for. Fell back, kept them on their toes, puts a smoke in play, flicks up for another one, but gets traded out, and there is Frozen. FaZe just about get to 6 first. But again, they're being forced to work for every single inch of the map.
Had to really switch up their pace on that one as well. Of course, you can't really play it like a rifle round. You had a horrific buy going into it, basically a quasi forcing up with some pistols, and then the safe door for Brokey. He went for the hero play, aggressive inside of the apps. Just a leg shot. Rops picks up the pieces and goes on to dismantle Rare Atom. But still, bud, is that a sustainable round? Last one of the first half coming in close then. Buy back into it. Substantially weaker here for Rare Atom. And it's only going to go from a bad to worse. Rops again takes the contact peek out and beheads Lahang with the opener.
Akaze also feeling worse for wear. I'm just trying to shrug off the early damage as he's down to 60. Ooh, somebody ordered an audacious push outside of apps, trying to catch them off guard, pushing through the smoke. And it's backfired well and truly. May have felt desperate to try and make something happen. Maybe a bit of frustration creeping in. He can't afford to make those errors and mistakes against a team of FaZe's experience. And our Rain thinking about going in for that peak, holding the off angle, waiting for the pop flash. The pop flash is good, but the follow-up damage not there, and he gets punished.
Ooh.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a bit of a nightmare, mate. Playing ping pong with a HG. Gonna blow up in his face, literally. Rops with 20 health then, down in the pit. Pressure's mounting. Summer on contact off the back of the flashbangs. Puts them in the blender. Oh, he's put it up to 11 as well, mate. Pieces of FaZe all over the kitchen, Vince, and it's only Brokey left breathing.
It's ridiculous that Atom are even in this position in the first place. FaZe had total control over the site. Now Brokey's gonna have to try and put those pieces back together again. Oh, it's just so difficult to see how he gets this one done. Deciding he wants the more mobile approach of the M4. Knows where 2 of the 3 players are. Damage is being inflicted. Finally gets his man of Child King, but the time is too low on the clock, and Kaze will backstab him from the shadows. We're all even come the second half.
We're live?
Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah.
So we can rush short and they can't go apps.
Okay, let's do that. Let's just rush short. I didn't buy nades, by the way.
Flash outside! Inside!
Dead? Dead? I'm planning.
Together?
Yeah, ready?
1, 2,
3, 2, 1.
Woo! Jesus Christ.
They're smiling, man.
I'm blocking short instead.
Alright, I'm coming long. I have HE.
I have flash if you play small pit.
Long once. Ching.
One low. Both long.
I'm holding behind us.
Okay. I can smoke default after and we can like go to side.
Yeah, I think we should do that. I think he's in holes or... Yeah, I don't think he's side.
I smoke default and flashing side once. I'm going first. No way!
We got it. Was a little concerning there. Good though.
Okay, one Nico. One double net mid instant.
Do you have time? No, right?
We have time, I think. We'll find out. It's good to find out, Nico.
I won't take bottom. Try flashing long for you. Flash.
Too long, two nades. They're going a little bit, I think.
Flashing, I have to move to short side.
They're so fast though.
Long.
Nice. Let's go.
8 damage, okay.
Want a double nade pit maybe?
All right then, things looking nervous for the FaZe clan side over the course of the first half. Some rough rounds, Vince, bumpy in the script, and Rare Atom bubbling to a boil towards the end of that one. Big question is though, can they keep it up into the second half? Is there room for the upset we were debating going into Inferno?
I think when you consider that FaZe won the pistol, they then subsequently went 4-0 in the lead, Rare Atom are going to be ecstatic with how this half came down. You can see it on the FaZe cams. They're all laughing, they're all jovial, all looking relaxed. Yes, this is by far and away their home map, their best map. But I would fear the worst for FaZe if they lose this pistol round, Jackie. I think this is incredibly important. And already we're seeing Rare Atom showing that aggressive style again, getting straight down banana.
Oh, hey. This could be hellish, actually. Oh, hello, Child King on the move. The USP skill damage, pulling out all the shots on contact, and it's over. Vince, they've absolutely ruined them. The pistol going away of Rare Atom in a matter of seconds. You get the pick down mid on the swing round, and then Child King just holding the angle on the arch side flank. Everyone gets battered. Oh, that's a nightmare, but that one's going to feel a bit uncomfortable. Surely not through the smoke as well. Oh, mate. That's filthy. That's not acceptable for Twitch.
Cover your eyes. As Rare Atom, well, especially if you're a FaZe fan with how this is going so far, Rare Atom 7-6 gonna have their buy-in, no post-plant. So no real options for FaZe to get their hands dirty here. It's gonna be full Glocks with a Deagle tossed into the mix on the hands of Rops. And this is all just about damage, realistically. Can you get a kill or two from the CTs? It's not looking good. And Child King's aim, man. Like, this guy is fast on the draw. Mechanical skill on top of it. He's looking like a very interesting player.
The Cowboy on the server taking no prisoners, Vince. Lassoing them with the M4 down middle. Somebody brimming with confidence wanted to bait them out to fighting steps so his teammates towards top mid could clean up on the rest. There was a response from second mid that at least got one weapon out of their hands. But they keep a good hand on it. And Rare Atom convert the following round as well. So no room for peril there, no rapid reset out of nowhere. They don't have to go through the doldrums of having bad economy in the following round and giving FaZe a way back in. They actually built themselves a nice lead, Vince.
Yeah, 2-round buffer. And they know that even though FaZe can get a buy into here, They're not having an open play, few players missing out on some Molotovs and other key parts of utility, and they're getting aggressive. Showing no signs of nerves, no signs of respect, but that could backfire, and Brokey stands his ground for 2.
Oh, it's pretty uncomfortable as well, actually. Summers hit his scroll wheel on the battle. Goes flying up in the air. Leaves himself open to the shots back, so you lose the 2 players. I mean, nice heads-up play. Like you said, it goes to show they're feeling confident in the fights. You were hoping Child King and Summer would catch them off guard. The one other element is at least now FaZe are going to be thinking, all right, they might go for these crazy mid plays. So you planted a seed of doubt and conditioned them off the back of the play, even if it didn't work out. Oh, bit of info back up. Frozen wants to swing from it, and he's seen the barrel. Timing on the nade over the top. You're looking to get the splash damage out, knowing where he was playing, but Lahang just fights it and gets the frag.
With this being effectively a bonus round for Rare Atom here, if they can get the W, this would send reverberating shockwaves down FaZe for the rest of this half. Somebody from the back, not for the first time, plunges the dagger deep with the AK. And Lahang has them on a cross. He's had a bit of a rough game so far. Ended the first half with 3 kills. Do they just want to save? When you consider Child King has no money left, they've got an AK, I think save is the correct call. Typically, Rare Atom, a very aggressive team, but it's good to know that they can keep themselves in that clarity and chaos mentality to save when they need to, and this will bolster that buy into the next round nicely.
They were hitting some beautiful shots with the AKs on the T half as well. You can't buy that for love nor money on the CT side, so at least keeping it in circulation. Also going to be worth the extra spice on top. Still, for FaZe, you're going to be content that you've at least found yourself a round early on into the second half. It isn't that mounting pressure, feeling like nothing's working and going from bad to worse.
Players deep in thought, pensive about what's going to be coming up into this next round. There's the scroll wheel you talked about. Yeah, frustration. And they know as well that fight could have gone in their way, and if they get a kill or 2 from mid, the round is basically over. So with the save, there will be no open play. But a ton of grenades finding their way on Banana on both sides. Karrigan moves up untouched to the broken wall, and he's going to be okay to sit there for a while, but now the grenades start to shatter him. Goes in for the peak, big entry frag. Surely they check sandbags where Lahang is there, but he's kind of stuck now. He has to try and stand his ground and fight as best as he can. He's worried about being sideswiped, and he gets flashed and then fragged by Brokey. A perfect start for FaZe.
The Potassium Punishers up Banana. 2 big entries, like you say, unchecked, even with the damage done. It's the sustainability, the fact you've still got more manpower that's going to be the bigger piece of the round here for FaZe. They could play for trades. Don't even have to hard commit to the B play if you're expecting the rotation from the CT side. Could still bail off on this. You've got tons of time on the clock, 55 seconds, and Robs has been lurking all the way over towards the A site. Using the nades in. Karrigan on contact, walks up, all down to Child King. Playing behind the pillar, fast phased around the corner. It's a beautiful tap, and that should be the round done.
Yeah, the round is going to be put into position. It's going to be another save for Rare Atom. Could potentially yield another buy into the next round, but it's going to be scrappy. FaZe now starting to show a bit of that class that was maybe missing in large parts in the rifle rounds in that first half. And also, when you look at the kill dispersal between the entire team, very close. 4 players on double digits. Rain just lagging behind a tad. Everyone's pulling their weight on FaZe. That's always a good sign for this team.
I mean, for everyone at home, Vince, at least this is delivering in what we were hoping for. A far closer game between these two. Obviously, it's a cutthroat format as well. It's a gauntlet you've got to fight through here at the Showdown. One mistake, one misplay, and your entire livelihood of actually making it deeper into the event is over in the blink of an eye. So you've got to win each and every game that's put in front of you. It's why it's so hard for a team like Rare Atom. Your opening game, and you see that schedule, and you're thinking, right, we've got to take down FaZe and then just keep going from win to win from there. For FaZe, it's pressure in a different way, Vince. You come home, get yourself sat down, ready for the showdown, and immediately have to realize for them it's almost an expected result. So you're putting internal pressure on yourself to take wins every game. It can force you to do silly things. This is something a bit more shocking, though. Somebody inside of the apartments. Man's got the taser. He's posted up on the angle. Surely he's seen the shadow. It's too little too late, Vince. No response. That wasn't electrifying.
Consider was going for full-on eco round with a couple of save weapons. Why not throw caution to the wind? But instead, he gets blown over. And now Rare Atom going for a bit of a stack onto the B site with a leaning tower of CTs with Kaze at the pinnacle of it. He has their one lone rifle in play. So FaZe will be the favorites to take the lead here and move ahead. And an interesting stat here, Jackie. I just caught a glimpse of this. Child King has 5 opening duels that were successful in favor. The rest of Rare Atom only have 1. He really has been the spearhead behind these T rounds that they were going for in the first half on the CT side. Additionally, if he goes down early, they typically struggle to pick up the first frag.
He was very headstrong in a lot of the plays that gave the momentum previously. We've seen Summer with some nice mid-round frags as well, feeling like his aim's pretty on point today. Kaze's been trying his best to pick up the pieces in the late-round clutch scenarios. Lahang having a bit of an off game coming into this one. It's a shame to be seen. Rare Atom doing a good job at this point. If they can just reset, go back to being the 5 fingers on one hand. Might be more to be said. Here it's convenient at least the HE hasn't been thrown in. Rops is nowhere nearby. So they can't blow them out of position. So they actually get through with both of the weapons. That's pretty monumental for them, Vince. You save the AK and the M4 off the back of that. It goes far better than they expected in reality.
I think it was the last half a second of the round that Li Hang was able to yoink the AK that was put down into the dirt. As he's saying, nice little bonus there. Kaze's going to have his hands on the first AWP that Rare Atom have enjoyed here on Inferno. He is currently top fragging. Well, actually, pardon me, Summer is on 17. He's second top with 14 kills. Let's see if he can put that AWP to use.
I've always enjoyed watching a bit of Kaze on Inferno, mate. When he's got the AWP in his hands, it feels like he plays very aggressive. It's like ego challenge after ego challenge is something that's in his blood with the weapon. We'll see if he pulls that out, if he's got the prowess for it in a matchup like this, knowing that you might need to throw a bit of spice in and catch your opposition off guard. Oh, everyone's so close round towards brackets. Walk up inside of the smoke on Arch from Robs, looking for the lurk. He's got the timing on it. This is beautiful. Backstab potential for 3. Finds the angle for the headshot onto Kaze. The penny drops, but the bullets keep on coming, and he's absolutely ruined them on the flank from the side. Battered his way into the bomb site and guaranteed another A site confirmation for FaZe.
Powerful plays by Robs. That's more like what you want to see from this guy. What's been missing maybe in some of the matches in the last few months. Li Hang with an exit frag that really doesn't mean a great deal unless he could have saved the AK, which was rejected from Brokey's arm. 10-8. FaZe, I think it's safe to say now, should be pulling away and winning this map. We haven't seen too much to get excited about on the CT side from Rare Atom. They've been kind of smashed over and over again.
I mean, you had that pistol round. Pistols are pistols. It's hard to draw the comparisons the longer the game goes on. Going into the buy, we saw the aggression with the mid flank, just charging down, seeing if they could surprise them on the push towards Banana. It went a little bit west for them with a missed input. Don't mind seeing this though, Vince. You take an opportunity to slow your roll, go for a timeout, get everyone's involvement, figure out what needs to be changed. Don't tunnel vision too much. First half, it was smooth sailing for them. They were playing with pace and momentum on the T side, so taking a timeout might have been counterintuitive. Here, I'm glad we see one used.
I think the other interesting thing as well, Jackie, is that this is by far and away their weaker half as well on the CT side for Rare Atom. 70% T round win percentage, 54% CT round percentage, and they've won, again, 100% of the maps they've played on Inferno over the last quarter of a year or so. So this is the half they typically struggle on, and I think we're seeing parts as to why that is. Sure, FaZe are upping their levels, but Rare Atom can't quite get that aggression going in the way that they were so often on the T side, just bullying and dictating the pace. They tried a couple of times, they pushed down middle in the first rifle, it backfired. They haven't really tried to control Banana too much either though. And so FaZe are just punishing them. Again, this stack is just doing nothing. The boost into a death catapults Brokey into yet another kill. There should be another plant. They're gonna line up for Karrigan, and he's gonna oblige with a double. This round is basically done.
Shooting gallery gameplay. Everyone falling very quickly. Last man to go down. And FaZe running away with it on the second half then. Finding the answer up against Rare Atom. The rarest atom, of course, Vince, being Astane, I believe. You get it in the Earth's crust.
There you go. I actually didn't know that, Jackie. Thank you for the education.
That's all right, mate. Now you know. If you're ever at a pub quiz and they ask who's the rarest atom, now you know.
Probably last chance saloon, right, Jackie? They've got a good buy into here. They lose this round. Probably a done deal on Inferno.
Feels that way. Feels like there's less Rare Atom, more rare rounds at the minute on the CT side, which is not the position you want to be in off the back of some of the moves we've seen from them. Nice timing on the swing out, at least. They tried to draw the crosshair off as the flashbang's going over. Brokey takes the shot, but goes right down the middle, effectively nutmegging him. Kaze kicks back off as well with the scope and assaults onto Rob. So you've actually got two pickups here. If they could spread their wings again, get a little bit of confidence back and actually keep the weapons alive. They used to say there's not more to be done. We'll stick to the present for now. You've got Rain washing his way up, getting close towards the site. Summer on the off angle towards the box, looking for the peek in. Karrigan with the bomb on his back, debating if he goes from pillar to post here, and he's actually going to opt to go back up Banana, join his teammate in Frozen. Takes the late play towards B, caught in rotation though. He refaces mid, his Child King's peeking it. Rain gets the entry onto Summer as well, and now this is turning into a real predicament. Kaze pre-scope Vince. They're not going to have the audio cue on this, but Karrigan goes for the heads-up play, whole way round through balcony.
30 seconds left. Frozen's going to shut down somebody, and that puts this well in the realms of FaZe. After going down a couple of players, it was looking good for Rare Atom. Oh, and they're going to go and save. It's such a bitter pill to swallow. They've managed to pick up a second AWP for the next round if they're able to save both, but that's going to feel like a drop in the bucket right now, considering they're eyeing up 4 map points for FaZe. And again, this is Rare Atom's best map by a mile. So this is the one you feel like they needed to win in the best of 3 if they wanted any hope of taking it. And they're on the brink of losing it and bowing down to a very strong T-half from FaZe.
Shame as well, because I think that was your opportunity. It presented itself, but it's been taken away. Just like that, Vince. Visualized by the chicken. Blaze up in front of your eyes, feathers everywhere. And yeah, not feeling too ideal at all. You would be going clucking mad off the back of that one, mate. With all the chicken puns coming out. You've got to do something a bit different here. It feels like the pace has really slowed off, Vince, with them looking so aggressive and being able to build so much momentum into a few of the rounds. The longer it's gone on, they're giving opportunities over. FaZe are presenting windows to them, but the shots don't feel the same. It's almost like it's dropped off on the CT side. When they were taking initiative, they were winning those fights. Playing defensive isn't working. And yeah, I mean, if it wasn't their last chance saloon previously, this one really is by namesake. 12 rounds on the board for FaZe. Rare Atom, hard stuck on 8. Take the damage from the nade towards top Banana, stripping 20 health off somebody and Li Hang. Double up setup as well. It's the band-aid fix, isn't it? Let's see if there's anything that can be said.
I think it's when we saw Summer's perspective of that failed mid-push, and I even said not showing respect, kind of playing their own game through that mid-push, and we haven't seen any aggression since that moment. It feels like they've retreated into their shell just a bit, Jackie. And for Rare Atom, they're not necessarily a one-dimensional team where it's like hold W or lose, but they're very strong when they play aggressive, when they're the ones taking the moments and making it theirs, taking control of situations. And you can definitely get away with that on the CT side of Inferno. So it does surprise me how little they've really offered in this last 5 or 6 rounds since that mid push just completely got vaporized.
Yeah, it hasn't been a single sustainable round since the opening pistol, really. You know, you're not going to win those again. It's just not going to come your way. So in terms of the actual rifles, mate, it's all gone awry. Somebody here, hard scoped in on the AWP, looking to lay down the law. Plays off the back of the timing, wants to burn the additional 20 seconds off the clock and leave them with a 10-second window after it fades. They blow it open, but he blows them straight back with the AWP. The barrel connects, Frozen goes down, Carrigan on contact, trades it out. Lahang, back at the bomb site, his head's been popped, and this is looking horrific for them. 13 seconds, but the rotate's too far away. You're gonna have to play for the retake or the game is gone.
And it's a retake with 1 AWP in play. And they additionally don't have any kits apart from Summer. Now the smoke has cleared. 1/3 of the timer ticks away, the fuse getting lower and lower. Scarier and scarier as each moment passes. And Rare Atom, they've got to start pushing in. You can't be sat back at CT spawn. Flash now comes out, does flash one of those positions off, but there's no one there to follow up the charge. And they're just going to get dissected one by one. They get blitzed by FaZe, who take the first map 13-8.
There we go. FaZe getting off to a strong start here at this showdown, taking down Rare Atom on Inferno. It was, however, a close game in the beginning, Mauri. So I think first and foremost, before we start celebrating FaZe Clan, credit to Rare Atom for actually putting up a fight.
For sure. This is the map that I felt like they had the best opportunity to actually maybe steal a map away from FaZe. We see that the first half there, they actually split it down the middle 6-6, but once FaZe found some momentum in the second, it was pretty much lights out. 7 in a row to close it on the offensive.
Yeah, I mean, without that pistol round in the second half, it did feel like FaZe were just, running away with the T side, and they probably could have gone on forever, almost bullying Rare Atom at that point. But judging by the scoreboard, judging by what you saw in the game, was this more or less what you expected coming out from FaZe Clan in terms of their level and their approach to the game?
Yeah, I feel like even though they lost 6 rounds in the first half on the CT side to Rare Atom, I just feel like FaZe are a team who tend to sort of side towards defaulting. They don't always just run a play for themselves. I feel like even one of the reasons that they did well on the CT side is because some of the individual players started just making little plays here and there. Rops is going to push, Rain's going to push, Kerrigan's going to take a forward fight, and that usually is what actually sparks FaZe doing well on the defensive side.
It did, and then we have an unsung hero, I guess, to some degree. Kerrigan also having, individually speaking, a decent game, a decent showing. I mean, we can't really say that we're surprised that he can do that against a team of the caliber of Rare Atom, but it's nice to see Kerrigan, still once in a while having a game where he's the one, I wouldn't say dictating the game, but more so contributing equally to the rest of his teammates.
Right, and just to further celebrate Kerrigan, I feel like, it's a guy that he's got a storied legacy. He obviously really is just trying to fight for Cologne, Kato, fall finals type events, majors, and for an online game like this, you might think, is he even really going to get out of bed? And, no, it's good to see that he's actually punching in. Yeah, he's getting, he's got a positive KD against a group of guys in Rare Atom that are actually pretty proficient at aiming. Like, that was one thing I liked about Rare Atom. Their mechanics were clearly good, but Kerrigan actually one-upped him.
Yeah, he did. He had a great game, a great showing as well. And so did Robs, to some degree. He was starting off a little bit slow, and I think we want to dive into round 9 right here, showing that, Robs is, we spoke about it as well, that he's a player that's been struggling lately, but he still does have individual plays, and he still have individual skill set at a very high level. Robs went off to be 0-5, I believe, in the game, but then coming into round 9, as you see right here, he was finding impact with the M4A4 and perhaps being a bit more proactive, as we like to see.
Exactly, right. Yeah, it felt like FaZe were just kind of sitting on their hands for a long time in this game, but Rops pushing through the smoke on a timing against Child King right there. I think he might have heard him jumping up into the window, even though it shouldn't really make a sound cue, but either way, working off the timing, getting the advantage, and even though Frozen peeked into 2 and wasn't able to catch them off, FaZe were still able to keep things under wraps, and Kerrigan, when we see him behind that smoke pimp, I was thinking, is he going to push that? Is he not? And what do you think?
Well, I mean, we've been watching Apex doing that, time and time again. So it's nice to see that he's finding a bit of inspiration maybe from the Vitality in-game leader. And in that regard, Kerrigan, again, closing out the round, and so did Robs by starting off the round well. I mean, no player really stood out, so to speak, from the FaZe Clan side, but would you argue that's a good thing, that everyone contributing, everyone having a decent game? And at the end of the day, let's be honest, right, for FaZe, it's about getting the job done as fast as possible.
I feel like the one thing is that, yeah, 4 of them did quite well. Rain there with 60 ADR. Something to keep an eye on for people who are going to watch the rest of the showdown is that Rain has been sort of notoriously worse in online play. In fact, I think for the past 5 years, every single year, he has a sub 1.0 KD online. And that's something that, if they want to make it through the showdown, clearly, they're going to need his help, maybe in not necessarily this match against Rare Atom, but some of the later stages. So just keep your eye on Rain there. Make sure that he's actually going to perform to the standard that we know he can when he's in a big stage environment.
Yeah, it's a good point. Something to look out for, especially when you move into the next map. I mean, one player that did have a decent showing for Rare Atom, and I think deserves a bit of credit as well, was Summer. I mean, again, they did put up a decent fight in the beginning of the game. Individually speaking, Summer had a couple of moments where he did well. Do you think that's something he and the rest of Rare Atom can carry into Ancient, or is it more so of just him having an occasional good game here?
I feel like this is kind of an odd moment where Summer seemed to do well for me for Rare Atom by just kind of playing a very standard game within the game plan of Rare Atom, and it wasn't really the X Factor players, the players that I was kind of highlighting earlier, Child King, even Kaze, who were supposed to pop off. They if Rare Atom want to win, they need those kinds of players. Summer is a guy that he's almost to me a more stable force, but to see his very normal game, his almost in a way European inspired game do well against FaZe Clan, I'm glad to see it because he's rewarded for playing Counter-Strike in what I would consider the right way.
The right way, yeah. Very good and efficient on the opening. We saw a couple of highlights here as well, where he has a decent understanding, at least, of how he spaces himself into certain bomb sites and gets the openings. Now we're moving into to map number 2, Ancient, Maui, and it's FaZe's map pick. We're looking at a FaZe going 1-0 up against Rare Adam, who, as you described so fine, that they played decent on Inferno, but that's about it, in terms of European standards. So do you think we're going to see FaZe slide away with this one, or do you still think there's a potential competitive map in store for us?
I feel like this is where Rare Adam sort of get the better of themselves. They make a few too many just kind of individual plays on this one, where if you're against opposition like FaZe, sure, if you're playing domestic opposition, if you're Rare Adam, maybe you can take down some of the other Chinese teams like ATOX or even Tai Lu or something like that, but you're going to get punished more. And I think that's what's going to really bite Rare Adam here. And I think FaZe are going to have a much stronger team play, even though by tier 1 standards, we don't necessarily think of FaZe as the best teamwork team, but I think they know how to trade off of each other in a way that's going to upset Rare Adam here.
And it is a bit interesting when it comes to FaZe and Ancient. I noticed during Cologne and actually during Blast as well, they're trying a bit with the positions, especially between Kerrigan and Rain, in terms of who's playing Cave and who's more static on the smaller bomb side over there. Do you think FaZe, regarding of them having been struggling a little bit, do you still think Ancient is a map where they feel comfortable pretty much against Rare Adam, but also top European opposition?
I low-key feel like FaZe is actually just sort of testing their Ancient here against Rare Adam. I think they're maybe trying to build into it. So I'm not really entirely certain if they are, say, the best Ancient team in the world or anything like that, and this is a pure comfort pick, but I think they want to get some reps under their belt.
Anything in particular we need to look out for when it comes to FaZe? You said that testing out stuff. We know Kerrigan and Rain have been switching up positions. To expect more positional switches, or is it more so, of testing out the strats, testing out how you react to certain stuff being thrown at you?
I just feel like this is a map where if your first phase of the round, no pun intended there, but if your first stage of the round isn't going well for FaZe, say like the mid control with Frozen, then I feel like you need to really start looking at the drawing board a little bit, and assuming that they're going to be starting on the T side, I really just want to see that FaZe have really strong concerted openers that are sort of within the meta, because sometimes I just feel like maybe the early round protocols for FaZe or the early flashes are not really up to snuff with the best teams in the world, and I want to see that they just drew some inspiration from their recent losses.
So fair to say that if I were to ask you for a prediction, that you'd probably lean towards this being a 2-0 towards FaZe?
Yeah, I probably, let's just make it interesting. I'm going to say 13-6 for FaZe here on Ancient.
13-6. So you're sticking with your FaZe prediction, just like everyone else did, apart from Jackie in this one. And
excuse me?
I don't know, man. I don't know. And then picking OT versus Heroic as well, and then all of a sudden using Logic with NIP. I'm not quite sure what's going on right there. We also see Launders, doing a bit of dirty work. Picking AMKAL against NIP, that's a spicy pick, but we'll follow up with that one and see which one of us can do better than the GG Bet guys as well, who are also taking part in all of this. However, Maui, I think it's fair to say that we have FaZe as clear-cut favorites. Is there one player, one thing that can go the way of Rare Adam and you need to see happen before that we can perhaps get some odds that are not as lopsided as FaZe basically just outright winning?
Well, I mean, I still want people to keep an eye on Child King. I still feel like this guy can, if he's able to find those advanced positions, catch FaZe with off angles, maybe pull up a multi-frag here and there, that's what's going to get them into this game.
All right, we'll look out for Child King, and while we do that, we're going to jump on a quick break, and when we come back, it's FaZe taking on Rare Adam on Ancient, which potentially could be the last map of the tournament for the guys from Rare Adam.
FaZe took home the victory back on Inferno, but that's all just ancient history now. As we move into the second map in the series, Vince, we're going into Ancient, and this is where I think things get a lot worse for my prediction of a potential upset of Rare Atom bringing the game their way.
Yeah, I can kind of see why you went for Rare Atom on the prediction. You know, FaZe been struggling. Rare Atom, it's a pretty decent map pool from overall. But as you mentioned, yeah, this is a map where FaZe actually statistically are at their best over the last 3 months. They have 83% win rate, some pretty notable wins as well. Whereas when you look at Rare Atom, yes, it's a pretty decent map for them, but that's more sort of like playing against the Chinese teams, Mongolian teams, and teams of that kind of standing. So it really doesn't paint a pretty picture. I think also because we saw how solid FaZe were looking towards the tail end of Inferno as well, where you're seeing like Rops popping off and Frozen and Brokey and Carrigan top fragging as well. Like it's kind of like quite scary for me, if I'm being honest, watching Rare Atom now. I'm a bit worried for them.
Oh, definitely. I think anything we could summarize in terms of the first map for them has to just be put behind them. You basically have to come out and now just prove it with a very different style of Counter-Strike here in the second map as an isolated game. You can't be thinking about the series overall anymore or anything that occurred on Inferno. And I think it's that sort of level of aggression that did peter off the longer the game went on. Map like Ancient, but CT side especially, we've got to hope that everything's drilled, it's all crystal clear when it comes to the utility and taking those fights, establishing control of the map early on T and CT for Rare Atom. Obviously doing that against FaZe, like you say, it's going to be a far harder opponent to play your style of CS on. So we'll see, but I'm excited for it. I still think there is an opportunity overall, but it's definitely not looking anywhere near as strong as it could have been if they would have squeezed out a win back on Inferno. And there was a timeline for that, Vince. You know, we were seeing some good rounds, especially on their T side, bud. We know that's their bread and butter. That's where they play some of their best Counter-Strike. But like you touched on, as we moved into CT, it all went a bit quiet, but now we can bring up the noise once again. FaZe taking on Rare Atom Map 2 live on your screens here in the showdown. Let's kick off Ancient.
Yeah, I'd like to see them make this a scrappy, really claustrophobic kind of map for FaZe by being aggressive on the CT side. It's a map that lends itself to aggressive pushes on catwalk, down ramp, where we can see right now. And I'd like to see them try and take the initiative just a little bit more. Molly tossed in with smokes, however. In fact, it's just the smoke, but it's going to be the frags from Rain who comes in with a quick fire double.
All right, Glock fade, literally making them fade away. 2 of them down and out. Summer taking a beating as well, but it's somebody that replies with a P2K. Nice follow-up frag. Quick tap. Tries to go back in for seconds, but Frozen wants none of it. And FaZe Clan seem to be grabbing themselves their second pistol of the series overall versus Rare Atom, only conceding one of them back on Inferno. Unless Summer can do something special. Not here, Vince. Through the smoke. Rain will literally smoke him, and they'll take that one. Okay, so a nice pickup then for FaZe. Smiles all round.
Yeah, we'll see how long those smiles last for, though. It was grins from ear to ear on the side of Rare Atom when things were going well for them on Inferno, and those frowns were quickly replacing the smiles towards the tail end. So we'll see if the same happens for FaZe here. It is going to be a force buy from Rare Atom. And the reason I'm saying, like, make this scrappy and uncomfortable for FaZe is, I mean, no disrespect to Rare Atom here, but they're not at the same level of FaZe when it comes to strategies and protocols and just general gameplay. So sometimes you've got to make it scrappy. You've got to make it awkward. Try and find timings of window of opportunity where you can really exploit FaZe to the fullest. Get in their face and make this as uncomfortable as possible. This probably isn't the round to do it, though, with their weaponry, so fair enough. You know, hold fire and try and make FaZe work for it.
I mean, you say that, Vince, but actually, where's somebody playing right now? Man's got the Mag 7. Okay, he's back towards A main, playing for the run out. I was thinking maybe he was inside of Donut. Yeah, it could have been lethal, actually, if they went for the flank through mid-side and he's ready with a Mag 7. Not a lot of love for the shotguns, Vince. It feels like everyone judges me for picking them up. But I tell you, Mag 7, it packs a punch. If you're handy with the steel, you can absolutely ruin people. Let's see how confident Rare Atom are with those bad boys, because if you don't get pushed, making a retake maneuver with a mag isn't that easy. No real range to talk about. Nice clap back with a Deagle at least. So you've gone 1 for 1 in the opening engagements, losing Summer and Frozen. And Carrigan's pretty low, Vince, 11 HP. Wops gets the bomb dialed in towards the site. Actually takes a hit through the smoke as well. Could be room for a bit of an upset on this round.
The lack of kit is going to become more and more of a problem, though, as time goes on. So Rare Atom right now, the smokes are starting to clear, may get a couple of opportunities for kills, but at some stage, they're going to be thinking about pulling the plug and saving. It seems like they're trying to soften up FaZe here and let the bomb do the work for them on that detonation. See how many of these players are going to go down with the ship. There's the Mag 7 as he gets splattered, courtesy of somebody. And Carrigan may not be the only player to fall prey to the shotgun as somebody comes in as well. So they're not going to get the round, but they've got a whole bunch of casualties. Rain the last man standing as they dial in a 2-0, but Rare Atom trade up to a couple of Galils.
All right, shout out somebody for that. That's why I buy the Mag 7, for those kind of moments, mate. You make a ton of money as well. Obviously, they nerfed the reward cache on the auto shotty. You don't need the full auto of the XM10. You just need some clean taps. And he introduces FaZe to Big Papa Pump, the Mag 7 that domes them. So nice money and the getaway as well, because Rain flicked off looking for the pre-fire through the wood rather than taking the clean fight down lane, Vince. They actually get a fair bit of bang for their buck going into the third round.
I think I'll be pretty happy with this outcome, all things considered. Now the pressure dialed back up on FaZe. However, you can pretty much scrap everything we've just said if FaZe come out here and punish Rare Atom and make it clean. So you've got a chance, but you need to deliver on that promise, and Child King gets flashed in. Rain nullified from the Deagle, and he can hold position as well and keep his eyes on middle. He's gonna go through the smoke and pick up the AK. Nice little upgrade again, and Brokey's taking a stray scout shot.
Kaze scoped up back towards the temple, got Obs to reposition. Sets up with his teammates, players on either side. Lahang looking for the walkout, but shows a bit of skin too early. The off angle working better for Robs there. Somebody just sprints in through the flames though, Vince. He's dialing up the heat in the server. 2 clean connections, and it's all down to a Brokey. The bullets going awry in the 1v1 versus Child King. And Rare Atom will take that one to the bank.
That round is exactly what I was talking about. Aggression, taking the opportunities, catching FaZe in these transitional moments and punishing them. Hot flash into peak, beautiful shot from Child King, and then this from somebody. No one watching Donut. That's a little bit of a mistake from FaZe, but it still needed to be punished, and he does it and then some. Beautiful round for Rare Atom, and because of all of those casualties they took when only Rain survived, immediately back into a very rough buy.
I'm living for this, mate. This is actually giving us a little bit more room to see what Rare Atom are made of things. Obviously, like we said earlier, you only get one opportunity in the showdown. You've got to win every game that is thrown in front of you. There's no easy ones. And for Rare Atom, at least now clashing back, they're showing that they can go toe-to-toe. It's the longevity of it, though, Vince. We saw good moments on Inferno, but sustainability was the real big problem. They couldn't keep it consistent throughout the whole game. And this is so early into it. It's hard to get overly excited, but we'll roll with the tempo. We'll see how it goes. FaZe for now. You've got the AK to work with, one of them being played with. Bit of a optional timeout with how they're posturing. Using this time to debate and discuss what you want to do going into the round and see if they can force weapons out of the hands of Rare Atom, alongside draining a whole ton of utility. $200-300 every few seconds being thrown out. Somebody takes contact down towards midside and will win out versus Robs. So first pick's clean, and the herd of FaZe do back off as Rain's calling for them to assist towards the B ramp.
Child King just spotting and then backs off 30 seconds. They know there's no need to go overextension and get picked off one by one. Play together. Spray is good. Child King gets nailed down to a measly 21 and loses his teammate, but there's only 15 seconds left on the clock, and Brokey himself is feeling worse for wear. He's going to get the plant down, though. Just squeezes that in because there is a rotation, but it's taking a while around the back. Trying to make sure that they at least get this job done here, even if it is at a cost of a couple more players. But Frozen neutralizes Lihang's rotational play. Does he have the lineup? He does. Sprays through and takes out Child King. This round now winnable for Frozen. Up on 100 HP. Spray comes in, but just goes awry. And Kaze will punish him. So close, though, for FaZe picking up a third.
Felt like he really had the stock to win that one. Heads up play on the lineup, knew the spam. We're back round for the repeat. The instantaneous dink sending his crosshair off target for the first bit of combat on the 1v1 towards ramp. And they hold strong. So Rare Atom haven't been the cleanest of rounds, Vince, but that's not really what you're bothered about, is it? It's just rounds. That's all you need right now. Get yourself some confidence back, some good stock. And also keep toying with the economy for FaZe. Back down to multiple Deagles and a couple Tech 9s thrown in for good measure. Really limited utility as well. You've gone into this one effectively with a single smoke on Robs. He's going to set up. He'll hold for the backside, go for the smoke over the top. Everyone else looking for the burst in through main, hoping they can draw the crosshairs off angle. There's only one player on site. That's Kaze with the AWP, and they've closed the gap. If they actually take down the AWPer here, it could be hellish. He knows to fall back, hits the defensive fadeaway shot. Somebody on rotate round cleans up. Yeah, they can get a bomb plant. But if they win this cleanly, that's only $600 given over. It's not going to be that bad for them. It's if they start losing players, Vince, and maybe this one changes hands.
Well, Carrigan won't be able to wind back the ears and shorts what he can do with the AWP just yet. Somebody deals with him, and it's down to Brokey. 1-on-4, post plant in with the Deagle. Lines the first shot up, but Summer is there to take him down immediately afterwards. It's another scrappy close round, though, where FaZe with very little make Rare Atom sweat it out and get a post plant in, so ticking their economy forward nicely. But we are seeing signs of life here from Rare Atom. Really going to try and push FaZe to their extremities.
Fair play for the bomb plant. Get yourself some extra money. Pocket money to play with going into the next. Could have been a bit more awkward if it carried on and resulted in FaZe really cleaning up versus the investment on Rare Atom, but they keep a good majority of their weapons alive, including 2 of the AKs. Oh, look at the contact play, Vince. Double walk up. Lahang on the close angle, trying to play anti. Sees the back of the shoulder there for Brokey. They don't expect the second man, and that could be the real problem maker. Needed 2, ideally. Goes down after the first, but Kaze again with the flicks, showing how much impact this team can have.
Yeah, this is just brute force. Holding the line, forcing Rain back on 17 HP alongside Rops, who's only got the 1 kill so far on this map. And all 3 players healthy. They additionally have pushed down aggressively. Summer has the angle up close of double doors. He's going to hear the footsteps from a mile off. Can relay the information and get that rotation in. Rain's given his position away. Went for the 50-50 heads-up play, and the timing is going to work against Summer. Robs maybe can pull the rabbit out of the hat in this 1-on-3. Molly down should stop Kaze from dealing any deathly blows and won't be able to deny the bomb plant. And now it's all down to Robs. We've seen him clutch these time after time.
Wants to isolate the angles. He's expecting the walk up. Child King felt like he stalled on that one. Stopping and starting. Nice look down. Kaze was trying to play anti-flash and look at the ground so the flashbang wouldn't blind him, and then he could get the refrag off. Doesn't work out though. Robs takes the fight from the right-hand side, takes home the 1v2, and guarantees a tough round for FaZe. That's going to be a bit of a devastating blow back onto the Rare Atom squad, Vince. An unfortunate bit of choreography on the play towards the A main site. They redeemed themselves in the 1v1s, but coming down to the clutch, Rops takes it.
Huge. Huge play by Rops. That flashbang perfect catches the AWP out in the open. That's going to play hell with the economy now of Rare Atom, who's going to try and get aggressive, try and take that venom and inject it directly into the veins of FaZe, but Rain says no. Act 10 stands tall, prevails, and Carrigan's going to get aggressive now. Looking for that entry frag. Does get bested by Child King, though, and quickly the advantage switches on its head before Rops equalizes it once more.
Somebody taking a sec to line up the fights, but it goes his way when he's given the opportunity for free. No response back. They can't trade. No schoolyard action with the Pokemon cards here into round 7. No trading today. And Frozen, he's on his warpath, walks up through Red Room. It's an absolute death run to get through, though. Lahang has the close contact. He heard the footsteps, so he calls for the rotate. Delayed reactions. Lihang will take the AK and the round. Rare Atom clap back instantly.
Oh, anyone that thought that this would be a one-sided blowout, complete shutdown, maybe starting to eat their words just a little bit. Rare Atom are not here to be rolled over. They're here to fight. And fight they are right now. They're making FaZe really feel these 1-2 combos, the aggression. Remember as well, they got the opening pick into this round with Rain getting it onto Cave. And then everything collapsed afterwards. And now it's the FaZe's turn to feel the economic burn as they go down to Tech 9s and a couple P250s.
And Child King, confidence. Certainly there for him to actually play with aggression, even up against the lower buy, reading the economy here for FaZe. He wants to control lane. Now, the smoke is buying a lot of time for him to take these engagements, but you needed Lahang to assist on the swing towards mid-side. They respond back. The pistols at least deal some damage, but the AWP is able to slow it down, bring it back into a winnable position. The T side, one by one, falling out of the round. It's all on Frozen with such little health that he can't cause an upset. Was it the cleanest round? No, Vince, but it's another round and they're going to be happy with that. 3 players stay alive as well, so Rare Atom continuing with a good look on their CT side.
And there are so many scrappy rounds in that first map they let slip that they are just happy to get the W. Continue to move in the right direction. Somebody on 14 frags as we move into round 9. Absolutely outrageous performance by him. To put it in perspective, he has Kaze, Summer, and Lahang all covered by his lonesome. One hell of a start to this map.
I can tell you why that's happened as well, Vince. So when they were in the pre-game, Rare Atom said, we need somebody to really frag this game. And he took that personally.
He needed that kick up the backside. And it's worked out, to be fair, Jackie, because he's the one doing the kicking right now.
It would be so confusing as well. Can somebody flash me? Yeah, hang on. You're miles away, bud. I didn't mean you.
It's an interesting name. There's a few interesting names on Rare Atom, I think it's safe to say.
Some of the all-time greats. Of course, effectively just translates to young prodigy for the main man Child King, who's so damn good in some of these rounds. It's been cool to see him playing on a whole nother level as well, Vince. Ooh, Barrel gonna give you away here. Down towards mid, Frozen. All right, that's pretty clinical. Scalpel's come out, he's made the incision. You've got control towards mid side. Rain's posturing round, up through lane as well. This isn't gonna be an easy round for Rare Atom, Vince, especially with that continuing the damage. Kaze towards Donut has to do something unthinkable, and they've got 2 angles of elevation to fight onto him, even getting the tag on the fadeaway. And Child King, pressure really on him now. Instantaneous tap from Rain, and this round has gone down the drain.
Down the drain, but will there be any save weapons? Kaze somehow gets away with that onto Ops, albeit dropped down to 13. And there's a player in Donut. That's going to be Frozen in hot pursuit. And he will not miss the opportunity at adding an extra kill to the tally. As do FaZe, as they move to 4 rounds, they still trail by 1. But this game has been back and forth so much, Jackie. Both economies hanging by a thread.
It's not easy, mate. It's a nice little movement tech as well there, where he peeks the corner. With those lower roofs, if you're doing it on nuke, especially coming out of heart or down towards lower through secret, if you jump and hit your head off it like this, you reset far quicker. It's very useful in pistol rounds coming out of heart through nuke door on main. Smash your head, you get the reset, it throws you off a little bit to try and take the body shots. Won him that free pickup at least, gives him an extra frag. Doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of the game though, as right now we can look at the big picture. This is already a 4 versus 5 for Rare Atom. Don't really have that much to work with either, Vince. I mean, it's Lahang that would need to have a hero round or just think about saving the weapon into the next. FaZe just want to take this one to the bank cleanly.
Yeah, I believe somebody had the A1S and he died to Brokey's AWP shot. Lahang was able to recover it. So at least have something to play with, as you highlighted. But FaZe are not the kind of team that's going to run headfirst into a trap of this magnitude. They're going to check their angles, do their due diligence, and try and pluck out these pesky CTs before things get too shaky. Now, maybe Lahang is going to really step up here. He had a bit of a rough first map, rough start to the second one as well. But he has the tool by his side to make them sting as Brokey comes out for the second kill of the round from his perspective, and Lahang getting pummeled by aim punch. Carrigan and Frozen dial it in, and it is going to be an all-even affair, a 5-5 with no casualties. That's going to do the world of good for FaZe, confidence and economy speaking.
Not overjoyed, but certainly not disheartened with the way these rounds are going. Just trying to find their way back in and keep things clinical. Don't burn any unnecessary energy so far. It was Rare Atom keeping them guessing with the early aggression and some hero plays. We had the nice 1v2 pickup from Rops. So in the clutch category, there's certainly some momentum in their favor as well. Burning out on mid. You take a ton of damage, but you get the big prospect of at least an opening pick with somebody being down and out early here in the 11th. And we've been touching on the fact he's the difference maker for the team right now, Vin. So isolating him could give them good stock in the round.
It's a talisman at the head of the table. The table's been smacked down. I need someone else to step up and pick it in the process, and I'm not sure who that's going to be. I mean, Child King's been having a good game so far, but he's typically been playing Cave and aggressively so. Now they're a player behind, he can't really justify to go out and take those fights. Smoke onto Red Room from FaZe is going to allow them to pull the plug, and they still got tons of time left on the clock as well. They can retreat back through Donut and end up hitting on the A side. There's options available. 50 seconds now, though. At some point, they're going to have to start moving forward, and that might be it. The Molotov, a declaration of intent of clearing out Donut and putting their final resting place on A, where two of the CTs are laid in wait, one of which is Lee Hang with the M4.
Lee Hang's been a bit quiet today, but this is an opportunity to get loud. He's good for one. No double up, but Kaze will bail the team out with the response on the rotate. 3 versus 3. Summer strikes from the back line going out through Temple and even softens up Karrigan, putting FaZe in a rough predicament now. Child King and Kaze. Up close, Karrigan looking to take the fight to them, Vince, but beheaded, down again, just to Rops. Can he find another 1v2 in this matchup? Surely not. He's trying to make the best of it. Wants to decorate the FaZe emblem in gold with the arabesque in his hands. The Nay trying to force him off the defuse, baits it out, and the pre-fire connects. Kaze gone, and Rops with another 1v2.
Oh man, he's so fortunate the last guy doesn't have a kit, because he was sticking that down for about 4 seconds. He was defusing for about 6. But the HE and the wall bangs was enough to get him off the site. And Rops with his second clutch of the game. He hasn't had tons of impact, but when he has, it's been astronomical. 6-5 in the lead off FaZe, and the last buy of the half gonna be a rough one for Rare Atom. You've got 4 MP9s, pardon me. Lee Hang just picked up one as well. And that Mac 7 that we saw somebody splattering faces early on in this half. They're going to get aggressive. Down onto the ramp, trying to force Rain out of position, but he just totally destroys Child King round the corner.
Battered economy. Potential for another 6-6, but for it to be same as Inferno, you're going to have to do something ridiculous with the broken weaponry you've got. And so far, the choreography of Counter-Strike favors FaZe massively. Child King and somebody both taken out in seconds. Lee Hang at least gets his hands on an AWP. There's room to pass it over on the rotate. But Kaze towards Cave, isolated and found. You've got to go for it, Vince. 2 versus 4. Nade's going to ruin them. No point saving, though. Can't take it into the second half. Is there anything that can be said for Rare Atom?
I think that's going to be a resounding no. They get an interesting drive-by headshot. What? I looked like it was on. Either way, 7-5 half to FaZe.
We're live? Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah. So we can rush short and they can't go ups.
Let's go.
Flashing now. Boom. I'm blind.
I flash long, I'm in library. Oh, you cannot. He picked short, or?
Yeah, he peeked. He went back, I think.
I'm coming too.
Yeah, I'm playing on apartments. One came back short, since I saw him.
Taking short. Maybe they won't.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
They flash.
Flash short.
Maybe he's picking.
Going up short.
They smoke side. Well,
Hold the flash for speed.
In the back.
I'm not picking.
I'm gonna drop it.
Yeah.
Don't motorbike, don't motorbike.
Yeah, just wait, just wait.
I'm going closer.
I'm trying to full spot it for you. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Bro, let's mull long and short and go 2 apps.
Okay. One time he like put a molly short. One time he like put out the molly. So.
Flash.
Flashing.
I'm going, bro.
I'm being short.
Not coming.
That.
Maybe bike. I don't see him side.
Okay.
Apps. In apps. He's not out.
Was it blind?
No, he went his brother
No,
flash.
okay.
Maybe he catch him a little bit.
Bye?
Yeah, I think
okay.
it's last round maybe for the win or no?
I think it's match point after this. I'm peeking short. One does right. One more mid, one mid.
He smoked from mid. It's one way for me, I'm playing short.
Nice.
Easy.
He tried going fast long.
Well, the wingman rounds, the 2v1s, they've always been going the way of Rops. He's taken 2 of them cleanly inside of that first half alone, Vince. Some ridiculous clutches to give FaZe the extra edge they needed going into the second half. 1 map up and starting off with 2 rounds to the greater here versus Rare Atom's T side.
Yeah, we were concerned that this might be a bit of a bloodbath, that FaZe may just steamroll and stampede ahead, and this would be over fast, but fair play to Rare Atom. They've dug in. They've made this a difficult game. And now, FaZe on the CT side are going to be withstanding the storm. Now, Rare Atom typically do their best work on TR for pretty much every single map, so if they can get ahead early, this could get real interesting, but Rop's given the haircut as Child King pummeled out of the round, and now may have to try and stand a little bit firmer because all the T's are rushing them down. That flash from Frozen was perfect, hitting all 3 players as they entered out of Donut, and now they're able to try and scamper around the side of the smoke. Brokey goes in once again. That USP is singing deathly hymns on the side of Rare Atom. 2 more kills, leaving Kaze in a 1-on-5.
FaZe, the team of photographers, as it's all headshots, Vince. 4 of them in a row. Looking for the 5th, Kaze trying to go for the gangster play, but it's not to be made here on the Glock burst. He goes down. Another pistol picked up, only conceding 1. The second half pistol on Inferno. The 3 other pistol rounds have been FaZe's hands down over the course of this BO3 today.
And that flash from Frozen, man, can't be understated. That might actually be the MVP of this round. I know there's some slick headshots being administered left and right from Brokey, but that flash kept them in bay and didn't allow them to fully swarm the site, get that plant down and make it way more difficult for FaZe. So that 3-round lead with no post plant means just Glocks. A golden opportunity for the favorites. You could even argue for the whole tournament to get themselves ahead with a quick fire 2-0.
And Rain walking down. He's got the setup from Carrigan on the other side as well. So you have control towards ramp with the classic smoke blocking off the doors. Time being taken here for Rare Atom to just talk it out. Take in the view. Get some vitamin D from the sun and discuss what you want to do going forward here with only Glocks to work with. Potentially a bit of yoga as well, Vince.
Just absorbing every second of it, knowing that they could be living on borrowed time. I mean, Rain is very much alert to this being a possibility. He's not budging an inch. He also has Karrigan, who's a little bit further away with the MP9, but against armor, it doesn't really matter. Like a hot knife through butter, but it's going to be Rain doing their bulk of the heavy lifting. Softened up the adversaries down to size, and Karrigan looking to try and pad those stats and put money in his bank account. 3 kills with the MP9. Nicely done, but it was against a full eco. AKs will be coming up next.
Rounds are rounds, though, and they'll be happy with at least getting through that quite cleanly. And of course, Rara had that additional time to get everyone chatting, figure out what you really want to do, with a clear-cut decision now into the 15th. Slippery slope, though. Concede many more rounds, and this one could be over quite fast. FaZe have given themselves a good buffer. If they take this, you can be leaving by 5 rounds. And actually build some cash on that CT side. So Rare Atom looking for a response right here, right now. Exchange of smokes onto lane. Nade over the top. It's the double HG follow-up. A little bit of chip damage established onto Summer. Scraping about 35 health off of him.
Right now, FaZe just killing the clock. They're asking to start to push forward, and Karrigan has been bested. Pretty clean kill at that. Lee Hang only losing 28. That opens up business through Cave. It's going to make mid-control a lot easier to deal with as well. An opportunity, a chance for Rare Atom. But they need to grab onto this opportunity with both hands, Jackie. It's not good enough to let this one slip. A team of FaZe's caliber will not give you a second opportunity.
They give you a chance, you got to go for the throat. Seize the initiative, like you say, Vince. With 35 seconds left on the clock, let's see if there's potential for that. Rain domes the first man, but Hang bested after just 1 frag. Summer strikes back again with the Kalashnikov. But the precision from Rain down towards Red at least gives them a bit more time. Frozen unable to deny both of the players pushing in from separate angles. And Rain's position still has so much to do, but they expect it. The spam towards Cave works out. They isolate him, and it's all down to Robs. Surely not a third 1v2. Can he do it again? The pre-fire around the corner cleans up onto the toes of Child King as he's now down and out. Kaze with 9 HP, playing on the angle. The barrel gives the game away, and finally Robs comes unstuck in the clutch.
Oh man, that would have been 3 clutches this game from the Estonian. He'll be disappointed, as will FaZe. But they gave them that opportunity early in the round with Karrigan's demise. And as you said, Rare Atom went for the throat. Both certainly injured in the process, but 9-6 now the score. FaZe will be able to rebuy. They'll be able to come back again. They've got a bit of saved cash. Oh, they actually don't. They decide to tap out of this round. Just the MP9 in play with some 5.7s and Deagles. They're playing for the bigger picture. Understandable. They've got a buffer of rounds. They don't have to rush into anything. Karrigan just gets shredded from that grenade up on middle.
You talk about big picture, mate. That was the Michael Bay. Big screen explosion. Karrigan losing basically everything. Limps away with 17 HP. Just forced to play an off angle and hope for the best. Maybe be used as a bit of a trading tool for info later. Close angles on some of these weapons could still be lucrative. You've got 5.7s, the 1 MP9 on Robs. Somebody has a sneaking suspicion about the angle in play from Karrigan here. He's just going to lurk for this. He could cut off the rotation entirely from mid and red as well. The rest of the squad starts to clear out the angles bit by bit and make their move up towards the B site. Even Rain has bitten off back towards red. Looks like he's at least suspected a potential play on a B site now, though, Vince. Has to do something sick with the Fennec Fox. Let's see if he can run away with it on the dig.
He's going to have to nail consistent headshots. You have to feel he's been smoked out with the flash. In fact, it's just a flashbang, and Lee Hang won't allow him to stand and really administer any punishment whatsoever. And with that kill, it's looking like a save comes in. Long-range MAC-10 headshot. Rops loses his mind. And now, Frozen and Brokey, I mean, there's not really that much to save. They've got a bit of Kevlar on Brokey, so it's going to bolster his buy into the next one. Maybe look for some exit frags, see if they can trade up to one of these rifles. But again, Rare Atom, they're making FaZe sweat this one out. Sure, it was more of a conservative buy. FaZe will be fine into the next round. But Rare Atom just getting closer and closer, beginning to breathe down the necks of FaZe. The heavy favorites for this game, the pressure, you could argue, off the shoulders of Rare Atom. They can feel free to just play the game and express themselves here.
The optimal fist bumps being used as well, the double hand. Everyone keeping the energy good, trying to build that momentum back in. And like you say, mate, see if they can just get a bit of confidence back, right? Play with some swagger, because at the end of the day, any mistakes, if you're not gassing each other up in the team speak and going for those big maneuvers, that's where it's going to be ripped out from underneath you. You've got no second map, no safety net. There's not another game if this all goes wrong. And in a minute, everything's going relatively right for them. A bit more pace on this as well. Up close towards red already. If you find the free pick onto Frozen, that puts the Deagle down in the dirt. Karrigan on the peek up towards lane, makes the play with Rain, and that will be the bullet to the head of Lihang. He's down and out. It's the first pick for FaZe in the 17th.
That's another rough moment for Lihang. Got to get one kill out of that trade. It's the AK versus the MP9, and he comes out behind in that endeavor. As will Summer if he continues to press forward and he realizes it, backing away. They also don't have donut control, and they don't have catwalk controls. This is going to feel very uncomfortable. Paranoia setting in for Rare Atom, knowing they need to push forward sooner rather than later, and they're going to try and knock down the door of this A site and get up close and personal. See if they can dethrone FaZe, evict them from this site. And Summer right now, as he tries to pillage through Donut, is on the receiving end of Frozen's Deagle. And somebody, though, is going to keep the dream alive. Adds up to his 17th kill. He's been quiet for a while, but now reigniting, getting that second wind. And Rare Atom have a chance of getting a post plant down in this 3-on-3.
Pre-fire from the Galil. Hey, it's only the smoke, Vince. A raging inferno, sure, but that's not going to be enough to completely block off the pathway. And Rain, he's reading this one, expecting someone to be close in the smoke. As soon as it dissipates, he can strike, even walking through it. Little bit of skin shown from somebody. Well, now you've got the edge. A 3 versus 2. Child King and Kaze again, Vince, have to go off.
Child King is going to be led on quite a bit here because his teammate is low, and Rain and Frozen put those MP9s, spitting bullets, perforating their adversaries and securing a 10th round on top of it. But Rare Atom, with another post plant, Jackie, they're going to have options. They're down, but they're not quite buried just yet.
Seems like they haven't had time to bury them. 6 foot deep. At the minute it's 2 foot shallow. So some more work to be done. And we've seen there certainly is confidence on this squad. Rare Atom, they can get themselves back in gear, Bints, but it scared us last time back on Inferno. You know, it felt like as soon as we hit sort of that cut hold, the threshold of rounds they could establish, it all went wrong quite quickly. There's at least cash flow, so weaponry is brought back out. AK's on parade with supporting utility as well. There's not that much of a concession that's been made, so you do have the necessary tools to at least take map control on a map like Ancient. Early fight towards lane as well. They get themselves into some pretty aggressive angles. And it's a change up in how FaZe are playing it, with Brokey taking the AWP round 2 cave, playing on the close angle towards the lip. And Rop's looking for info round on A main as well. If he over-eggs this one, and you see Rare Atom pick up the frag from somebody's lurk, maybe, just maybe there's something to be said.
Oh, slow peeking that angle is going to cost Summer his life, but somebody will neutralize Rops. Brokey needs to pull out of that fire. Down to 16. He wanted to get aggressive, but it's like that Rare Atom had read the script. They were a couple steps ahead of him. That's going to put a lot more pressure on this B side. They're actually going to trade out Karrigan. He goes back over onto A, but thinks better of that decision because Frozen's pushed all the way through on main, and even trade back and forth as Kaze and Brokey both get involved. But Brokey's 16 HP may not be tested. There's no HEs or Molotovs, so he's going to be able to stand and start to just rain down some hell. And as the observer shows us, the bomb is nowhere close. They have to go back and pick this one up. They may end up running out of time here, and it's Lihang in a 1-on-2, and he has to go onto the B side. He has no time to go for the rotation, and Brokey is still here laid in wait, playing the off angle. Lihang deals with him, but he has no idea where Frozen is.
They've been given a miracle to even get themselves into this position. Lihang Does he realize where he's being flanked from as Frozen is slowly making his move in? Footstep after footstep, he slowly skulks his way onto the bomb site, and Lee Hang plays with his back covered towards Cave. Frozen wants to walk in. Barrel gives the game away, but the pre-fire is off, and the missed shot is his downfall. It should have been his. It should have been an 8th, but instead it's Frozen taking FaZe to 11.
It's so brutal to see a player miss out on an opportunity like that when you know what's on the line. Not just the survival in this map, but if they lose this map, they're done. They're done on day one. And like you said, everything was going in his favor. He did the hard work of blocking out Brokey, who had a mammoth of a round, a masterclass with the AWP. But then when it really came down to it, he flubbed his lines. An 11-7 the score, and yeah, the team's reaction says it all. It's put them into an eco as well, a half buy with an AK and a couple of Tech 9s.
Nade down the ramp, ruins him on contact again. Ooh, Lee Hang, all right. Furious about what went down in the previous round. Absolutely domes Brokey with the deagle. Wiping the smile off his face. Summer picks up the AK and tries to put them back in their place, Vince, but it's too little too late. And the longer it goes on, the worse it gets for Rare Atom. Again now, staring. 12 rounds on the side of FaZe in the face, but this time it's even worse, Vince. If they take one more, the series is over. And we say goodbye to Rare Atom here in the showdown. The gauntlet will behead them in their first test.
And therein lies the problem for me, Jackie. Rare Atom, a bunch of talented, individually skilled players, but these mistakes that are accruing, maybe you get away with this in domestic matchups against the likes of Chinese and Mongolian teams. You will not be given that second chance from FaZe. They will absolutely punish you. Child King straight through a middle, gets the entry they've been looking for, but he gets traded back, and Rain goes in for a second. A 2-for-2 trade as Carrigan gets barbecued on the periphery, but Rain still standing, still swinging and delivering.
A catastrophic hat trick. Oh, Robs ripped to pieces by the fast swing from somebody on the Galil. Gets gory, but Rain is still standing, and he's looking to wash over them in this round. The 4K is too much for him. It's only Brokey that remains. They've still got a safety net of being so far ahead in the grand scheme of the game here on the second map. For Rare Atom, it's do or die. Live by the sword, die by the sword each and every round. For FaZe, it's just a matter of formality if they can maintain this one.
Summer's in real trouble now, but the time is so low. Brokey can't get the spray, and Summer survives on 10 HP and gives Rare Atom another opportunity. They live to tell the tale, but for how much longer will that be the case? One elimination point has been saved. There's a bunch more to come up.
One of many. One of many. You see how hard it was for him to actually establish it as well. Getting through by the skin of your teeth. I mean, the only blessing is that was with weaponry. The guns exchange hands here. Somebody clinical with the AK makes the incision towards mid. Rain previously looked like he was on for the 4K, Vince. In this round, he's down and out first, and these pistols aren't singing up close. Rare Atom are at least dealing with every clash, but you got to do it clean and take the round home.
Child King just strength to strength, running and gunning with a MAC-10. That full eco has been laid to rest. 3 more match points will be afforded to FaZe, alongside a healthy purchase just around the corner. One thing, Jackie, that we have seen from Rare Atoms is mid-control, time after time, has been falling in their favor. They're smoking off Red Room, Donut, Catwalk, but it's like they can't unlock that last door. It's padlocked. It has 5 different locks on it. It's made of reinforced steel, and they don't have the firepower to kick it down. That has been a consistent problem for Rare Atom here. So maybe mixing it up, getting a fast, aggressive hit on the B side is the remedy.
But it could be over so quick if they don't clear their angles, and Carrigan in the back swings in. Brokey. He went for the fight down lane, but he makes the move back towards cave and peeks in, spelunking with the aggression as the boulder maneuver works well for two, leaving it all on Li Hang in a 1 versus 2. Bomb gets planted. They've got the flank out. Frozen with the confidence waltzes his way in to take the series 2-0. Rare Atom down and out in the showdown.
The favourites end up prevailing. Rare Atom made them sweat just a little bit though, Jackie. Wasn't a bad performance at all, but yeah, FaZe were just too strong.
Was super hot. Well done by FaZe Clan doing what they had to do against Rare Atom. However, Rare Atom put up a decent fight, Maui. How do you find this performance coming in from the Asian team?
Well, I actually kind of like what I saw from Rare Atom. The guy that I was really trying to key in on, Child King, actually had a pretty good series for himself overall. I feel like it was behind that, though, unfortunately, inconsistency from some of his teammates. We saw Summer doing better in the first map, and Li Hang not really getting the hang of this game, unfortunately. And overall for Rare Atom, I will say I don't feel like they had bad plans. I feel like that's something that I always kind of remark on when I watch East Asian teams in general, is that generally it's like they just do too much random stuff. And yeah, there was a little bit of some awkward mid-round rotations here and there. Maybe they didn't understand what FaZe were doing next. Maybe one person takes an unnecessary risk, but it didn't look, say, like when you watch Tai Lu in 2016, it felt like, am I even watching Counter-Strike? And I can safely say that Rare Atom is actually, they know how to start the rounds, they know their objective in them, and then I feel like this is a team that, with some of the little pop-off potential that we saw from people like Kaze, people like Child King, I could see them upsetting more Asian teams to come.
Yeah, I mean, even Summer had a decent showing on this map, and let's be honest, it took FaZe to win both pistols, convert both pistols, and have a good one. Somebody showed up on Ancient, we saw Summer show up on Inferno, so it feels like you have, you know, as you said, pretty much any given player for Rare Atom throughout this game show potential, but it's all about coming together at the same time and maybe being a little bit more proficient and a little bit more, I guess, stable in the way you approach every single round instead of just certain rounds where you do look good.
Right. Finding consistency throughout and developing a centralized identity for these teams has seemingly always been one of the difficult parts of being an Asian team, because I feel like there just isn't that sort of lineage of proper CS that's being played over there. And that's, in a way, and kind of a more meta discussion, that's why it's always been kind of cool to see, say, the Mongols come up lately, because it's like, okay, how are you guys learning to play the game so cleanly? And yeah, I feel like somebody, they're in some ways playing a more refined style of Counter-Strike, but for whatever reason, it feels like Rare Atom, they're a little more likely than, say, a European team to just kind of split up in the late round, and that sometimes catches them off, where a guy maybe makes a peek that just felt a little bit unnecessary. They just get a little bit too curious at times.
Yeah, it does seem like that is the case for most of the time. However, they did put up a decent fight against FaZe Clan. And if we do zone in on FaZe Clan, we had a couple of question marks coming into it. You said Rain, you know, online, not necessarily having the best performances. He was doing fine on Ancient. We talked about Rubs being perhaps in a bit of a, I wouldn't call it an identity crisis, but at a point right now where we can start to ask questions whether or not Rubs is ever going to come back to that high level we saw. And I guess both Rain and Rubs had a good showing today.
Right. To see Rain have a great bounce back here. I mean, this was a team that, if Rain's not doing well against Rare Atom, it's kind of like, ooh, that spells disaster for the future of FaZe at this showdown. But no, he had a really nice time. And Rops especially, I mean, 2 1v2s. He almost had a third one, actually, towards the end of this game. Could have closed it out a little bit earlier if he was able to pull it off. But just showing why he can be a cut above. And yeah, I mean, like, just great awareness, great game sense, even catching Kaze off right there with that flash, the repositioning, and all in all, this is the sort of Rops you want to see, even in a game like this, even against a team like Rare Atom, who can definitely shoot back. It's Rops segmenting the fights well, seemingly mind controlling his opponents to do exactly what he wants at a late round situation, and coming out on top and showing that he's still one of the best players in the world.
And I was just about to say, like, is this a platform for Rubs, for Rain for that matter as well, and I guess in general for FaZe Clan to farm a bit of confidence and maybe test out the seemingly new system that is being implemented by Karrigan again? Is it like a fair fight to do that here at the showdown?
Right. You want to probably test a few things. I mean, we even were talking about the fact that they went to Ancient here as their map pick against Rare Atom, which they don't necessarily always do. And I feel like it's probably because they want to develop parts of their playbook out. They want to test some of their strengths and weaknesses, see if switching up places and positions between Kerrigan and Rain is going to actually push them forward, or is it a step back? And I feel like this game against Rare Atom was a very gentle stepping stone to say to themselves, okay, we like our Ancient right now, got a little hairy in some of those situations, but overall I just want to see a focus phase at the Blast Showdown, and I never really felt like, other than maybe the first 6 rounds of Inferno, that we got anything but that.
That's fair, you know, that's fair. And I think FaZe will be overly happy with getting the job done and obviously putting themselves one step closer heading into the fall final. That also means that we do say goodbye to Rare Atom. They have now been eliminated from the showdown. They no longer stand a chance of making it into the fall finals. As you can see, it is very clear cutthroat right here. It is lose one game and you are essentially out of the tournament. FaZe progresses Rare Atom out. As I said, Maui, I mean, expected result 2-0 for FaZe, but I guess Rare Atom did give us a glimpse of what potentially could be.
Right. I feel like if anybody's just tuning in right now, they didn't watch the game and they want to know my thoughts on Rare Atom very, very briefly, I would say keep your eye out for Child King. I saw definitely saw some glimpses from him, even against FaZe there on Ancient. Kaze still seems to be a very stable force for this team in terms of his op presence. When he was presented clean opportunities, even when FaZe were sometimes executing onto bomb sites, he's hitting a couple shots that he needs to in order to put up some good defenses. But the real question for me with Rare Atom is, are we going to get consistency out of some of the other players like Lee Hang, who still seems to have to find some semblance of reason in should he be picking this fight or should he play back a little bit? Because right now I think he just kind of sends it too many times.
Well, only time will tell whether or not Rare Atom can continue to progress as a team and continue to deliver decent results. We have to move on though. We still have a couple of games to be played out today. The next one up will be Heroic taking on OG, who recently made roster changes. We'll dive into that after a short little break. We're back at the Blast Showdown, and we're ready to kick off the second game of the day, Heroic taking on OG. And I think we should start with OG, Maui, just quickly to set the scene. A team that has made roster changes and a team that for far too long have been irrelevant, basically, to the top tier scene.
I mean, I thought I was going to be the mean one, Pimp. Okay, all right. I mean, no, they've been struggling, to put it lightly, even. Yeah, no, there's really been nothing on anybody's radar regarding OG in terms of where they're headed next. The most positive thing we can generally say about OG tournament to tournament is that they have one player that people are looking at to poach. But I feel like some people actually have a little bit of hope here for this OG. They've picked up Krizen, who seems to be a very strongly prospective in-game leader. They've picked up Buzz, who Device touted so highly before when he was playing for Astralis. And actually, I feel like those two pieces have actually made this team in some ways a bit more cohesive. I'm not going to say that they're going to become world beaters overnight or anything like that, but you might be watching some people here who may one day become household names.
Yeah, I think the changes are looking great for OG, and as I said, it couldn't really get any worse, so I welcome the changes. I also do welcome the fact that James Banks caught up with Kristen coming into the game.
Kristen, we get to see you in action on OG now, but I wanted to first ask how the opportunity came across for you going from MAU's NXT to OG.
I mean, it was in the talks for a while. I had some talks with Lambert one-on-one where we shared some visions, and I think we were pretty aligned. And yeah, in the end, we had some tryouts and things worked out, which I'm super excited for, of course, and happy for.
Awesome. It's an opportunity you deserve. You've been grinding out on MAU's NXT for some time, but you've only had less than a month with the team, right? So what have you been able to work on? What kind of vision have you been able to put of your own onto the team?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty fresh out of the gate. Already playing, of course, in the AMKAL qualifier, but also now here in Blast. So we've been on bootcamp trying to work on some maps, trying to get everything up and running. But I think we've come up to a pretty good start. I think people are very motivated and have been very keen on like embracing what I have to offer, which is nice. And I mean, so far so good. And yeah, we'll have to see in the future.
How would you describe your playbook right now compared to like what you would obviously dream it to be and how ready it is given the small amount of time you've had? Is it maybe a bit like of a looser style?
Yeah, I would say. I think, of course, yeah, with the limited time, there are some maps that are more well prepared than others. And there's some things that we haven't gotten to talk to about yet. But I think, yeah, people have a lot of like individual skill and a lot of things they can like do on their own. So I think we stand a pretty good chance against anyone still. And I mean, yeah, we take it a bit loose and see how things work out and talk about it later on down the line, of course, because we're not near where we want to be yet, of course.
I like that you said you're ready to fight anyone, and you've got quite a tough fight to start off with against Heroic. How ready do you feel you are for that?
I mean, Heroic is a good team, for sure. I think that it's gonna be a tough match, but at the same time, I think that we have a pretty good chance. I think the V2 is gonna work pretty good for us, so yeah, I'm just excited to play them.
So he's optimistic about the chances for OG heading in against Heroic, and I think, you know, the addition of Kristen and Boss have made OG slightly more interesting. You said it yourself, Maui, it's a team that we can now, I guess, expect moving in the right direction finally.
Right. I feel like the whole Keto project really just didn't work out with him as the in-game leader. They've also, of course, replaced Regali with Moto, so they have a different operator as well. And it feels like OG, they're just being a little bit more cutthroat with their moves, where if something's not working out for a single season, as opposed to letting someone stay on for way too long, they're just saying, all right, we're going to move on to the next guy. And they're just cycling through these players. And the guy that's really caught my attention the most when I looked at some of this new OG has been Buzz. I feel like he's taken on some of the learnings really quickly from Blame F, from people like Rops. He just feels like everything he does is with such a strong concerted effort, and he's making sure not to just throw his life away needlessly.
Yeah, he's been a great addition, and I think he was one of the players that were in conversation, you know, to stay within Astralis instead of getting replaced. So I think for him to find a new home where he can maybe finally express himself in a bit more, you know, of a star role as well, potentially down the line, should be interesting for Boss. However, they are going against a very strong opponent in the form of Heroic, who also, as of recently, have been a point of conversation in terms of where is this roster heading. Because I think we all agree, especially you and I, Maui, that TeSeS is great, Nerds is great, Kixen has potential, we know what he's up for, but the whole, you know, Dexter in and out of the lineup in terms of not showing up for tournaments have really stalled their progress. So where do you see Heroic as of right now?
I mean, like, they're such an enigma, right? I mean, the thing is that with Dexter, they've only played 3 events. They played the Betboom Dasha, Yala Compass, and AMKAL's play-in, and they were supposed to play a couple more. They didn't even get to play the groups, and that's probably why they're here in the showdown, is because Dexter couldn't show up. But thankfully for them, we don't have to worry about that for this one. This is an online tournament. Dexter's going to be able to join up into the server just fine. In fact, I think that they're actually in a boot camp, if I'm not mistaken, and so they're going to be playing together. They're going to actually be able to learn and progress better as a unit much quicker than they would otherwise. And so Dexter, he's obviously been away from tier 1 play for quite some time, and he showed promise in the very beginning. I need it here. I need Dexter to actually show that he can be a star operator if Heroic want to move forward without thinking about, should we just replace this guy because he can't always get a visa?
Does that also mean that we are running out of excuses for Heroic? Because obviously during the group stage, playing with a stand-in, playing with Saw at Cologne, they start the tournament with Roar 2K, then Dexter comes in. Like, I feel like now that, as you said, you know, you can see it on the pictures right here, they're at a boot camp, the map pool is laid out for them. Like, realistically, there's no excuse for Heroic not to win this game, no?
Right. The player quality is significantly superior on the Heroic side. TeSeS has been balling out of control. Nerds was a top 20 player last year. He's still playing very well. Kixan, everybody's rating this guy as an up-and-coming in-game leader. I feel like Shush has found, weirdly, some inconsistency, despite the fact that I used to consider him such a stable anchor, lurker presence. And so I need him to probably find a little bit of form. And I think OG is the perfect opponent for this Heroic team to just make sure that they hit the ground running, that they move into the showdown strong, and they build up to what might actually be a match versus FaZe to try to actually qualify for the fall finals.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that's going to be the case. I'm also curious to see what the GGBet live odds are telling us in terms of who is the favorites. You see them on your screen right here, and I guess we are siding with that as well, that Heroic are the favorites. But would you agree that they're the heavy favorites versus OG, or do you see this game potentially going to a 3rd map or be ultra competitive on the 2 maps we are guaranteed?
I feel I want to give OG a little bit of credit. I've actually sort of liked what they've done lately, taking down some of the other tier 2 opposition in their online matches. They even actually won a match earlier today versus Zero Tenacity, who's also at the showdown. So I do think that there's a chance that OG punch in here, but it would, again, it probably be a little bit disingenuous to the viewers if I thought this was anything but a Heroic 2-0.
And what does it take for OG in order to be able to punch above their weight? Is there one player or one sole thing you can point out for the viewers to look out for?
Yeah, let me just bring this one back to Buzz. I feel like his lurk timings have been really strong. I feel like when he's anchoring a bomb site by himself, he's usually good for a double kill. I feel like he's not ever overstepping or letting the game play too fast for him. And on top of that, I actually think that the calling I've seen from Crizin in the limited matches that they've played so far has showed a variety of both explosive plays and ones that allow some of their younger players to show what their strengths actually are. I think he's actually developed a playbook very quickly that allows people like Buzz to let a mid-round play out and see if he can find a good timing for himself, and for people like Nexius to see if they can be explosive on the openers too.
And now if we turn the table as well and we take a quick look at Heroic, is there any specific player, any specific trademark that you think perhaps is too much for OG to deal with?
Well, I've obviously got to point the finger at Dexter because, you know, he's been in some ways the win condition for this team, but he's also been the losing condition. And that's not necessarily due to his actual play in the server. It's been everything outside of it. So the least that Dexter could do to give thanks to Heroic for allowing him to just stay with them, for them to all have his back. They want him to be at these events with him, is perform well, farm a team like OG. I know I was just praising OG, but this should be really a match that Dexter just says, I am a cut above everybody in the server against me.
And I guess he needs to show that, right? Because I was even pointing the conversation that if Dexter cannot turn consistently up for tournaments and that's going to harm the progress of Heroic, then at the very least he needs to show whenever he is available that he's worth the gamble, he's worth the risk taking. So I'm curious to see how Dexter's going to play out in this game as well. We are about ready with the game between Heroic and OG, and we got 2 Canadians to wall of you through the game. It's Scrawny and I think he's called Mohan or Londas or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, thank you, Jacob. Thank you so much. Yes, what a treat we have in front of us today. It's not only this rare occurrence where Dexter showed up, but even rarer, Maui Snake was here. I mean, just a welcome sight here at the first day of the showdown, Mohan.
Yeah, that's true. Both these guys jobless for a while, and it's good to have Maui here, and equally good to have Dexter here, who, I mean, like Maui said, it's online, so we get a chance to watch him play on LAN. There's no guarantees with Dexter, unfortunately, and the visa situation, but as they both agreed on the desk, as is said, analysts rarely disagree, this is imperative for Heroic to win with him because they have been practicing with him even when they couldn't get him to the actual events. Now, my only concern is that Heroic have been playing LANs without him, and OG have been playing lots of online games. So I really don't think this is a 5-to-1 odds matchup.
Ooh, where would you put it then? A little closer to a little closer to 3?
2.5.
2.5. Okay, well, 2.5 frags incoming from Nerds. How about that one? Ready to hit this B site. We got 4 players into dark. Shush on the long lurk. We had that OG presence where they were taking a peek early on, but they've allowed for Heroic to get close. And in that proximity, we see them thrive. 2 instant kills. That's exactly what Heroic want to kick it all off. And I co-sign what our analysts had to say. It does feel like this is kind of Heroic's match to just walk in and stomp. The same way we would have wanted that with FaZe versus Rare Atom. We'll see if they can close the pistol or whether they get left embarrassed 3v5. Buzz gets 1 back from Temple, so the chances of the retake still alive. Has to come out, clears corners, all's good, tons of space, being given up by Heroic. But that front sight plant's gonna get Kickstand out in a moment. Moto trying to draw them all the way in. 2 more kills. No way. No way.
He got it.
2v5.
They pulled it off.
Start it. Oh.
They pulled it off. There's a buzz cut. There is a buzz kit for you, Heroic. Krisen is excited, and they should be. What a retake, man.
Oh,
I mean,
2v5.
That was fairly legit, you know what I mean, in terms of the other team not making too many mistakes. They all tried to peek. Of course, they could have coordinated between dark and long more easily, but at the same time, that's hard to know when to actually fully commit into the site to help your teammates. You got to assume that you'd win on time or eventually. So, I don't know. They had decent post-plant spots, couldn't hit their shots. And OG are now up on the first round.
Just hit the shots, huh?
Yeah.
You make it sound so easy. It should be in a post plant like that, but okay. Here you go, Dexter. There's a test. Not only are you going to have to frag out today, you're going to have to be alive for the post plants too.
It's a real test of morale as well, interestingly enough, to play online because you don't get to use the fact that you're all sitting next to each other to, you know, no Dexter slaps, maybe. It depends how close together they are. And I think that you can get more frustrated. And a team that plays online more often, they're going to be more comfortable with that. Also, you might even play a warm-up match in the same day in another event.
Well, oddly, this might be one of those moments where like OG actually gets a buff, right? Because they are also on boot camp. Yeah. So they've been playing all this online stuff. This is a rare occurrence for them where they actually get to hang out. It's a better environment than what they're used to. Moto and Nexius inside Temple to be contested. Krisen's got the flank though, so Shush's double not too worrisome. You know there's going to be upsets at the showdown, Launders. We've cast a many, and this is the last showdown. Has that sunk in yet for you?
That's something wrong about that, man. Yeah, it's the final showdown. We could do like a nostalgic revival showdown eventually one day. What do you think?
Fingers crossed. I'm down. We need to send another player into retirement. You know, showdown is what gave us the RPK retirement story. That still might be the peak. 9Z putting themselves on the map in the process. So it's always good for a season. And I just know somebody's going to shit the bed at this event. Whether that's Heroic, we're about to find out.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of pressure here on Heroic. Not only to win this, you know, matchup, but to show what they couldn't show because they weren't playing with all 5 in their most recent lands. And I mean, they did have Degster for the last one, but it's definitely fair to say it would have been, you know, it would have been better to see him play the last 3 and see how they could build on it. And, you know, all that stuff can really shake you psychologically. Just not have consistency in your life. So I do feel bad for Heroic for sure. But people are going to be watching. The haters are going to be watching this game.
Oh, they're always
looking
watching.
for an upset. Yeah.
Stuck with their noses to the screens like a kinder, waiting for anybody.
Yeah.
And their shortcomings.
That's how Pimp got his tan, just being so close to the monitor.
It's a blue screen. Blue screen burns, man. Buzz, ooh, they're close. So close that Nerds is just going to blast through the double. So easy 2K entry for Nerds. This is more like it, right? A nice solid A-site pop with the gun round out of Heroic. A couple stolen M4s. Already the fruits of their labor. So yeah, okay, you screwed up the 5v2 pistol, but they are back on track as quick as can be.
Yeah, that's a very clean pop, and they do that explosive nature. I mean, the other good thing I think about OG in terms of if they can pull off an upset is they really do have a lot of aimers, and I think even though Buzz, he wasn't sort of bred to be part of Astralis when he joined, he was a little bit still too amateur. He was very good in certain aim situations. Like his mechanical ability was definitely there. You can see it. And the same can be said for every one of the players on the team. I mean, we even saw a lot of moments from Nexius when he first joined up on the lineup. I think it's just a matter of time before we find out if Krizen can sort of do what Alexi B did for this team, you know, 4 years ago on OG and give them that structure as a more like real IGL that can take them to the next level for the individual talents that they have on the lineup.
I think that's a huge responsibility too, right? If we're talking about core Krizen, because Alexi obviously had that proven entity with ENCE before he took on the OG project. So those are huge shoes to fill. And I think everybody on OG has big shoes to fill just because of the nature of like this team's rotating door, right? We know what OG are. Usually a big ticket player or two at max. And then we see those players depart. Flamesy, Degster.
They become major winners after OG.
So, you know, to do it now with just like very young, unproven entities, it feels like OG is slowly shifting even further away from at least even having the single star. It's a team and an organization that's operating on a budget. That's always kind of been the philosophy, but maybe now more so than ever. And I kind of like that it's a little more cutthroat, you know? Yep. No paycheck stealers from here on out.
And it used to be the case that nice push, actually. So they expand over on B, and the same thing over on the A side. This is good activity from the CT side. They're putting a lot of pressure here and damage in on the T's attacking.
Oh, yeah, but Nerds, huh? Difference maker. Double kill again, just like the round prior. But yes, activity from CT side looked good. Felt constant and all across the map. So props for giving themselves a chance in the post plant. Fiku's coming through from storage. Big kill to get Nerds down. Kixan stuck along the wall. Cleared out. Oh, gee. Oh, my. Robbing away another. I said Heroic. We're getting this one back on the road. But, well, here's their next hurdle.
Guess not. That was a nice double entry from Nerds, but that's pretty much where the fun stopped for Heroic. Another unlikely retake comes to fruition, and they just kind of rush in. I mean, there's even a molly on camera to delay as the bomb gets planted, so they have time to pick their spots. But then Fiku gets this kill up in heaven, and that's when it all starts to go wrong. They try to push everything. They kind of came forward into weaker guns, but maybe they weren't anticipating OG to even try the retake.
Back to the dark peak. Degster was ready for it. Oof. Oof. They keep going. Through dark into canal. In the face of Degster, they do not hesitate. And we go 5v4 here, OG.
Not gonna lie, I mean, I think they'd be scared, but at the same time, you can't really fall back once you get out and turn, get out to the left. So committing's a little scary, but it's equally scary for Degster to be like, all right, well, now I gotta re-peek into their angle.
The recovery op, though. Nerds has a job. And it's always pleasant to see a Nerds off grace us every once in a while. Oh, good flashbang. coming through from Moto. Supports Crizzen for the one and done. TESS out middle with the Desert Eagle. Everybody's packing a punch. We're starting to take the gloves off, and things are getting a little messy. I welcome it. Moto, ooh, beautiful tracking on the second. Peeks in and along the wall, looking for the third kill. Won't be able to get it, so we go 1v1 here, and it's some distance still for NextCEST to cover. Kixan at the health disadvantage. 2 kills deep, smoke on sight, and uncertainty creeps into the back of his mind. He is still yet to turn and clear flank, so Kixan getting off site now, pushing into it rather, excuse me, around the smoke.
So this is a moment where NextCEST, if he goes up and above, might see someone's back. Kixan starting to think about the flank. Oh my gosh.
Beautiful timing. That internal ticker going for Kixan as he just does push away from sight, using the smoke, covering his flank, and then picking up the slack when needed. So huge one to close out and to keep Heroic afloat.
Yes, yeah, so it was 3v2. When that side hit came in, I think this is the big shot out of TESS that makes a massive difference, and Moto puts up an extraordinary hold as he stops camera and also stays deep enough on that angle that Kixan can't really commit to trying to trade him too comfortably. He could wide swing, but there could be another CT coming in to rotate to help out. So you would expect 3 players coming in camera. You got to expect them to trade, but they couldn't. And he says, you want the job done right, you got to do it yourself. And now we got another mixed buy. This can work for OG.
Oh, nice nade. Half the health gone on the closest of the 2 MP9s. Nert's definitely the MVP of the map so far with his multiple A-site entries. Who's sliding across as his teammate leaves towards middle. We've had some good pressure from OG's CT half so far. And this 3-player pack in middle's got my interest, because if the Canals players aren't ready, there is nobody on the other side of the bridge to hold this push. So again, like, who's being most active?
Oh, man.
It's OG once more, and with this peek down middle, he straight up picks up the frag to Kixan, disengages off new angle. Love that from Dexter. Climbs up on top of the baskets. But then again, pressure from the other end. Buzz clips one. Fiku's Deagle nails another. And then Nertz gets swarmed from the bridge. Activity from OG. Name of the game, 20 to the clock. Bomb in possession of OG means TESS has the double back. Fiku's Deagle tries to hit him hard. But again, does he play this? How's he going to pull this off? 5 seconds to spare once he grabs that bomb and gets back to sight. So it's desperate. Maybe too desperate. But what else do you do? He's going to try to swing himself towards it with the Deagle stuck on pillar. Down goes the second. 4 to the clock. He could win this. TESS swings, and it's Moto to lock it in. OG giving him the fights, giving him the chance, but not giving him the clutch.
Very, very good try. And they thought maybe for a second that he could run to the other side of the map. I think that's why they decided to swing on Dark as he was coming back with that bomb. Of course, TESS didn't believe that was the case. And as you brought it up, activity, when we talk about this game from the perspective of economy, OG are playing extremely well when they're playing appropriately for the guns that they have. You know, when it comes to the pushes that they're making and also staying on the same page. We're pushing one side of the map, we're pushing the other side of the map at the same time. That's actually extremely hard to coordinate in moments where you're kind of making it up on the fly. You're responding to pressure. So they're doing a great job of showing that they are abiding to this one philosophy. It's like, okay, we got this kind of buy, let's be hyperactive. We have full guns, or we have a retake going on. Do we believe in it? Yes. And they have won some unlikely rounds this way. So another mixed buy goes the way of OG. And for Heroic, of course, there are a couple of flubs. As you pointed out, no one is holding the push on mid. They are free to walk up. And if Heroic are going to should be playing an anti-eco setup if they're not clear about the money, things like these should be watched.
Well, we'll see if Heroic can stop the bleeding, stop the mistakes. We play Counter-Strike, Mohan. All we want is no mistakes. Is that too much to ask for? I know we're flawed beings, but Counter-Strike pros are supposed to be cut from a different cloth.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they learn how to as soon as they learn how to clone Pimp, then we can make that perfect team. No mistakes.
Ooh. He can cast, host, analyze, interview, and play.
with his new mic.
Even on a round where they're suspected to have better weapons, we're still getting some activity out of OG, so not afraid to take fights. But they left a gap in their defense, and what do you know? Heroic just kind of flood right through it, down the camera into the A plant with the cover of Nertz's Galil. Surely Nertz's Galil won't be able to win the entire round. Not in Buzz's mind. He chops him off. Shush has to double back. And as he does, looks for the Galil, but he doesn't get out to it. So, Shush, yeah, desperate one. Even pulling a player off the defuse is going to be a tough job, but Tech9's ready to roll. Frag grenade goes deep. Biku a second off. Oh my god.
And they at least have a kit, right? So it's okay.
My god.
Otherwise it gets sketchy. Nice one for Shush. That's why you can't trust anybody. That's why I never defuse. So, but it's actually still solid play overall to get into the 4v1 position in the first place. Like, the utility looks really good from OG. They're zoning, they're being careful for the most part, and they're covering each other, and they're playing for each other in a really good way. This won't be a free game for Heroic as they come into this next buy with Nertz on the AK. I mean, if there's one guy to have it, I'd pick him too.
Shush sacrificing his money for it. Biku, okay. I mean, maybe because they anticipate OG are going to play in another aggressive kind of opening versus what they suspect to be pistols. That AK could potentially catch somebody off, but Nexius finds the opening. Dexter exposed. Good utility again from OG, even in a round where they could kind of let their foot off the pedal.
Connor, this has been pretty meta too, right? We've seen a lot lately. People are expanding into canals as CTs a lot, even versus full buys. If it's max, it's going to be on round 24. But it seems like the CTs are getting way more comfortable with that.
I mean, who's to say that both teams can't be on the attacking side? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, you're just wearing a different costume when you switch over.
We've just assumed that the guys planting the bomb are on the attack.
What, M4s can't peek now?
Huh? Who the hell are you?
Yeah.
You don't know me. Nertz has revealed the AK as he sits pretty. 9 kills, 5 deaths, 40 to the clock. Heroic. What are you going to do? Save that AK? Met by another smoke. They will now have to consider it. Nertz is going to look for the boost, but is anybody overstepping here? Because we've already had an instant where the player back by pillar towards dark was almost exposing his broadside to this long peak without knowing it. So, those are the kinds of small, minute moments that I'm looking for OG to make mistakes within, right? Lesser experienced players. But Moto locking it in alongside Biku. All is good. Goes exactly as you'd anticipate for OG. No test, really. Once those smokes fade, everybody's on high alert, prepared for the commitment, and ready to keep on winning.
Definitely. And again, I can't really point to anything super bad in the setups. We see the individual skill from Heroic come through here and there. But overall, it's not like OG have anything fundamentally flawed about what they're doing. They're the ones who won the 2v5 on the retake on the pistol. They've won with a mix buy. It's pretty much all the egg on the face of Heroic for the moment. So I think one thing is for sure, Heroic have done better when they've had full guns, but on this one, Shush still only has a deagle.
TEST's looking to bully somebody. And he can just flex the prowess, but the utility is
good. It's really good.
Dude, fire all across middle. We had 2 Ts thinking that they could just get hyperactive, think that they could just take their fights because they're the hot shots, the head honchos, the numero unos. It ain't the case, okay? OG coming to play. This is the showdown. You're in their court, seemingly, here on Anubis thus far.
Yeah. No, I think there's something to that, man. It's a new arena. The internet arena.
Ooh, Nexius peeks into 3 players ready for him. Don't think he saw all 3, though. Buzz still cautious of the A hit. Krizen's going to lock in back plat. Quiet approach here from Heroic, but now they are that close. Basically stepping on sight as Kicksan gets the entry. Nice peek from Nertz around pillar. 2 players low, and the third that had the most health dead. Fiku looking for the multi-frag off plat yet again. Oh, great reload, but he's going to need it. peeking again, left to right. Bomb planter now. Hands no longer busy. Nerds to the 1v2. They could line up. He gets back to the corner, peeks off of it, and gets another frag. So many rounds coming down to the minute, to the 1vx, to the 1vx, but it's OG yet again, racking up these round wins.
That's the thing. It's like, who's more clutch? I mean, considering the HP in that situation, Fiku plays every angle perfectly. Like, the way that he's swinging back and forth past the pillars, never giving them an easy shot, and knowing that he only has to get 1 or 2 bullets in. It's a recovery mission from him because he knows his teammates have done some damage. But yeah, here he avoids getting spammed. He keeps setting people up for bad duels, and he knows that they're desperate too. I think he preys on that. So this game is no longer funny. Yeah, it's 7-2.
Yeah, we're starting to get a blowout territory, folks. And it's not because it's T-side Anubis, but rather just some real prickly OG players with very good grenades throughout the half. Again, they expose the staircase, but maybe starting to get a little readable. Heroic posturing 2 players top stairs, where previously only Dexter was holding that on his own. And in addition, they throw that rug player into the mix too. So nice hold to get the 5v3, but then we get Krizen pulling one back.
Yeah, we'll see if Shush did a little bit too much in this position, but we are looking at Dexter and Nerds so low off of that push. So it's not as if this round is totally over, and you can see that there's a little bit of trepidation from Heroic, who don't know exactly if they should commit to a site right away, even though they have this. It just feels like it's a man advantage, but by a hair. And the CTs are going to be walking around 3 full strength guys. Oh, that's a big find. Nerds goes down, and he's walking over to B. And Krizen keeps going.
Yeah, I like that. Right?
Yeah.
It's kind of been like the mantra of OG throughout the half. Just keep going.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
The rotations are going to come in
high road
a little slower.
That ain't it. He has to make sound. So unfortunately, Krizen gives away the flank, but Buzz is also there and has remained silent. Oh, they go for the dark peek, and Moto just pulls Kixan off the play. They were thinking that's where they take man advantage. Instead, they lost it, and now Dexter's going to find himself dead. That is OG back again. 3v5.
Another defuse. Another 3v5. Wow. 5 straight. I mean, at this point, it's tell me why Heroic will win this game. Because how is it that they can lose so many positions like this? They don't look like a great team right now. I can't lie. So it's a slow start for Heroic. And a really strong one for OG. They're playing for each other. This double peek into the op, I mean, once spotted, it's not like that op is going to start running up to dark, right? He knows that he's in jeopardy, and he has to wait for his teammates to get in a position as well. So the double swing is interesting, but they could also just sit there back to back and, hold in a more standard way. Now Moto gets just a single kill. There's Nerds looking for the rampage. Oh, won't happen though. Nerds ran in. Bomb was still outside the site. He was just trying to go off of this.
Oof. Maybe Dexter can be the saving grace at the tail end of this half. Krizen not looking away from middle. Good patience. It pays off. Sure, you conceded the A site, but so be it. You've been able to retake so many rounds. Why bother panicking about it now? at.CEST comes out, joins Dexter. And all this slow approach from Heroic does is really give OG a chance to reposition. Krizen goes all the way through CT spawn to join Fiku up in storage. And Nexius has cleared out all of middle too in the potential situation where there's any sort of a lurk. So it's all eyes forward here for OG in round 11. Trying to queue up another retake. Miss smoke. That's destined for long A. Would have forced Dexter out. However, he still plays forward, even without the smoke blocking him. He changes up his spot.
Oh my.
Inside the fire. Burns down to 35. at.CEST is missing shots entirely. And now Dexter's got to come back in. Clean first kill, but Fiku's defusing the bomb, and it's not even planted for long. What are we watching?
Oh my god. That's another set of beautiful pieces of utility here coming out from OG and another retake. It's a 2v3 situation, but you can see where everything is placed. There's no chance for Heroic. They get blinded on the back of Cake. They get the molly to displace Dexter. There's really no recourse here for Heroic. I mean, I don't know what you could actually do differently in that spot besides just try to push up a bit farther. But what they wanted to do was zone him back out to main because the bomb's not planted for him. And yeah, bad turns to worse here for Heroic.
Oof. Not looking like the better team, Mohan. And even worse, not looking like they've got the better fraggers either. I mean, missed shot at a TESS back site, 2 players coming at you. You're playing that back pocket of the bomb site so that you can pull players off so that Degster doesn't have to 1v3. And there's just nobody offering up this impact. I mean, barring Nertz, who has also been muted in a couple of these rounds, just straight up bested. You know, that's a straight 1v1 duel for TESS on Bricks versus someone who's not looking at him, whiffs. Chance then as they do wide swing down as a duo trying to clear him, misses.
Dude, they're playing for each other, man. You almost always see a second player on the screen when they go in for a single duel. They've lost control of the A side, and then they flash somebody in to get the refrag. And when they don't, they pull off the retake.
Mm-hmm. Not just Heroic leaving a bunch to be desired, but rather OG just playing some good CS too. Very clearly their map pick. Very clearly comfortable and confident and constantly active to boot, which, listen, I'll sign up for all day long. Getting up in there.
He's gonna walk into that.
Moto, triple. Like it's nothing. They present themselves one after another. The wide swing up close also shut down. 7 kills in this half between TESS and Shush combined.
They weren't even
and they're gonna have to 2v5.
They weren't even talking to each other. There was nothing from Kicksand there to try to set up or displace his aim before Degster peaked. That was the most standard way he could have done it. And it was the easiest angle to hold because you're not exposed to anything else.
Oof. And Nexius is here to close it. Moto gets to 16 frags on the half after that 3K hold where Heroic didn't even test him. We'll see you in a second for the second half when maybe Heroic joined the server.
My name's JL.
This is Dan Medisclair alias Apex.
Hey, it's just from Heroic. And we're playing the A2Z challenge. Let's go. Exile.
Apex.
Apex.
B, I would say Brandon. He's a Brazilian player.
Brokey. Borb.
C, Coldzera.
Cello.
Sack.
Dupree.
Dupree.
Dreamer.
E, Elish.
Elish. Electronic.
F, Flaren.
I'm choking already. Flame. Z. Fang. Glaive.
G,
Copy.
Get right. H. I have a Danish player called Hectors.
Hauser. Hellsack.
I disbalance.
Ime. Intus. Yabe. I'm not gonna pick myself.
A, Apex.
J.
James.
Jax. K. Kirby.
Carrion, oh my god. Carrion.
L. Oh no, I need to find. I will take time, but I will find.
Lambert.
It's not coming. The other came like this, but L.
Liaz.
M. No, I'm lost.
Wow, M is gonna be, what? It's hard.
M, Maniac.
Magisk. Wow, that was hard. Misuta.
N. NATO suffix.
NBK. Nico. Oshi.
O.
Otto. Pimp. Was a pro player. Can you give me a hint?
We had I think a German player called Patrick.
Skip it and move on. Yeah, skip it.
Starting with Q. I have no idea.
Q.
Kickert. 4 players are Kickert. Are Kickert. Or
Rain.
Res. Rallen. Shush.
I'm not gonna pick myself.
Ooh, welcome to the Moto Dojo. 3 kills out of Dark in that final round of the half to really nail home the message that OG have come to play.
We saw nothing but good things from OG. Unfortunately, it's combined with, you know, Heroic making, I want to call them mistakes now, but OG just punished them so hard for everything, whether it was a 2v5 on the pistol, the retakes with MP9s, all of the weirdest rounds to win. They did it because they had great utility. They were peeking with each other. They were communicating way better than Heroic. You could tell in that last round that Heroic were not playing for each other at all. And they may have honestly given up this map at this point. We'll see if they can make a comeback happen. It is MR 12. Anything is possible, but I don't know. Really impressed with OG, and good to see this performance from Moto. Did a hell of a lot with that op.
If you can transition to that success to the early bit of this second half, then GG go next. Map pick of OG, prime for the taking here. Unfortunately, just so much left to be desired between TSS, Shush, and Degster. All being negative in the KD at the moment. Nerds tried his damnedest with a few double entries here in the pistol. It's looking a little better. Degster gets the double kill, falls back with a chance for more. But we already saw OG win a 2v5 last pistol.
They're going to compete this. Oh, they just queued up the double peek, man. It's beautiful. Dexter's still looking. There's the kit.
And look at this. Now they isolate the kill versus a player with little HP. To jump back on Nerds would be impossible, you'd assume.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow. That's team play. They're doing it, Mo. They're doing the damn thing, but it's not over. TSS, get it. Surely TSS can finish this. Fresh magazine as he jumps out. Underhanded flash, he's blind. This is insane. TSS back around, getting chased, puts him down. A little respect on TSS's name, how about that? Because an underhanded flash obelisk wrap is insane.
Can't believe he actually got that out with the peek at the same time. The shame for them that they couldn't grab the frag, because tactic-wise, like, look how good this approach is. Now this is Moto peeking from the left, but he only peeks this because they have 2 ready to trade that out as Dexter tries to hold on to information. So they read it correctly. And, you know, this is a matter of TSS being there just in time to have a chance at the 1v2, but that was still a great try from OG.
Those little moments of team play are nice. I like
man, jumping out with your head down to bait out Nerds, like, that's great. Instead of just like, I'm going to take this frag and trade me.
Not bad at all. You know, Jacob was a little bit harsh in his pregame when he said, like, it couldn't be worse. This new OG, it couldn't be worse than what we used to have to watch. And I do feel like this is a team that's got some fresh life in them. So,
only facts.
Starting to co-sign the statement. Buzz, MP9 kill. Fiku with the Glock. And we go 2v2 again. But that's fine. Shush is on the dark flank, bombs in front of him. And he finds that perfect timing to sweep away their hopes of embarrassing Heroic yet again.
Yeah, okay. Glocks. Nice try. But Heroic have a chance to stabilize. The thing is, for Heroic, they're coming into... That was a, you know, quite an abysmal T side. This is OG getting the chance to go on the attack, where that's sometimes where the problems begin.
And we've already got, you know, a crack in the attack. Jumping around, getting a little haphazard there as Shush creeps through the smokes. But again, it's costly. And right back to it. Why not?
Hello, Moto.
You know, if I ask who the best player in the server is right now, I don't even think I'd call that a question.
Dagster. Are you talking about last 3 months? Or
talking in spirit, Mohan.
Dawn.
Form.
Oh. Oh my gosh. They just got schooled on this round.
Yeah. Yeah, I blinked. I missed it.
They're still defaulting, Connor.
You know, it's activity, right? It's the very same thing that we praised OG's defense for, that it seems Heroic try to throw out this round. The difference being 2 guys get stuffed on the long peak.
Actually, you see that.
Their bodies inside of one another.
Yeah. You see that because, well, that's only 1 spotted, so not 2. So they might go too quickly into A, which is nice. But you see that because Heroic lost all those guns last round. They tried to be very aggressive here. And OG actually, even though they lost, I think they benefited a lot from just being patient. I'm not sure if the call was, oh, they're going to try something. But look, they finally opened sight. I got to say, I mean, I haven't watched too many games here so far with Kristen, but he feels like he's done a lot already because the utility is just looking so strong. But he said also in the pregame, some maps obviously more well prepared than others with the limited amount of time.
Right, yeah, the depth of their abilities is definitely going to be drawn into question, but it's nice to see that on, obviously, their pick for the series. They genuinely feel prepared for this. They feel confident in their moves, and not only confident, I would say well-oiled, right? Like, almost cerebral between players at times. You're not getting hesitation and kind of like disconnect between individuals. Everybody seems to just be playing right alongside one another. And all while, Moto continues to own.
Did you know, though, that OG's best map is Nuke? They have a 100% win rate on it. They have won 100% of their CT rounds. Now, all of this is to say they've only played it once.
Okay, I do.
But they absolutely smacked Pari.
Numbers guy over here. But what you say is objectively truthful, and nobody can take that away from you.
It's not a punish pick. We can't say that. It's also a Danish IGL on Nuke.
Uh-oh.
So.
Yeah, it feels like Kristen and Buzz would have been born in the depths of Nuke. Considering Buzz and Device came up on Face It together. Shush almost has a full gap in that smoke to take a look through, but no, Utility gets his entire team into the bomb site. Everybody here. That's a little nutty. Shush lines up 2 headshots. Brother. And Moto finds one from the back of Fountain. So at least we get the instant response. And the bomb planted to boot. How do Heroic unravel this one?
No nades.
Announces himself. Look how far away still some of these Heroic players are, dude. Nerds is cautious about the flank. We've got finally Kicksan coming to join them down camera as the smokes begin to fade. AT.CEST to bricks. It's going to be attacks from 4 directions coming through from Heroic, and Nexius's position goes unnoticed, so he has a chance to strike. He gets himself the kill. Dexter's double is huge, and they'll jump on top of the bomb with no kits. No kits, but enough time. Don't sweat it. Don't stress it. It is indeed Heroic's 5th.
Not even close. Oh my God. If Moto right there had to hold that flank, obviously, if he did, it would have been impossible to trade. And the 10-second stick wouldn't have come down. What is this from Shush? He can't even see the second player. That's a ridiculous spray almost entirely through the box. Wow, the skin of their teeth.
Double from Dexter there,
Yeah,
Mohan.
Moto's pissed because he's thinking, well, okay, I get this one trade and then I can go watch it back, but all I had to do was chill. So they timed that really well for, you know, Heroic, but it's a mistake nonetheless there for Moto. It's kind of a guaranteed position if he holds his nerve. But the whole effect of that retake was literally wait as long as possible to come in on the A main flank, just so that Moto will eventually turn.
They time it to a T, so credit where it's due. Heroic make it look sketchy, but pull it off. Time to spare. And they shake the top performing player of OG. Dexter's going to take the boost on Fountain. Sees nothing outside main except for grenade usage, so that's going to keep his attention a little while. You'd think there's something behind this. Can Kixan hang on to middle on his own, though? That's a big question as the pack of OG players prepare themselves for door control. Jumping across right now to take the spot. CT's trying to play elsewhere, right? We get this long B peek that gets punished, and then suddenly there's a smoke up in Kixan's face. So Dexter's going to get torn through. Mac 10. We get the sneak peek player dead. SMGs prevail in the hands of Crizzen.
They ain't ready for this.
All of a sudden, OG planting for their 12th.
Heroic are not ready for this at all. Look how good that attack was. They once again shut down a simple play that Heroic tried to make. I mean, they're doing the bare minimum. You know, they're not doing too much. They're trying to come in demure, mindful, not doing too much. Maybe they should do a little more.
Kixan hasn't even had a fight until now. He'll pick it up, but the bomb's about to pop, and that is indeed the 12th of the board. So nice to see OG continuing from the success of the first half. It wasn't some fluke, but well-oiled war machine on both ends. And Kixan's AK taken away.
Oof. And that was the way that last round went. I mean, we're talking about money in the dumps, man. That could be 2 rounds straight, maybe the easiest path to victory here for OG. It was Harry, but now it's Hugo.
Oof. That's when things have gone south. There is a Negev on the field. Kixan has got a Negev.
This is for Maui, by the way. This is the Kixan Negev. He's going to use this on middle. This is the only guy that we've seen have a really great round with this on a round like this. Hopefully they run into
5, losing. He pulls out the Negev.
You remember we casted this where he got like 3K in this exact spot. It was, I mean, it was great. I don't know if he'd be pulling off any retakes though, so hopefully they come towards him.
Nert's in the corner. Yep. Molotov spreads a little late, but it gets there. Crizzen may never move this way.
Maybe.
Buzz hanging on for the peak.
Yes! He got a kill.
Yes! But now they know about it, so what do you do about it? What is the protocol in place when the Negev reveals itself top middle? There is no preparation for this. We're off the books, okay? We're playing some street CS. And Fiku has yet to manage to get his way through long B. Kixan, again! A second! There is no protocol in place to deal with the Kixan Negev top mid.
Yeah, what do you say about that, Maui Snake? What do you say about that?
Well, you see, the thing is, well, cultural impact.
All right, well, there's still a chance, actually, that Fiku clutch.
Yeah. Yes, indeed, there was a chance, but it does get taken. For some reason, Shush doesn't save the Negev. That's weird. And we go on to the next one, but at least it's a jovial-looking Heroic as they laugh off nearly losing in embarrassing fashion.
It is, but now CG side again with the low buy. Oh my god, look at that. What's the argument against it? That's what I want to know. Moto may have missed one of the easier op shots. May have. Yeah.
It's because the Negev, man. He saw that model, he just didn't know what to do.
Yeah, true. He was scared when they told him to go peek it, because he's never peeked that gun before.
Let's see if OG can close out with lesser weapons.
Yeah, look at this. The way they're setting up right now, there's no third rotation. Kixan's starting to run over slowly. This is scary for TESS.
Lets them go by. They prioritize Jail. He will stuff Crizzen out of the round, but Buzz has gotten the entry, wrapping around the bomb site. Moto comes in with his. Oh, and there it goes. Back the other way. Kixan, 2 headshots, plus the Degster op in position. Buzz has already got 1. Degster falling back. Oh my god, he's been cleared out. But the bomb is over towards Jail. Difficult spot here for Buzz. One where he could grab a weapon. They've given him the space, but he's just so cautious that there's another player in Temple.
Yeah, there's still.
And he does go back for it. How does he pull this off?
You know, the bomb could, in theory, be spotted. And Buzz, he can close off this angle slowly if he wants to. It's possible if he's careful. We'll see.
It's a difficult approach with them both on the angle. And there we go. Peeks into it. They held. They knew what they had to get done. And Heroic not going to fall victim to that one.
Yeah, okay, perfect high-low setup. Means that Heroic will win this nice rotation in from Kixan. And, you know, TESS is there. One of 2 players holding the sight down. But he gets his kill with the MP9 fresh smoke in his favor as well. As you see there from Moto, they just needed to start shooting off the corner of the smoke before they ran in.
The mid hit kicks in, falling back. And it's just Glocks, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. Moto will find him at the very least. TESS actually gets dinged. That's awkward, but again, unarmored, all too easy. Now we're talking about a 4-round game. And because they pulled out the Negev, anything may be possible, which maybe has started to taint OG's confidence. You lost to a Negev.
Imagine they lost to a Negev, and then a comeback happens. Then we got to start talking about it. We got to start talking about the Negev and its viability, and we have to do it earnestly. You know, we can't do it tongue-in-cheek anymore. We have to talk about the Negev. So we have to take it seriously. If they make this comeback happen, it's a conversation. How many other guns could have won that round? How much money was involved? Etc.
Flash for Shush. Well-placed flashbang. And he gets away, but barely.
It's the first good sign here for the CT side to get an opening kill.
I don't like the tone you used. It sounded like they were noobs when you said that.
Yeah, because like these other rounds, it's been the T side to get the opening kill every time, and now it's very clean.
Looks like Heroic have woken up. Everybody hitting shots now. Everybody contributing with kills. Everything is looking better. Everything is looking, Launders, how it should be.
But did they start too late?
Yeah,
you know,
that's the last question.
Yeah, that's true. They are looking better, but at the same time, it's not like we're getting like amazing, creative, complicated calls out of Heroic that are wowing us because of the IGLing. They're still flash retaking A main, flash retaking B, very simple stuff. And I think the only thing that's changed this time is they're fragging a bit better. And this is the first round in a while. I feel like they got the opening kill on a rifle in the second half.
Little team play too, a welcome sign. It's the flash that set it all up. And Shush made sure to close it down as well. So impact across the board. We go back into a round where OG have limitations, tech nines, but still enough utility to pull something off. And I think if anything, OG have earned our attention on rounds like these.
4 mollies is crazy. Oh.
Could not have placed a nade better than that one. TESS gets 100 damage. And then Nertz is able to easily topple Nexius on the entry attempt. We do get the pillar cross for a second, but TESS has it all locked in. There's 2 kills that come out from OG, but that's it. And we have Heroic on fire, laughing every step of the way. This comeback has slowly been pieced together, and now 2 rounds from OT.
Yeah, and now OG may be starting to sweat a bit. That was a pretty interesting call. They had mollies for every corner of the site, which is definitely an interesting thought. But I think one of their mollies missed, and that made it harder to try to scale to the back of the site. But most importantly, TESS' utility and the players they had watching were ready for anything to come in like that. So 5 straight now for Heroic, so they try to make it 6. A TESS 1v2 on the pistol round. Oh, it's an important duel to win. Again, majority of these opening duels have been OGs in this T side.
Also, shout out Nexius, who had 6 kills, 16 deaths before he picks that one up. So definitely not feeling the most confident, but besting Nertz is a good feeling. You've given your team a chance to close.
Let's see if those jump throws still work. Nice. Pure skills.
Purely human in the server.
Inhuman Molotov.
God, TESS stuck back flat right now. No support at the moment because we've got Kickstand over towards A site. Now sprinting towards B.
Oh no, Dexter!
Uh-oh. TESS has been smoked off, so there's nothing he can do to stop any potential long entry other than just hope the spam hits. Kickstand does get into position. Flash goes deep onto the plat, then Kickstand dies empty-handed. TESS, it may have been a 1v2 in the pistol, but it's going to have to be so much more right here, right now. Peeks in with his second, dies out to Fiku. Shush to the clutch, and they swing into him. A double, 15. He peeks and dies, and there's the 13th round.
There's
OG close it. Vladi's pumped. And they will indeed catch what was a sleepy-looking heroic at the start of this series. Nuke up next.
There we have it. OG coming in super, super hot and taking off what I would describe as a very surprising win from Heroic on Anubis. Mario Snake, it is their own map pick, and I think we saw in the first half why that is. I think OG played some of the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen this brand play the past 2 years.
I mean, I feel like I got to give a lot of credit to the OG coaching staff, Krizen, everybody on the team, because they just played Anubis earlier today against Saw, and they had a pretty bad CT side where they kind of ran similar plays where they wanted to smoke deep, but they just didn't commit. They didn't commit to the ideas that they had. And this time you see what happens when they commit, when they're pushing in canals, when they're pushing at A, pushing at long B, when they're making things so disruptive for a team like Heroic. You can see the potential of OG. We prefaced it in the pregame, the ability of some of the individuals, how they can all pop off. Moto, Buzz, Buzz, Crizzen, and yeah, we got that. We got it because they actually followed through on their ideas instead of just having 1 foot in, 1 foot out, which is exactly what they did earlier this morning.
Yeah, and I guess it all started in the very first round of the game, the pistol round. It's OG being in a rather uncomfortable position, let's be completely honest. It goes down to a 2v5 where they have to fight their way back to it. You see the round transpiring right here, Heroic getting in. Actually, you know, quite the contrast to what OG were doing throughout the entirety of that first half, being very passive here in the pistol, allowing a lot of space for Heroic. The trades are not going their way, and Heroic are in a winning position. A 2v4 at this point, it should be unwinnable for OG, no?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this just felt like Heroic didn't even do that badly. That's the main thing. Like, they were still playing a couple players in E-Box, Shush all the way back at Long B right there. And it was actually just good shots from the OG players. And I have to imagine if they didn't get that one under their belt, this could have been a very different story. On top of that, round number 6 was also a really interesting one where OG just showed the proactive side of their play where they're pushing towards the bridge. They're looking for these fights earlier. And I want to again remind people, OG played Anubis earlier today versus Saul, and you know how many rounds they got on the CT side, Pimp? They got 0. They got no rounds out of 12, and yet this CT side looks so inspired. There was so much action, there were so many opportunities that they were creating for themselves, and they just made sure that they had these plans, these ideas. It's not that they had to reinvent their playbook, they just had to commit fully to it, and they did that here, and they did so with gusto.
Also, quite the statement, right? You're losing on Anubis today. You're getting 0 CT rounds, and yet you're still picking it in against Heroic in this matchup. So, as much as we want to look at that result against Saw and say, okay, maybe you're not a great Anubis team, it was more so perhaps a bad game, or them, as you said, not really trusting the game plan they had at hand. Nothing, you know, of this sort of, you know, aggressive, proactive plays happens without players showing up. And I think Buzz, a player that we highlighted coming into the game, he had a great showing, had crucial moments. The pistol round, we saw it. We also saw it in some of the buy rounds. And you highlighted him and said that he was a player of your interest, and I guess we got to see why that is in this game.
Right, yeah. Buzz has definitely turned a corner in his career. I mean, I feel like Astralis was probably in some ways, the shoes were just a little too big for him to fill. It was his first tier 1 roster, first time he's going to be under the spotlight, and he had so much to grow. You could see that he had some raw ability, but not always the sharpest decision making through and through. This is a roster that is much more fitting for his ability, and on top of that, I feel like he learned a lot from Blame F. I just feel like Buzz always values his life so much so, and on top of that, one guy that also was a really stellar replacement on this OG lineup is Moto. I mean, he fit in for Regali, and I never really felt like Regali was that bad, but I also didn't really know how good Moto could be. So this is a huge improvement for this OG lineup. They have an Opera that is much more dynamic now, whereas Regali to me was a little bit more passive, really good at just kind of hitting the simple shots. But Moto not only is really solid with the op, but he's also pretty good at rifling too. So he seems to be a more versatile player that OG can look forward to in the future.
And I love you say that, you know, I love you mention out the fact that he's a little bit more mobile, a little bit more, I guess, well-rounded in the sense that we see some of these highlights being with the rifle, we see some of the highlights being with the AWP, but he's not, as you said, he's not a passive player. He's a player that actually likes to dictate the game. And I think we saw short glimpses and small glimpses of that in Copenhagen at the group stage as well, but given the circumstances for OG and, you know, playing with Kido and having Thomas standing in as an in-game leader, it felt unfair to even judge Moto at that point. So are we at a point now where OG are slowly but surely, you know, you said they were piquing your interest coming into this game, taking a map off Heroic in this fashion? Are we at a point now where we have to set the bar a little bit higher for OG?
I don't want to get too excited just yet. I feel like this team is full of a bunch of youngsters. I feel like winning a map here and there is going to look really good for OG. If they actually just blindside us completely and win this series outright, I will definitely start putting a little bit more respect on their name. But I feel like they just caught a sleeping Heroic. We saw in the second half of this game when Heroic started feeling themselves, when they started coming alive, that they definitely had what it took to take this game the distance. It's just that they got off to such a bad start, and then it's almost like they just need to kind of get a slap on the face from the OG side. And now I feel like at this point, OG, they've awoken the beast, and Heroic, they're not necessarily the best team in the world, but I still truly believe in my prediction that Heroic are going to be taking this by the end of the series.
I mean, it is interesting with Nuke coming up. As you said, it's a map that this heroic lineup have only played once ever in the Rio qualifier, where they did beat, I think it was Paravision in that game quite convincingly as well. So, you know, judging by the map win percentage right here, 100% win rate for OG, it's kind of easy when you played it one time. But I feel for heroic, it's been a little bit hit and miss, like with everything when it comes to this lineup. So do we think there's a chance for OG to take this one 2-0, or do you think that heroic waking up in the second half of Anubis is also what we're going to see more of on Nuke?
Well, I took a brief look at that Paravision game, and so the Saw game they played earlier today on Anubis, they got 0 CT rounds, but they had an incredible CT half. Against Paravision, OG actually won all of their CT rounds against Paravision, and so I don't know if we're going to flip the script here or if OG's going to be coming in with some momentum. It's really tough for me overall. And I will say that it's going to probably be a little bit more difficult here for OG. Buzz, who was a standout player in that last game, plays ramp. And I feel like Heroic are a team that if they know a guy's on a heater towards ramp, they just avoid him. They start going outside. They'll test Nexius. They'll test Krizen. They'll test Moto a little bit more. And I feel like that's going to be to their benefit.
I'm curious to see what the GG Bets odds are saying in terms of who's the favorite now that we've seen the first map, and you can see it's been evened out a lot more here. OG still not quite the favorites to win, but it's a lot closer. Do you echo that sentiment that we're now looking at a series that is more so 50-50 than still heroic favorites to win?
I always actually even feel bad if I pick a team that's already down a map, because it's just always possible now. Like you've shown the ability there for OG. I'm just gonna stick to my guns. I think Heroic really do have the player quality. I feel like the second half showed that, and now that they're locked into the server, they're gonna be able to show that there's a reason they've been a top 10 team even through the inconsistencies in their roster shuffles.
Yeah, I kind of echo that sentiment. I do feel that Heroic right now is a team that, despite all the struggles, the concerns, and Dexter being in and out of the lineup, they should be able to take down a team like OG, especially on their own map pick. However, I am excited to see if Moto and OG can keep up the level that we just witnessed here on Anubis. We're going to jump on a quick break, and when we come back, it will be with the second map between Heroic and OG.
25 years.
25 years since what, Mohan?
Since it feels like we've seen Heroic at a showdown.
That's a bold statement. Bold statement, Cotton.
I'm gonna probably wrong, but you know what? It's more often that we see OG at the showdown, and I think that's why Heroic need to be afraid. Now, we did see the comeback, the fake comeback, but the comeback on map 1 Anubis. But it did show us that, you know, Heroic were not shooting strong in the first half. They're shooting a lot better in the second. Nuke's a better map for them. It's a hard map to read for OG. We know they played like one time on it, and they seem to hit some very nice synergy. So it's a matter of learning as we go here. As OG with this new roster, play on Nuke for a second time versus Heroic.
Let's get it. Over towards the ramp, sit 2. Doolies included. Moto was lights out back on Anubis. Tested in the pistol here. Okay, passing the test with flying colors. 4 on the Beretta.
Where's the pop-off? Oh, hell yeah.
Hit him. Hit him hard and hit them fast, and don't let Heroic into this match. That's the game plan if you're OG. You started strong on Anubis. You can do the same damn thing on this CT side right now.
And like what Maui pointed out, yeah, that's what it is, the hero of the dualies. Back in the pirate days, this was the weapon of choice.
Actually, they would have used flintlock pistols and would have had to reload after every shot, Laundry.
Yeah, but would they have had them akimbo?
Potentially. I actually read something that Blackbeard the pirate used to walk around with like something like 8 pistols on his body, all loaded.
Yar, God give me 2 hands to use
and he would
flintlock pistols.
And he would have fuses tied into his beard in order to light the pistol's fuse.
Like you just yank his beard and he explodes?
That's not quite how that works, but
it's an interesting strategy.
You know, pirates, they that was a thing.
They didn't last
long.
long.
That's still a thing, technically.
That's true.
You know, don't forget about that.
Evil takes on new forms.
And ecos don't take
Pirates are all evil,
all.
right? Back in the day.
I don't think so, man. I think pirates were impoverished.
So all
desperate times call for desperate measures.
Okay. I can't wait to go to heaven and meet these pirates.
We were doing what we had to. Yar.
Me and Moto will be up there eventually.
What do you mean you cured scurvy? You eat an orange.
All right, we got a gun round. And Shush
the mollies!
2 Molotovs. Deep and close inside Squeaky, but at the same time, Buzz gets aggressive on the ramp, so you earn a 5v4 just to hand it right back.
Yeah, that would have been a good... Wow, I just love the activity once again here on the map, the way that they're approaching. It was good that Dexter doesn't get tunnel vision as they, you know, when they lose to a push like that, you might think, all right, well, it's a little scary. And Chrisen, man, he's staying out here.
It's
insanely
confident.
God. He just does it carefully, like he approaches carefully, sees they fall back a bit. The important thing is, though, that it just keeps going. Like, they don't peek back at him. He's got the HP advantage. Wow.
And then he stays so mobile that now he's up in the rafters of the A site too, so.
They don't know what to do next. They just lost a full kit of utility trying to set up outside. Plans exposed. And now they're what? Gonna double walk mini? They're gonna double walk mini for sure. So here it is, Kristen, up to bat.
New position, doesn't get one, and Moto stuck up in heaven now.
Oh, the molly.
Teammates look to scramble, 15 to the clock. Bomb's gonna have to be planted around the side, around the back. Kixan has to push forward. This is gonna put Dexter in a bad spot. Fiku's looking at pressure. Oh! He doesn't get the target. The bomb goes down. Nexius comes out from the main smoke. Backside holds heaven. Nertz gets his. Degster tucks in. And as Nexius presses into the backside, he's given himself a hell of a chance. The quietest player on Anubis. In for the 4K, but bested by Degster. Holy hell.
Wow, that was really close. That was really close. OG, I mean, they do everything right with the utility, but then they forget about a player potentially underneath heaven. And it gets a little bit messy there. That was an absolutely a salvageable situation. You can see that even Crizin is holding the exact right angle, doesn't get his kill. So a lot has to go right here for Heroic to bring this win. But my God, OG, that was such a solid round from them again up until that point. Noob tube out here for Fiku.
Let's get it. Auto shotty on the A floor. Looking for the hut control. Feels like you're kind of taking a page out of Shush's own book, but Mac 10 survives. It's all about the headshot, and Shush hits it. A little blunt force trauma to the chest, but he'll sit on 34 HP as his two teammates take outer, and we're queuing up the secret peek here from Buzz.
It's good. It's a good timing to try to do something like this. They have some pressure out from Big Garage, and there it is, the free frag. Very nicely played here for Buzz. They're kind of not prepared for how many options OG are willing to partake in at any time. I mean, they're just doing a good job of being illegible, essentially. Like, OG are doing a lot of pushes that in isolation would be normal, but they're doing a lot of good change-ups. And also, I mean, kind of tough map, I guess, for Heroic to prep. They did see all of OG's CT side in, you know, the one game versus Paravision, but they don't know anything else. That's spotted.
Yep,
wow,
nicely done.
Played,
Passive
man.
angle, doesn't jump the gun, doesn't panic on the
Oh
first
my
shot,
God.
and keeps the pressure up. Sees a third body coming at him. Very much committed to the Crizin fight here, and now he's just teasing him. Now he's playing with him.
No.
Dude, Crizin is dominating outside.
That shows you that. You'd see a round like that with a new team and a player, maybe you haven't heard of Crizin before, and go, wow, that guy's a star fragger. He's the IGL, folks. And he just played that 3K like he was a star rifler. That was beautiful. I mean, the confidence with the way that he peeked into this, the second one as well, like, how did he think he was going to get away with that? And then how did he? That's believing in yourself. That's what that looks like.
Crizin's simply better. Now we get Heroic back on pistols, so CT side's got legs early on. Plenty of time for the hiccup to happen. Plenty of time for Heroic's experience to shine through. But individually speaking right now, OG tapping into the Crizin talent. Nexius having a great game. Moto's being consistent between map 1 and 2. And we are just talking about P250s for the most part here from Heroic. Haters feasting at the moment. But it's early days.
Yeah, it is still early. This would definitely take a pretty big failure, of course, to lose a round like this, or even allow the bomb plant to go down when they're holding from this position. But Nexius, well, I mean, now they have an event drop. That is possible.
Shush gets hit for 99 on the way down. Degster sitting on 11 HP. They're going to push along the wall to
Where's
try
that
and
bomb?
confirm the bomb plant.
Oh,
Third player in. Yep, nice and safe. Tucked in. Frag grenades come soaring forward, finishing off Degster right after he plants. So yeah, cleanup duties, fantastic. But it is indeed the bomb plant, and Heroic will be happy with that.
Yeah, so Nexius is still showing a little bit of discomfort from maps 1 to 2. He has a good spot to multi-frag. Doesn't get his, but right now he's got so much of a team. I think when he was introduced to OG, he was supposed to be, you know, maybe the new strongest player on the roster with not much experience, just like someone they're going to set up to be a total star. But there's definitely some more layers to this roster, even though they're brand new. And not totally brand new, by the way. I just keep saying that because when you change an IGL, that's the equivalent of changing 2 riflers, whether it's a supporter or something. It's just a lot. And I think in this example, it's a lot in a good sense.
Back to the outer hit with numbers. Nert's very quick on the entry at this point, so it looks like Krizen's got his hands full this round. Nertz is afforded the cross. Timing of TSS could have caught Krizen. Could still, in fact. Stays perched above him. Moto just clips Dexter on the smoke. TSS will activate, comes through. Standing on 17 health as Shush also gets out behind Vent. So a good challenge, but oh, he turns his back trying to reposition into the corner, looking to serve as maybe just a hold on the flank, but now Moto down in the lower sight. Oh, he bags Nertz on the cross. And Moto doesn't have a frag grenade, doesn't have a molly. Very tough spot for him to get out of here, and they're trying to pressure on top of him. Nertz will swing up close and clear him. His bomb is planted. TSS, much like Shush, waiting for a chance to strike unsuspecting targets. And the trade comes back, so is the retake on or not?
Yeah, we'll see. They might push into Buzz, right? They might get uncomfortable sitting here on the ramp. We'll see. Oh, Buzz just so careful. It's a clean cut on the Nertz. Kicksan left alone. They could know he's the planter.
He's swinging out wide on top of the bomb. Oh, and he gets dropped on, but no kit. No kit for Buzz. Does he have the time?
Oh, he seems like he's not super happy about the situation, and it's coming down to the last second, but he might be able to grab it. Nicely done from Buzz. And you know what? He could have stayed up there and done the little bit of shoulder peeking thing and wait till Kicksan got uncomfortable to peek, but then he would have lost on time. He jumped down immediately for that trade. That is so well done.
And for a second, it didn't even look like that retake was a guarantee, right? For a second, it looked like they were transitioning to the save, but then finding Shush as he creeps up into Squeaky, and then, of course, getting this trade back on TSS that quickly. That's what opened the door for Piku to come through. Buzz also shout out with 2 headshots down on the lower B site. Clearing out the first, leaving just the planters stranded in the corner. That could have been a crossfire for them to deal with, but instead, it's another OG win.
So they level up in competition on the CT side, but they also have leveled up their CT side. It looks like that Pari Vision match was just too small of a sample size. They look very, very comfortable right now on CT side Nuke. And I mean, yeah, it is time for Kicksan to flex it a bit as the IGL, because I'm not seeing an amazing game plan that's got a lot of things to it. It's looking pretty simplistic, and I feel like they expected to win this game sort of easily, but that's not happening. Time to go Kerrigan mode.
Down 5-1. Back with a buy. In with a little tempo here. A bit of pressure for the A site to deal with. Krizen, new position. We've seen him pretty constantly prodding the outer play. Not this close to the red box, though. TSS is walking through unsuspecting. Doesn't even think of the possibility. Doesn't even have a thought that that could be there. And so down he goes. Luckily for him, Nertz is hot on the trade frag. Coming around the side of the smoke. Nertz will not let his guard down, but he still gets bested by Nexius up to 8 kills. Dexter's gonna make his move. He gets caught out by a corner camp out of Buzz. And we have OG back in winning ways.
Just nasty stuff here from OG. Everyone's individual decision making and positioning has just worked out extraordinarily well. This is far beyond, I think, what you could expect from this lineup in this matchup here at the Showdown on day 1. But my God, OG are turning heads. Krizen as an individual and as a caller, it feels like has done a ton. Moto as an opper on this team, and even Buzz, he could have been someone who slowly faded into the background of the game after getting a big shot on Astralis, but instead, it feels like he's taking the opportunity by both horns. And it might be demotivating to think, well, I lost my chance as a Danish player to play for Astralis. It's never going to get better than this. But he has really showed up to the challenge to make this team better as well. I'm liking what we're seeing.
It's a welcome sight for an organization that caught flack for as long as they did, for maybe, I would even argue like kind of walking into groups with a pretty uninspiring roster. I was one of the big critics back at the start of the season saying like, okay, so we've kept Keto, whose individual level just didn't seem up to snuff. All right, your in-game leader is a stand-in. And so, what were the expectations for OG really at groups to avoid this very showdown?
I was a massive critic too, man. I mean, I think, and that's coming from me who loved the first iteration of this lineup. but it sort of felt like as soon as they were clearly just going to keep selling players, as you know, economically, that might just be a healthy thing to do. I think what we've seen that's given me a bit of hope with these types of lineups is like when you see MOUZ, if they do get the roster that is good enough to win by itself, they can actually start buying players for it and believing in it as it, you know, for itself. But okay, let's see what the exec comes up upstairs.
Oh, Moto missed second shot, so there is a little bit of legs here for Heroic, but Fiku's got the backside. Nertz is found one, but he gets tapped out of the round by Fiku. Heaven's support is there. On fire, ROG. That is a lickety-split hit from Heroic. They try something quick, and guess what? It's still OG winning.
And I think it's if they hit the IGL that star up at the exact same time, like if Moto really is that guy and Crizzen really is that guy, then they might have a roster that can actually win. The roster that might actually want to buy players instead of sell them. So maybe it's going to be that time soon for OG. You never know. It took many years for MOUZ to really become that roster, and they even went from, you know, the team with Nico to the team with Kerrigan to the team, you know, as a team who was still an underdog with those lineups, even with Kerrigan, Robs, and Frozen. They did get their their stints where they won, but then they still eventually sold off those players, right?
Right.
So it does take a lot of time, but I think it's possible they eventually sort of start believing in themselves as the lineup.
Said kind of takes the offer and the IGL. I think that combo is critical. So nice to see the confident rifling and just fluid team play that Crizzen seems to have been able to inject into this OG team so quickly. And shout out Moto, top performing player back-to-back maps. So if that is the winning formula, you know, we're getting a display of it throughout this series. I don't want to talk about Heroic like they're dead, but it is about to be 8-1 drawn into the off. Just activity out of OG. You love to see it, don't you? As a Counter-Strike fan, screw the orgs at the top of the board. It's not about, you know, who's expected to win. It's about the CS. And right now, OG bring it. Luckily, Heroic have an answer here in round number 9, but Buzz chews a bit of health away, trying to queue up his teammates to succeed yet again, because even when Heroic find these mid-round openings, it tends to get shut down by OG.
But look at this. I mean, there's still 2 more guys outside. Okay, TASES is waiting for it. Was. Oh my, how could you expect a long flank around Big Garage from Buzz? I mean, they're just so active.
And Buzz just saw Kixan.
They're playing towards the attack, and then they're constantly replenishing the players that die.
Kixan looking for the deep garage kill first, looking to isolate them. He's found the right road. He's figured this out. Nicely done. Molotov to Heaven. It's a bit of pressure.
Wow, no commit.
Gives up 40 of his health. Now, that does give Buzz the timing to go for the smoke spam. He's going to try to nade it open, but bomb's already planted. Oh my god, this is rambunctious, but it doesn't matter. The pressure keeps Kixan on his toes. Moto jumps in for the defuse, and OG absolutely feeling it as they go up 8-1.
Dude, that's a moment where you could have absolutely blown it from Heaven, coming through forward with the molly, throwing your own just to deny the plant, and then just staying out there. And instead he takes the 40 damage and he leaves. And he waits for his teammate to get in position in the mini because they know they have a distinct advantage in the 2-on-1. More so than playing it fast in the 2-on-1 with each player. And I think there's very few moments in this game where OG look amateurish, which is insane to even think, considering, you know, how little time they've had together under a new IGL. But what more can you ask for?
TSS.
Oh,
the entry. Oh, gets it. So that's Buzz bested. And anything that can save Heroic's T side at this point will be welcomed. Still chance at 4 rounds on the half. And sure enough, we go 5v3 here for Heroic. So they've taken their beating, and now they're looking to dish it out themselves. Surely they won't lose a 5v3 post plant. No, sir. TSS is second, starting to come alive finally in this series in round 10 of map 2. A multi-frag, much needed, and a sigh of relief for Heroic ever so slightly.
Yeah, much cleaner round, 100%. And this is a matter of isolated duels that happen, one outside, one at the ramp, and no way to trade these players for once here for OG. So they give it a shot. Shush in the post plant on top of T roof.
Whoa. Dexter super zoom. Zoom. Because the magnifying glass is on Heroic at the moment. Much better look, but definitely just kind of TESS unleashed, right? Steps through the ramp play on his own, no support, just looking to completely make an individual moment happen. And if it works, at this point, it works. Setting up the A-hit, smokes outer. Molotov to the top of Hut in a moment, but the CT's posture inside of Hut instead, trying to take the fight as a duo, but do they get too over-aggressive? It's a swap into the AK for Nexius. His hands busy as his teammate falls. Meanwhile, we got the kill out of Crizzen elsewhere. He held on to the main play. He's going deep.
And he has a space.
Two mollies. He finds Sanctuary and man advantage. And as he holds this, he almost shuts down TESS to boot. But we go back 2v2 with an op on Squeaky. It's a good thing TESS didn't just back up now.
And, you know, they're extremely worried because they know that in moments like this where there's a duel happening, OG are moving on other parts of the map. So they'll go back outside. Moto has a great spot. I mean, this is only going to be countered by someone to walk out Hut or Heaven. And, for Buzz, he's got Heaven covered. So this is a wrap that's pretty fine if they walk into Mini, which it seems like they're going to go lower this time with the amount of time left on the clock. Then I think this is maybe Heroic's best chance. Buzz, no peek outside. So, okay, this is actually a pretty good situation for Heroic. Now they make this cross. Will be a full-on retake, but no smokes. Only this molly here for TESS. And they're still very worried about the late Mini play. TESS has the... waiting for the last second to molly the vent before the plant goes down, and Buzz got to make his way to ramp now.
Flashed it over towards the decon side, flash down to the vent. Moto finds it clear for the taking. TESS looks to double back. That's going to be two players control side. Moto just has bullets whiz by him. And sure enough, Dexter hits the headshot. So not looking to let this one fall through their fingers. Heroic still gunning for that coveted 4-round half. Buzz, no kit, no nades.
He took his
and
fast
he makes
step.
the loud step. Yeah, so now his hand has been revealed. We've got TESS with a clean reposition over towards single door with the bomb planted backside for him. So yeah, done right then and there. Moto kind of overstepping from the vent, getting caught out before Buzz can do anything to help him. That double up from Heroic after the slow crawl downstairs. It's again, slight sigh of relief here as Heroic start to take back a few rounds on the half.
Yeah, and credit where credit's due. It's a good mid round. They take it lower this time, and I think it's fair that OG were going to be worried about an extremely last second upper play because they've seen it happen before already in this game. And as for Crizzen, there's a moment where that molly comes up. He could have escaped, right? He could have escaped and made that a little bit more of a difficult round, but there was always the chance that they come and peek that anyway. Maybe they forget or think he would have escaped, so why not stay? And honestly, this brand of OG has been pretty aggressive, so I like that they stick to their guns. But Heroic now have a chance to make a real T-half. Oh, great shot.
Yeah, they know what they've got. A little wall bang through the blue box. Blood in the water is, I think, kind of the mantra of these last moments for Heroic's T side. OG came out swinging with a formidable CT side. Still an 8-4 lead. Ain't nobody going to take that back from them. But Heroic, just like back on Anubis, kind of catch their footing as things seemed in free fall. Better late than never, they say. But is it still too little? We'll find out in the second half as this 2v5 retake from main has very little likelihood of coming home. First peek's clean, bomb beyond the halfway point. Damage is good and the trade frag's fine, but it's the fact that there's 5 of them. Just so many Heroic players up inside this bomb site. They do indeed close the half with 3 rounds in a row.
man advantage maintained, but bomb planted nonetheless.
Yeah.
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to Cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bomb spot. Oh, beyond. Oh, welcome to Wonderland. They locked down that post plant like it's nothing.
And enjoyed the ride.
Huge opportunity now for Ninjas.
That was such an easy start to the round as well. Uh-oh.
Good shot. Wrinkle under pressure.
Oh! Okay.
Oh, wait, Modesty dropped out?
Modesty!
Oh, and then Nico got another deagle.
What is happening?
Mezzi has the best position. He has the round-winning position. If Zaiwu just takes one kill, there's almost no shot that Spirit will check this corner, and Mezzi will be able to feast. There's the kill. Does Zaiwu even want to stop? Might he go back for more in this angle? Mezzi awaits more aggression. Good flash, and Zaiwu not timid, not tamed, not stopping. 2 kills off this AWP. They're out short, and Zaiwu, can he hit the flick? Does he even know? They're walking up close. AWP almost dropped. Zaiwu should fall. They whip the spray, and Zaiwu wants every single kill in this round. 4 frags from the Frenchman, and it's done like that.
And he is getting climbed on top of from the murder hole. Zaiwu comes out with a USP frag. It is Slendon Andu 2v5.
No plant. Not yet.
He goes back in on it. The market aggression is yet to come out, and everybody else looking to gun forward off the catwalk. A near collateral shot. It's damaged, but it's a double. Oh, just when they thought they had this queued up. Unless Spinks can end it. As he has been trying his damnedest and could still get this done. 20 HP for Slend as he slides past smoke, and Spinks blindsided by it.
What a play.
Excellent opping off the bench.
What a play.
He clicks the scope even once. He's dead. Even way. Oh, God. Snacks. Okay.
Gonna be down to the AWP.
I think Broken's got this.
You got a sense, Henry. Well, let's see if you're right. Could be onto something as he does take down Nico. Gets a chance for a reload now. Alt versus Alt. Monacy versus Brokey. And Brokey ice cold. Stops moving, just holds the corner, waits for Monacy to get closer. You can see Monacy's just trying to get out there, making a bit of noise. So now he definitely knows where he is. No element of surprise any longer. Taps the bomb once, and it's Brokey to clutch it. You're on point, Henry. You called it. A quad kill and a clutch for Brokey.
It was never gonna end without a fight. Heroic making sure that they claw their way back into some sort of a nuke. 3 rounds at the end of the half, 4 rounds in the half in total. OG came out swinging back-to-back maps, but the job's not done till 13 on the board, Mohan, and we know that they are still walking into this matchup as the inexperienced camp.
They are the inexperienced camp. The weird part about the map stats right now is just there's not much data for... Well, actually, they did play out an entire T side. They won 5 rounds on it when they played against Paravision, so there's at least a half of data there. They are on par for what they pulled off on CT side, but for OG, the true test might begin now.
T-side pistol could be worth its weight in gold. They are now the GG Bet odds favorites to win the series with this 8-4 lead on map 2 with Anubis in their back pocket.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you're kidding. Wow. A little bit of game sense goes a long way. A little bit of luck goes even further. Connects the 2 headshots. Shush puts the Berettas to the head of Krizen, and Nertz finds his 3rd kill on the pistol. If you thought Krizen was impressive outside, let's give Nertz a little runway, shall we?
Let's see. Yeah, at least get that runway with this pistol, and we'll get a real good look at it. Would you look at that?
Would you just look at it?
Donk-esque.
Or Fiku has to believe he's got a chance, but nope, not this time. CT side begins with Heroic and Success. That is now 4 rounds in a row as we keep this one flagged as a potential comeback.
Yeah, this 8-round, sort of 8 rounds on CT doesn't look nearly as worrying, I think, for Heroic. And Kristen understands that pistol round would have just taken the edge off completely for their T side. It would still be difficult, but much, much easier.
What are we doing here? You're kidding.
Wow.
This isn't real.
That's, dude, the vertical stacks, man. We've been seeing them more and more where, you know, the emo stack on Inferno is actually a great thing to do.
God,
and
no, I just want nothing more for them to combine, transform into one giant pillar, and go for the old classic.
They're like 4
What year
babies
is
on
this?
each other's shoulders in a trench coat right now.
Come
on. That's a
Somebody
great shot.
peek this, please.
Look at the respect on the map here for Heroic as they're jiggling in their corners at a minute. Terrified.
The funny
Shivering.
thing is, in Heroic's minds, there's just some mastermind single flash play that they've got to be on high alert for. Guys, we can't lose this. There's 4 dudes sitting in a line,
We'll
waiting.
never know about that
rooftop.
strat, though. It can be used for the major later.
True. Say save it for the major. So this is OG's major, perhaps. A chance to beat Heroic in a best of 3. Not this round, though. Not a single point of damage comes out of them, as that's now 5 rounds straight for Heroic.
Now we're going to see if it's going to be smooth sailing. No plan comes down on either of these 2 rounds. And max money made.
All right, first gun round. Let's see what Krizen's been cooking. It was 2 strong CT sides for OG, even on Anubis, their own map pick. The T-half started to kind of lose a bit of momentum. We're gonna get TESS queued up for an aggressive play into lobby. Yes, sir. Missed off shot though. Fiku almost gets a double trade frag back on his ex-teammate.
Can't just miss those, Dexter. Got to be on point. We saw one highlight round from him where he got the 2K, went in through Unbreakable, but that's kind of the only moment that we've seen from Dexter so far in the series. You know? There was one thing about the debut with Dexter on this roster. It was like, whoa, he slots in right away and he's amazing.
Yep. CS2 didn't miss a beat, but
yeah,
he had a long time away from play. Oh, Shush peeks in before Nexius has that smoke cover, exposed it in the open. And now we find ourselves in a place where, you know, Heroic have health advantage. Bomb is still down outside of spawn. And Fiku really wants to finish off this kill, but the problem is Dexter's got the angle with the op. And he ain't moving.
Bane.
Krisen 10 HP here, Mohan, to get active with.
Yeah, Nexius, or sorry, Shush commits upstairs. Kristen is coming in from behind. They're playing an interesting setup because Dexter could actually let this go. And they're not going to be
get noticed.
Yeah, surely they're not ready for him, but they're also coming in from heaven, right?
He's going to try to pounce, sprays him down.
Oh, he went to pick up the gun.
Fiku, second player in.
There's the bomb.
Didn't realize he hadn't killed the actual player that got the first frag. Dexter doesn't take the hut flank, goes around it. Guess what?
It's
Door's
closed.
Oof. Molotov lands in hut. That is the save call, and OG finagle their way to a round win early on the T side. It's the heaven wrap and the double hut. If not for 2 players hut, that's Shush with lobby control, and who knows whether OG can claw back.
But with Shush committing upstairs, it was a good-looking attack because it was a little bit disjointed with the rotations. Dexter left a timing there where they could climb up the ladder, and he wasn't watching their flank, and they were just going to plan to hit the upstairs site. I don't think Heroic kind of had any idea what was happening in that situation, and it feels like it was only a matter of time before, you know, heaven gets taken over and that bomb gets planted. But it was still a very good try from Shush. And a nice pickoff outside as well from TESS, I believe. Or was it him as well? TESS inside a trophy and Shush outside.
Yeah, Shush. It's a mobile round from Shush. It's one where he almost had everything done, but he just couldn't dot the I inside of the hut. That would have been a 1-bullet frag to boot. Remember, low HP. And it makes a world of difference
So 3-round lead and an open door for this T side, but look at this group up for ramp, and it's not going to be Degster's op to try and get the better of them. It's TeSS with no utility.
No utility.
He's taking originally a narrow angle, so when he does go for the peak, it's just so many players prepared for him. TeSS just didn't have the tools for the job. Can Kixan recover? He's already got Krizen down on double doors. Good peel off of the buzz frag, but instant headshot from the SMG. It's a scramble. We've got 2 CTs out from vent, attacking the site from both ends. A frag for the smoke to pop it open. Degster peeks, dies, the moto, and now this post plant seems guaranteed.
He just gave that away. There's no chance here for his, 2 other guns to come in on the retake. That position is completely lost now, and we'll see if Nerds can get out of this. He's still in an interesting spot where he slipped by the defense. Could he actually defuse, or are they flanking him? Oh, no kit.
So odds unlikely. There is one on the doorway, so he could have still made the play unnoticed. Good catch, production. But it is indeed an OG 10th.
Man,
TeSS, no nades on ramp, Mohan, and then also just kind of peeks into the angle a little bit late when they could have already walked up, in which case they had.
Yeah, it was full commit, man. You need at least like a molly to stop the fallback when you drop down, and they could play it aggressively, but you'd think they'd play it with 2 players or give him a smoke or something in that position. So that was a very flimsy defense. I don't even know what the long con, game plan was there for TeSS. You can't rotate off of the position without a molly or a smoke. How are you supposed to help downstairs? Who's going to help you? Where was this is a round where you need prophylaxis, where you have to either get your kill early, so it's easier to hold the ramp, so you can keep 1 player there and just let him get 1 kill and fall back. It can't just, I don't even know why he would pick up an M4 and not get nades, to be honest, if he's going to play it alone. So
right.
I mean, it's definitely nice to have an M4, but I think there's a little ingenuity could have gone a long way.
Pistols for the most part. M4 on Shush. OG tiptoeing their way to a 2-0 over Heroic, and it's fast. Krizen wants a little hut action. Looked like it had the tempo to go straight into the A site, but just a fake to try and get any grenades out of the defense, and it works. They've burned all their utility here in the response of some opening spam. They're going to try to put Shush's solo M4 into lobby, but he gets bested. Good angle here by Buzz. M4 gets grabbed by Degster at the very least, but it's awkward. Their smoke went down the vent. If that was destined for main...
Well, it's so voluminous, it just takes up the entire thing.
Voluminous. Word of the day.
It's them new CS2 smokes. So bloomin' voluminous.
Anders voluminous.
Oh. Yeah,
that's not supposed to happen.
Man, that was just like
luckily
a free ADR round that he missed out on right there.
Buzz still sat up top to cover it. Rifle changes hands for the 2nd time, but luckily Nexius, that guaranteed insurance policy on the main wrap into the double kill, and OG another.
Not a bad round for the Pistols in the end.
Sure.
A couple of kills, so still a live game, still possible for Heroic to bring this back, even though it's looking a little bit less convincing. Man. This would be such a nice win for OG. Not just eliminating Heroic, doing it 2-0, winning again on Nuke on their map pick, but also doing it as a newly formed lineup.
And doing it versus as well, like not another stand-in situation, right? This is the Heroic that Degster...
Right.
And sorry, this is, the Heroic that they wanted to commit to. This is the Heroic they've been practicing with. They're in a boot camp in Serbia at the moment, I believe. So what comes of it if all of a sudden your first challenge on the day 1 of Blast, you get bested by OG in 2 maps, right?
Yeah.
It hasn't been smooth sailing for Heroic as of late. Their last 3 games, all versus, you know, lesser opposition. Furia, 3D Max, MIBR. Losing a map each and every step of the way, at the very least, if not the series in general. So this is just another notch in the losses. And one that would remove them from attending fall finals. You said at the start of this...
What?
You said, you know, we never see them at Showdown, which I'm not sure if is entirely true, but I know what is true is we always see them at the spring and fall finals, right? This is a team led by Cadian back in the day that even when they'd have hiccups would end up coming through towards the end of the season. No Heroic at the last fall final, the final fall final. It just seems unlikely. But we'll see if Kickstand can turn things around, because we're at 15 seconds and these T's have still yet to kind of get into a bomb site. We've got Nerds in the back of the B site. We've got a Vent player throwing himself down here. They have allowed for this to come down to the final wire, and Nerds is going to blindside one. There's the ramp peak. Perfectly timed, perfectly tethered. This game ain't over yet.
Okay, yeah, they did take way too long in the setup phase right there. And when they ran downstairs, there were so many rotations in place. They didn't have any lurk. They didn't have any vent control. They didn't have control side, and they certainly don't have a plant. So, well, I don't know. It's obviously it's going to be a bit messier for them here on T side. This is the first rougher round that we've seen, but now they've just got so many extra rounds to play with. One good round behind them. Still so much work to do here for Heroic. Still money to use for OG.
Nades open the door. Buzz tapping the vents. I did a quick deep dive. I'm actually incredibly wrong. They lost at the last Showdown as well. To OG.
Oh, to what?
2-0.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
Different lineup. Ooh. Same result. Nexius. What a shutdown on the push.
Beautiful second headshot, huh? Just right there with it. He has had a total turnaround between map 1 and 2. Now Chris again outside gets the better of it. So they go up 5 versus 2 and give themselves a golden chance at 5 map and match points. Just got to put that bomb down on B, and it's all but guaranteed. Kicksan's going to go for lobby control and find nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they have the vents control. They can only be ramp or secret. Secret's already been taken over by the T side. CT's going to just be hoping and praying there's lurks coming out, because at the end of the day, they're going to be retaking through ramp, and it's going to be slow. OG can take time to set this up. They're in a 5v4. They're still thinking about doing everything correctly, but, I mean, it would take a hand of God at this point for this to go wrong. And Krizian's already ensuring the round is over.
So going back to the last loss, right? The last Showdown, the difference was that was a similar OG formula. That's when they had Heavy God, right? We put all the stock into like having a star when they had Degster and Flamesy. That's kind of been OG's big thing. And that was this breakout moment for Heavy God. I remember Maui Snake was losing his damn mind at the Showdown because of that one. And, you know, it was that was the shortcoming. This is a different formula, OG, right? This is a promising young in-game leader who has made the most of his pieces. Every single player on OG contributing in the moment. Moto is not as hard of a carry as he was back on Anubis. It's just a strong-looking team. 5 opportunities to eliminate Heroic.
We're seeing only good aimers, and it feels like we're seeing the right IGL. It really does seem like we're seeing the right IGL. Obviously, you can see where they need to improve, but the fact of the matter is they're clearly moved. They've already moved quite heavily in the right direction, and I think they've got this rare find in Krizian. I don't know, seeming like a special one. As for Heroic, what does this mean for Heroic? Go online, lose, go to LAN, don't have their full team.
Yeah.
How much do you make? You know, your decisions based off of these results, and what can you say? It's definitely unfair to be like, well, here, the only matches you get to play are, you know, a LAN once in a while in an online series, but the calendar keeps going. Pages keep flipping.
And so far, the second half of 2024, their season includes a best-of-3 win over Complexity and a best-of-3 win over 3D Max. This would be their 5th best-of-3 loss in Contrast. And as they continue to tumble down the rankings, there is no real kind of saving grace in sight. Barring, I suppose, that Degster is now in possession of that visa. You know, he got to Cologne by the end of the event, which means surely in the future he will be there. Fingers crossed. We don't know the details.
Next Cologne, I'll be there.
But not in the Lanxess. Not until Liquid make it. Them's the rules.
Oh, yeah.
Nertz holds back with Shush. 2 MP9s sprinkled in with the better weapons. It's all about the timing here for Nertz, and he's not going to just overcook it. He's not going to stick around if not needed. at.CEST, what is this? What? A double deagle, and then Nertz just draws them into his domain. He played that perfectly. Oh, just cuts off half of the pack. Well, while the other half of that pack got blasted away by at.CEST. So Heroic banking on some strong individuals go flawless with pistols and SMGs.
Okay. Tell me how. Tell me how, at.CEST, how you made that happen. Okay.
All right.
Ah, that was
nice.
Yeah, that was nice. See that, coach?
We saw it back on Anubis. Things kind of stalled out towards the end, right? It's one thing to get the lead. It's another to close. And Heroic's season kind of, for better or for worse, tainted with this need for perseverance, resilience, making do with less. They've got the better guns in round 21, but they face match end every step of the way.
Oh my God, are they going to take some kind of risk like that yet? I mean, that actually, as we can see, was the right option, but how could they figure that out? So they're going to play it more standard instead. They miss a tempo going back, you know, this is what they pretty much should have done a few seconds ago. But they leave one inside of the ramp. They actually open up the possibility for a late squeaky, and that allows for a vent drop as well. But they'll actually just take it all the way around outside, which is the other way to get downstairs. Just a much more treacherous route. And Degster, oh man, if he plays with his timing incorrectly, it's going to get hairy, but he'll find his pick off, and a lot of people spotted.
Yeah, and then he's got the cover from the heavens, so all is good. They keep eyes open, keep their finger on the pulse of the fallback from OG. And like you said, right, the right play could have been to push that smoke, but it's so daunting if you're Crizin to try and confidently pull that off. Miku, you're not supposed to be able to do much here, but now the clock is down beneath heaven. The bomb is still out by Garage. That's the problem.
There's no way. There's no way.
Unless bomb gets picked up, backside holds. That would have been the one that was needed. Kill Shush and the bomb can plant because the other two players downstairs, but they hang on here, Heroic, majority alive, and keep the game going.
Indeed, good try for what it's worth. The kills that came in. No head armor as well in heaven. And now it'll be the hard route to close here for OG as they gave up the round that, you know, involved 2 MP9. So it's going to take a golden call here towards the end of the game for Crizin, the right organization, and it's absolutely possible for sure, just like an Anubis, that if Heroic stay focused and they play better like they did towards the end of the last map, they can bring this to overtime. You know, we're almost mentally checked out because felt like, well, same thing as we happened last map is happening again. But, like, in theory, CP side here for Heroic shouldn't be that hard. But Tessa is going to play low util ramp again. You got to be very careful. Saw what happened last time.
Especially with Moto's off trained on him right now. Oh, Nertz.
Wow, what a spray.
He'll win that outer fight again. He's starting to become the shining star of Heroic, as you could expect.
TESS doesn't fall immediately all the way back. Degster comes over to help, but there is no overcommitment here from OG just yet. They group up with 4. Here it comes. Degster fine, re-peaks, excellent. And it's the 3rd attempt that costs him. Moto on the recovery here is still nailing some tough shots, but there's a player down beneath to sweep him away. And it's all good heroic. That's 10.
That's 10. That's a clean hold. And that's the sort of security that TESS was looking for the last time around. After he got shot on the ramp, the rotation came in nice and quick into Turnpike. There's no molly there. When they throw their initial flash, and they put a lot of stock into the next one. Let's see if Heroic have the resolve.
They put 3 rounds in a row at the end of the T side to even give him a damn chance. It's 3 at the moment, 2 to go with just pistols here in the 23rd, so... Heroic putting the work in front of him, step by step. Up peak towards top silo. Nertz has been a bit of a beast as far as OG are concerned. Gotta find the solution to slay him. And pistols won't be that. Surely. Surely. And it's crazy, even in these lesser weapon rounds, there's still always a little success story for OG. Silver linings in abundance throughout this map.
Yeah.
Riku won't be able to put a second one on the board, so it is just those 2 deaths. But considering one's from a Glock, I mean, none of them should be happening.
Yeah, they do just have like just such strong aimers. I mean, they are always going to be a threat with pistols too. All right, so this is what it comes down to. Round 24. OG with 5 AKs. 1 small misstep from Heroic, and you know that OG are going to pounce on it. A double kill from Nexius, an open ramp. These are the keys. A slow drown out round where Heroic have map control. I think this is obviously the route that they're hoping for. But OG aren't going to come forward with any kind of upper rush. They haven't really done that at all. Oh, but a big one out of Shush. Yep. Another kill into Squeaky.
Buzz just trying to throw the smoke out. Gets caught and killed. Crossover. Smoke soon to fade. No further damage on the spam just yet. So Krizen sticking around outer, making some sound. Of course, Shush would have heard that towards main. Cautious as they optimistically set their eyes down towards lower. Nertz just looking for the contact. Oh, I got him! Fiku! Beautiful headshot. And look at him running now. CT's trying to run. Nexius gives cover on the vent. That is exactly what they need, but it was big damage. Shush did big damage. TESS slides out, finishes the job. Him and Kixan.
But now they go back upstairs, surely.
They
Wait,
fight.
what?
They fight. Fiku goes swinging in. The bomb is in control. And that's TESS to now try and clutch 1v3 of 4K needed. And 20 seconds still. Krizen's trying to come down from ramp. There's a Molotov picked out. And he peeks the window to falter. TESS dies. And for 2 consecutive blast showdowns, OG eliminate Heroic.
Right there, crazy ending. OG doing it. OG taking the game 2-0 versus Heroic in, you know, quite the fashion. Let's be completely honest. I don't think any of us anticipated that outcome of this game, but we got to give it up to OG, Maui, playing a fantastic game of Counter-Strike.
Wow, I'm really liking this OG. I mean, I'm happy to be wrong about my prediction for the series if they're gonna play this well. The teamwork, the fact that they're usually double peaking whenever they can, the fact that they have a plan going into every single round, and what's also so great about it is that this was a team victory. This, if you look at the scoreboard right there, nobody's popping off the page. They don't need some hard carry. It doesn't need to be just some ridiculous individual effort. It's because there was a great game plan laid out, I assume, by Krizen, and boy, like the difference in this OG versus what they were working with in the previous season is night and day. Like even though you might not even say this is the hugest firepower upgrade, it's clear that they are just playing a brand of CS that can pull off upset victories like this.
almost feel like they have a sense of direction right now, you know, with Kristen coming in, with Boss coming in, with the new coaching staff as well, trying to integrate them into the lineup. I agree with you. I think what we saw from OG today was significantly better than anything we've seen from OG for quite some time. I absolutely love the fact that you touched on the point that no one was really standing out for OG in terms of raw firepower. Kristen, the in-game leader, had a couple of moments off to a good start in the game, but overall, you know, when you have a scoreboard after 24 rounds where your top fragger is only 2 kills ahead of your bottom fragger, you know you're in for a good one.
Right. It's just a hallmark of a great team that I think you could even look at just some of the best teams in the past, like even the Prime Astralis, even the Heroic with Cadian back in the day. It's just any given day, it could be a different player that pops off, and usually it's going to be a very flat score line in terms of the separation between the top and the bottom fragger. But Krizen, we had to give him a shout out here because his outside holds early on in this game were instrumental to stuff Heroic, to make their T side so difficult. Overall for the series, just doing a solid job. And really, what more can you ask for an in-game leader that's trying to put a completely brand new 5-man lineup together on top of the fact that he's making great calls? This is a good scoreline for him.
And let's not forget, he just turned 18. You know, he literally just turned 18. As an in-game leader, being 18 years of age, I guess in charge of what could be a potential decent-sized product and a decent-sized team for the future. It's very impressive from what we've seen from Kristen so far. First half, you know, there were a couple of moments in the game I feel that was determining for Heroic's downfall right here. I think round 6 is one that I want to bring up to the table right here, Maui. A retake coming in from OG, where, as you can see in the round history right here, it was a good start for OG, but a round like this, Heroic cannot afford to lose. It's going to be back and forth. There's going to be traded back and forth. I think Shoes, TeSeS, the boys from Heroic are doing a good job at creating space for themselves, especially taking that lower bomb side. And then we get into this position where Moto, trying his absolute damage right here, gets a little bit tucked in, can't really do anything about this Molotov, ends up dying. And at this point, when you have the lower bomb side, you have the bomb down, you have time to find your positions, you cannot lose this round. TeSeS even gets the rotation right here, and at this point, it should be easy, right?
Right. The fact that TeSeS gets the kill and then just kind of gives up his life, maybe showing a little bit of inexperience with the role of lurking. But then, yeah, I feel like every top tier team in the world, any team that's aspiring to be top 10 in the world, if you have a 3v3, bomb site planted at B, 2 guys in the bomb site, a lurk player on the extremity, you think you won. You think the round's completely over, but I'm going to say, yeah, they were a little bit damaged, but at the same time, you just really have to give it to OG. The fact that they are still contesting, they're still taking that space together, the clean entry onto Nerds towards the lower side itself, that really helped them out. And I'm really just looking at this OG team right now, and I am just excited for the future. I'm excited to see if they're able to put more on the table in terms of better rounds, better ideas, because this game, this whole series, it was chock full of them every single round. I feel like I know exactly what they're trying to accomplish, and they're even really just making sure that no stone is left unturned in terms of the options that the T's have. It feels like everything is such an airtight plan, and yet it still kind of feels risky or gambly at the same time. It's cool.
It is kind of cool, you know, and I guess we will have more time to praise OG, and we'll obviously get to see them play even more in this tournament. For now, though, we got to hear from Saw, who are currently with Heroic at a bootcamp, must be feeling pretty bad about that loss.
So this was quite an unexpected result, not even picking up a map against this new OG. I want to just come back to Anubis to start off with, how it went so badly at the beginning of the rounds and how aggressive they were. It seemed like you guys, first of all, weren't ready for it until more towards the end of the half, and then also you weren't able to adapt. What problems were you seeing?
Well, yeah, it was a rough match, and to be honest, we just didn't wake up. Like first map, the first half especially, it just went without us being there fully mentally. People weren't really able to find solutions. There was almost anything we did was like, well, just out of our control, and they were able to punish. So, and then it goes fast also, that when they play with someone, get the info.
Yeah,
it was just rough.
And in terms of it being rough, how disappointed are you to be out in the first round like this? Because obviously, I think a lot of people put Heroic as one of the teams that could be a favorite to grab one of the full final spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously super disappointing to go out so fast, especially since also Cologne, how it went, and then that gave us some extra time to practice, and now we are not able to show any of that, just going out so fast. It is just, it's a sad situation, really. There's so many problems, like by the looks of it, coming into these officials with what we need to fix. Like, sure, there's some close maps, but when you actually look at the rounds, it's like it shouldn't even be this close. We should be able to capitalize on way more situations. And I mean, congrats to OG on the win, but there's no way any team should be able to punish us with this kind of plays so often, at least.
Yeah, and that was it, right? It was repeated. I'm gonna just ask, because you guys are on boot camp right now, how much longer you'll be on boot camp, and how much time you'll be able to put into obviously fixing a lot of these problems before the future events.
Yeah, I mean, basically we are gonna be staying at the boot camp until the Rio qualifier, and then also playing the Bedroom tournament basically. So we're gonna be in Serbia for a while, and we will have some time to fix the issues, figure out what's going wrong, get back up to shape, basically.
Well, thank you very much for the honesty. Thank you very much for the insight, my dude. Best of luck going forward, and sad to see you go already.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a very honest interview coming out from Saw right here, and a little bit damning as well, you know, making it sound like there are some major issues right now with Heroic, and especially the way they approach the game, and not being able to capitalize on what he thinks are decent positions in certain rounds. Do you echo that sentiment that it's a Heroic right now looking a little bit weaker than we probably expected?
I just feel like something that's very peculiar about Heroic is that we've seen all of these individuals have some modicum of success with various rosters that they've been on in the past, but for whatever reason, it just feels like they don't seem to have natural tendencies to play for each other. It doesn't feel like they're always putting themselves in situations to actually try to trade off of each other, try to make a play together, and that's such a far cry from what Nertz was like when he was playing with Snappy, what Kicksam was even like when he was playing with the Apex lineup that made the deep Paris major run, what obviously TeSeS and Shush were all about on the previous iteration of Heroic. And so for whatever reason, sometimes these kind of amalgamations of different rosters, they come together and they find this synergy, and you're like, how does this even happen? And I feel like it needs to come from probably Kicksan more so than anybody, because right now my spotlight is on him. Why is it in the mid round there is no connection between anybody on the team, and they can let OG just run away with these multi-frags time and time again?
It's a good question, Maui, and I guess they have a couple of weeks at the boot camp to figure it out. At the very least, it did sound on Saw like they're going to be staying there for quite some time. However, they are not staying in this tournament. They have been eliminated from the showdown, which means that is a fact that we won't see Heroic take part in the fall finals in Copenhagen in the Forum Arena. They are now out and no longer stand a chance of making it. It gives us this updated bracket with obviously FaZe winning the first game of the day, OG progressing into that second win of the day as well, and now we're waiting for the next game coming up, NIP AMKAL. By the looks of it, the bracket, no big surprises just yet, apart from the fact that OG now moved in instead of Heroic.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the FaZe one going as expected, and still a lot of fun Counter-Strike waiting ahead of us.
Yeah, and I mean, the next game is NIP versus AMKAL, and I guess they're eyeing, a potential OG in a semi-final, which makes it one step closer, but I think it's fair to say that with OG playing this well, that's not going to be an easy game whatsoever. However, we are a little bit early on the schedule today, as both these lineups, both these matches have been running out fairly quickly. It's been 2-2-0s, which means we're jumping on a bit of an extended break, but once we're back, it will be NIP taking on AMKAL in the final game of the day.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
2025 sees Blast Premier launch a brand new format where each event is a standalone tournament that crowns a winner. Blast will run 6 tournaments in 2025, split into 2 seasons of 3 tournaments. The 3 tournaments in each season will have unique formats and storylines to bring fans the best Counter-Strike across the year. The Bounty is an innovative new format featuring 32 teams. The Bounty is made up of 30 teams from the Valve Global Rankings and 2 wildcard teams selected by Blast. Teams will play a BO3 single elimination, with the first 2 rounds played online in week 1 from European servers. The 8 quarterfinalists will play the second week in a LAN tournament from the Blast Studios in Copenhagen. These teams will play single elimination BO3 quarterfinals and semifinals before a BO5 final to crown the Bounty champion. Teams will come into the tournament with a bounty on their head based on their seeding. When a team wins a match, they secure 50% of the bounty won as a guaranteed payout. The other 50% of the bounty carries over to the next match and gets added to the winning team's total bounty. In the opening round, lower ranked teams will get the chance to go bounty hunting and select who they'd like to play from the highest ranking teams. After each round, seeds are reset based on the previous round's results, and again, the lower ranked teams get the chance to select their opposition from the higher ranked teams. The Open is the grandest of the Blast Premier tournaments, with the final stages played in iconic arenas. The Open is a 16-team tournament. The top 12 teams from the Valve Global Rankings are invited to the Open, with the other 4 spots coming via regional qualifiers. The first week of the Open will be played from the Blast Studios in Copenhagen, where teams will split into 2 groups of 8 to play out a BO3 double elimination format to identify the 3 teams to advance to the playoffs from each group. The 6 teams that advance to the playoffs are then flown into the city hosting the arena final, where they will play single elimination BO3 quarterfinals and semi-finals before a BO5 final to crown the champion. In 2025, the Opens will be played in Lisbon and London. The Rivals is the battle of the elite. The Rivals is an 8-team LAN tournament. The top 8 from the Valve Global Rankings are invited to the Rivals to settle who is the best of the best. The 8 teams will face off in a BO3 GSL format, leading to a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi-finals, before a BO5 grand final. As well as competing for glory and prize money, Blast are investing in teams and the wider ecosystem through participation fees that will be paid to each team attending a tournament to guarantee income for them, and a year-wide membership program that rewards teams competing at multiple Blast tournaments across the year.
Hey, I'm Kerrigan, and welcome to Kerrigan's Tier List. For sure, Counter-Strike 1.6, S-tier, banging game, the game I grew up with. Source, that's a D-tier, trying to make the game better. Complete Source, no chance. Condition 0, you know, I'll bomb it C-tier just because it's better than Source. Everything else is better than Source. We have a Counter-Strike 2, I'll put that on a B-tier, and then I'll put CSGO on an A-tier. CSGO was a D-tier when it started out. It got really good at updates, went to an A-tier. And I know CS2 is gonna be a A-tier at some point. Ever gonna touch Counter-Strike? No chance.
And look at how confident. He's like an evil villain at the moment. Look at that smile. Look at that smirk.
All right, Zonic. Oh, it's Deagles. Okay. Right. Okay, Zonic, the Deagle King. One way back in the day. Ooh. Oh, simple. I thought it was Zonic to get it. It felt good. It sounded like a Zonic headshot.
It's a rough start, but he's just shaking off some rust. This will get better as we go on.
Right. Here we go then. Simple, probably up there the best with this particular weapon. Zonic probably
with all of them, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem here. Simple. He'll be happy to do this. You can't Simple in a 1v1 tournament recently, right? The Omen Challenge.
Yes, and there's Zonic.
There it is.
Number 1 on the board. All right, now it's on. Okay. All the pressure on Simple, of course. We haven't touched on that. He's got all of it on him.
Oh, you can see those boxes being deployed.
Oh, no.
Zonic, no, not like this. No, get back, get back. Get back, no.
Get away.
No, not like this.
Oh, dear.
No, he can't get back up, Jason.
Oh,
he can't find it. He's getting, it's, he's done it. He survives. He avoids the humiliation of the crater, but he goes into a headshot. It's Zonic, 2-1.
It doesn't make any sense.
How has he done that? He almost falls off the ledge, but he pulls it off. This is unbelievable.
And the box almost taking Simple out here.
He's sweating at this point. Simple doesn't know what's happening.
Got it again.
It's going down. This could be one of the most historic upsets of all time, Jason.
This is absolutely spectacular.
I've never seen anything like it.
Coming in out of nowhere, subbing in, and he's shocking the world.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Counter-Strike in its purest form, the 1 versus 1 Angel, and Zonic is thriving in this environment, looking for another kill, damage inflicted. One more bullet will do it. Can he get another frag here? It'll be absolutely unbelievable. If he pulls this one off, it'll be a 4-1 lead.
You have to imagine Simple's just getting more and more pissed off. He's almost got him down.
One more.
Simple, a little bit afraid now as he backs off, and somehow Zonic is avoiding all damage.
Oh! There it is. Simple will pull one back.
Shake it off.
But remember, all the scores, every kill accumulates to the grand total, right, Jason? So
yes.
Every time he's actually finding frags in Zonic, he's doing his team a service. It's not all just a 1-0 conclusion at the end.
Well, another chance. An off angle. He's not going to mess with the surf ramps any longer. Simple out in the open. He's found it. Patient with the shots.
We're ready with the final game of the day, AMKAL taking on NIP. So far, we've had 2 games go 2-0, and something tells me that this could be the same thing, but for different reasons. I think coming into this game, AMKAL are a team that we've seen before. Obviously, we got to know them better to learn during the major qualifiers, and we've seen them play in various online tournaments, but taking on a force like NIP should, on paper, be a pretty rough thing to do, especially when you consider, Mario, they're playing with a stand-in.
Oh, it's not just a stand-in, it's their coach.
Even worse.
AMKAL are right now going through it. They're down bad, okay? Topo, one of their recent additions, is probably one of the only bright spots, but no, I feel like this team is in a very tumultuous spot, and it's not gonna be easy, even though they've recruited the talents of a pretty sensational FaZe Opper. This guy is at 3,650 elo. He's got a 1.5 KD on FaZe, and that's really where the positives end for AMKAL. They're playing with their coach, and I honestly don't really see a way that this should even happen.
That's crazy when you say it like that, because I'm looking at their lineup, I'm seeing Krad, I'm seeing Forrester, I'm seeing Travis, I'm seeing names that I've seen around, you know, and I know they're not tier 1 opposition. I know they're not names that are winning majors or going into playoff at the Cologne tournaments, but still the players with a decent amount of experience and supposedly a decent level. So why is it that AMKAL are struggling so much at the moment?
Well, they were just playing yesterday with Nota, who is the best rifler on this team called Rush B. They're ranked about 70th in the world. And I feel like, honestly, if they actually were able to play with him, then this would be a nice addition. But I think I'm not going to overstep on what is and isn't possible based off of roster locks, but it looks like they just have to play with their coach in this matchup as opposed to Nota. And man, if this were Nota, I think that NIP have their work cut out for them. But I don't really think Sviat has actually logged into a real match for a while, or at least done significant damage in one either. And so despite the fact that Krad, Forrester, and Travis can be maybe a decent core that can maybe even qualify for a major, as they did last time around, it's that they're playing with a brand new Opper, and they're playing with their coach. And so I feel like you're now just completely hamstrung in what could have been a competitive match.
what could have been a competitive map. Well, maybe it will be, you know, but I think one of the things that speak against that is NIP and a team that is also on the rise, you know, a team that has also been in a rebuilding phase for quite some time, and I guess a team that is trending upwards as well. So your initial take on NIP coming into the showdown, what is it like?
I actually love this NIP roster. I actually think I have a lot more faith in this roster becoming good. They might be one roster move away from becoming the team that Threat and Exist want them to become in 2025. But as it stands right now, Wrinkle has been a huge standout. I have just simply loved Wrinkle's play so much that I got the same haircut as him. He has been such a sensational aggro opper. He takes so many different types of duels every single round. He's probably the only opper I can count on to take more than 20% of his openers for his team on the T side. He is so in your face when it comes to just making sure that he's getting himself involved round in, round out. But the problem is that some of the supporting cast members are a little bit shaky for me. Game to game, I don't know if Isaac is popping off for 25 kills or 5 kills. I don't know if Maxer's going to hold his nerve. And I feel like Rez, who's actually gotten a lot of flack from the community because of how long he's been on NIP, has actually been a pretty stable force. But we all kind of understand what Rez is at this point. He's a slightly above average rifler in tier 1 Counter-Strike, but he's not always somebody that's going to take over games. And that's why Wrinkle, unfortunately for me, has had to do too much. He oversteps, he overpeaks. And I feel like that's because when you're in a system that isn't finding success with the supporting cast, you always feel like you have to overextend. It actually, if anything, kind of reminds me of Simple when he was on some of those disastrous Na'Vi lineups.
Oh, that's a fun little parallel to draw right there. From one Alex, though, to another, we had James Bank catching up with the in-game lead of NIP heading into the game.
Alex, I wanted to get a bit of a feel as to where you feel NIP are at right now, because we see some positives in your results. Then we see what I would think is some negatives when you exit from the Rio qualifiers. Where do you put yourselves?
I mean, to be honest, like we are trying, like as I said before in some other interviews, we're trying like to keep fixing mistakes, keep working, because in the end we have been together for, in terms of practice-wise, 2 months. So of course we have like a ton of work to fix. Now I think like the honeymoon is gone. I think we are like kind of feel what we should like put the focus, what we should like put more effort on something. So I think we are trying like to figure out what is the next step of the team, basically.
Okay, and in terms of looking at the next step of the team, how much of a grind are you guys putting on? Because when I've spoke to you before, you've had some boot camps, right? You've had plenty of events as well. You've actually played a hell of a lot of CS with a new team. So what does it look like now for you guys in the time you're putting in, how to improve and getting to where you want NIP to be?
Yeah, I mean, like, of course, we are like grinding a lot of hours. I know that the boys are like working hard. Everyone is so involved in the team, and it's make me so happy. Like I can feel that everyone is on the same page, but of course at the same time it's kind of frustrated sometimes because you cannot, like, you don't see the results that you actually want, right? And I think like it's because like we're working good. I think we're in the same direction, but of course we need a little bit more of time of like just to set some basic stuff and to click, especially like I would say online is hardest than online because we're not together, right?
Yeah, exactly that. And it is hard, the online showdown, but I would say you're one of the teams that certainly has a chance to make it here. And you've got AMKAL in the opening game. They only seem to lose it at the moment, and they also don't have their full team. So I guess, do you just look at this should be an easy win for you guys?
I mean, I expect everything on and online, so I don't want to say like it's gonna be easy game, for sure not. Like especially nowadays on CS2, like everything is so equal, like it's insane. So no, I don't wanna say it's gonna be easy. I'm gonna say that we're gonna try to do our work and just try to play our game, basically.
All right, I'll put it out straight, Maui, right here. I'm not gonna lie. AMKAL on a 9-game losing streak at the moment. GGBet will provide some odds for us, and I think those odds are gonna be pretty lopsided towards NIP. And I guess for my money, it's kind of hard to imagine AMKAL not losing their 10th series in a row.
I don't know how they're going to be able to pull this off, despite the fact that they're playing with a coach. NIP are a team to me that their actual world ranking doesn't reflect how good they actually are. They just haven't gotten to play enough events. And so for me, this should be quick, easy business for NIP. I expect a pretty clean 2-0 here.
You expect a pretty clean 2-0. We have the maps in front of you as well. Inferno, Ancient, Vertigo, should we need it? I don't think we will, but it would be a nice welcoming surprise if AMKAL and the boys were able to do much. You said Topo. Is he the one guy that perhaps can do something about NIP?
Yeah. The only thing is that I feel like Topo needs to call his number just a little bit more. I've watched demos of him. He sometimes just ends up in the same spot round after round after round after round. He's not nearly as dynamic as Wrinkle, but if there's anybody that's going to slow down NIP, it's going to be Topo. And so hopefully some of all those face-it hours, all those pugs are going to pay off here.
And nothing about Krat, nothing about Forrester, nothing about Travis. You're looking at that experience. You know, they're not experienced enough, I guess, to be the difference.
I feel like Forrester can sometimes pop off with some kind of cheeky entries here and there. I do sometimes think that he can be a little bit of a wrench in the plan, but overall, I feel like NIP, they have good enough teamwork, and yeah, I've outlined the inconsistencies that some of their extremity anchor players have, but I don't think that AMKAL necessarily have the playbook to take advantage of someone like, say, Maxter's inexperience at the tier 1 level.
Okay, fair enough. I know you're a man who likes a bit of a hot take once in a while, Maui, and I did watch Maxter come into the group stage in Copenhagen playing good Counter-Strike Online, really not have a good time in that studio in Copenhagen, despite it was a studio LAN event and not a big arena event. Is that something that just occasionally will happen to a player, that he's maybe a little bit uncomfortable the first time around, or is Maxter a potential candidate for what you perhaps would classify as an onliner?
Man, I saw the exact same thing as you. When I was watching those fall groups, I was really thinking, where is the Maxter that everybody's been hyping up so much so in the previous months, that was supposed to be the big prospect from Young Ninjas, and now actually, sadly, I feel like maybe NIP missed the mark. Maybe they should have gone for someone like Nilo, someone that's maybe on Metasport, who's also playing in the Showdown. However, I did see a little bit of an uptick at the end of the Showdown. I started to see a little bit more from Maxter. I feel like he took a while to get started. He had some awful, like, just diabolically bad opening series, but then against G2, he has a decent map. Against Astralis, he has a decent map. Against FaZe, he has a decent map, and I feel like I started to see the skill that I knew was out there. Sometimes it does take you a little while to get your sea legs, or should I say land legs, but the thing is, Maxter, you're back online, so this is time for you to show us once again that you are a hot prospect for this team.
Well, speaking of onliners, two people who do by far their best work when they're online and not in a big arena, as an example, would be the two Canadians called Scrawny and Laundry. Take it away.
Oh, thank you, Jacob.
Good one, Jacob.
What a funny guy. What a funny guy indeed. Mohan, they seem so bleak. I mean, I know that Pimp and Maui Snake don't live lives that are really too exciting day by day, but I thought maybe they'd have a little pizzazz for us in this pregame. It felt so flat, didn't it?
I know.
Such a depressing worldview of AMKAL coming into this series. Yeah, okay, they've got Sviat the coach up in this business, but
yeah, guys, just because the last time that AMKAL and Ninjas played, it went down as what some have said is the worst match in Counter-Strike history.
Whoa!
And that was because Overpass was in the map pool, okay, and that's gone now.
Well, so is Rez, Mohan. He's the first death of the round, and with it, the AMKAL odds shift ever favorably forward. Maxter doesn't go to the deep balcony peak, so he doesn't find out that Forrester is indeed taking a glance down Boiler. Oh, he swings. Beautiful shot out of Forrester. Nice little 5v3 here for AMKAL in their map pick, but that double man disadvantage seems to activate NIP. They're going to start to barrel towards Banana quietly, making the contact, causing the spin around out of Travis, who doubles down on the sights, and with it, his 3 kills set them up for the pistol round win. Sviat doesn't need to shoot it much. Maybe he doesn't even need to shoot at all. They've got the rest of them fired up with the pistol round win.
So what's your analysis of the series? Like, who do you think are going to win?
My analysis of the series is that
Why?
AMKAL don't really stand much of a chance and that Ninjas and Pyjamas are going to beat them.
That was somehow still way more interesting than that desk, though. Can't lie.
Thank you.
So I also agree with you in the desk, and
whoa,
I can't help but think, though, if we apply some of the same logic to the last series, that like NIP have been playing a lot on LAN matches, and AMKAL, even though they've been losing every game for 9
matches in a row, Mo.
It's a lot of online games. You know what I mean?
9 losses in a row.
Yeah, but what's more unlikely? That it ends up
now a
10
coach
losses in a row. Yeah, that's those are a few bad signs. But what do we see? The coach wasn't even necessary last round.
And we'll do it
5v4, you let your guard down.
How about that, okay? We'll do this round by round.
Okay.
We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Sviat, at least he's got skins. That's a good sign. It's always, oh, he has one skin, a knife skin. That's a good sign for a coach.
Need to meet that flash.
Come on, let's see what he's got to offer. He gives himself a little smoke. He wants to get out of here. Look, listen, he's doing a great job of keeping himself alive, letting his team take that bomb over towards B.
He knows all mid smokes.
Yeah, he's not creating space, but he is indeed holding on to it nicely.
And they just can't get him. They want him so bad, but now he's just escaped totally.
As long as Rez doesn't kill the banana player, there will be nobody scrambling for the defuse. Oh, yeah. Nicely done here from Rez. Beautiful couple of USP kills. Definitely worth the frags. And he sticks around. Travis moving down the steps. And it's a distraction for Crad to clear him. AMKAL go 2-0.
The deck is stacked against AMKAL pretty heavily, it must be said. Now, Alex said in the interview with James before the game started that, you know, he feels like the honeymoon is over, and that I can understand. He said they're just more now focusing on like playing fundamentally good instead of just, are we hitting it off chemistry-wise, which seems like the natural thing that you kind of have to get into. But during their honeymoon, I mean, they took some very, very strong wins at groups. Like they looked very good. Some of their players are very good. The only problem is that when m0NESY humbled Wrinkle, it suddenly turned the whole tale upside down, because you're like, well, how good is he? If, you know, m0NESY can watch one demo and completely, you know...
What was that? Completely
mess him up. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And so the question is, can other teams do that? And is he actually quite one-dimensional, but really works the first time you play against him? Well, Maui brought up that, you know, he might have to do too much because the rest of the team is not doing enough. Maybe that's the case too.
I tend to feel about my teammates. Maxter goes for the deep peek off short side. Him and Isaac and Rez, all a kill a pop. And because there's no balcony presence, Isaac's flank is not compromised, which means all looks good in the first gun round of the Ninjas of Pyjamas. But we'll have 40 seconds for them to finalize this, AMKAL. And you're banking on Travis and Topo.
Topo Chico!
Molotov that could be grabbed if needed. But they're going to quietly wrap this one around the arch. So Isaac's position valuable here. Rez hot on the heels. Ooh, starts to run. Starts to make noise. Uh-oh. Rez doesn't know. They don't know. They assume that they had left. They assume they went banana, but you are wrong. And to be wrong is a sin. So now they must pay for their tomfoolery. Launders running around as if they knew for certain. Greedy to close the round, and instead now it needs to be the retake. So we'll get the balcony player set up here. Rez blindsided. Oh, they have gifted this back into the hands of AMKAL. They wrapped it, put a pretty little bow on it, just like Pimp. And Alex has to walk away. It's done. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, Rez did come to middle and didn't see anything. Like, I guess there's that. Like, he did come to middle as soon as they were going arch and didn't see anything. But it's not as if they could have been there. So, yeah, it's a mistake. But I disagree with you. I don't think that it's a sin to be wrong. That would be really unfair. Because then all stupid people would be evil. And that's not true. Yeah.
We're getting quite philosophical, Launders. I'll disagree. I don't think being sinful is being evil. I think being sinful is a part of being human.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nothing's bad, nothing's good. Sure, man. You live that fairy tale universe.
There goes your chance at the strong start, gentlemen. It's all about the rebound now. It's okay. Get the mistakes out early. And come back late in the halves, just like Heroic.
Yeah, could be just like Heroic. Should be a little bit easier. I mean, that was just such a clear mistake from Ninjas. It was also a round they definitely set themselves up to win easier. So, as much as the honeymoon might be over, they haven't lost any teams. Like, they haven't even played anyone, really, in the Tier 2 and below.
They just want to win so badly that they got all excited about the prospect of mid being fully clear. So,
yeah.
See if Alex can turn the tide with an unassuming rifle stacked behind 3 other CTs on the mid bracket control. Oh God, they're just leading Sviat into his murder like a lamb to the slaughter. He is pushed forward, but unfortunately for Ninjas, Maxter isn't able to keep the kill clean. So it's a chance for AMKAL to disengage if they choose to. Forrester sticks around and gets presented an opening kill. As Bomb gets up towards Banana, they are still playing all across the map, so no cause for concern here. AMKAL not going to step on anything too troubling, barring Maxter getting this instant pistol kill. But... oh, awkward.
Okay, that's an interesting way to approach that after seeing him.
Alex still has the rifle in the pocket.
Oh, they're going to go back into the big gun. Interesting.
Wrinkle's going to try to deal with the arch flank. Oh God, here's the rifle, and it does get one. Wrinkle's not able to grab a better weapon, does a ton of damage after clearing up that MAC-10 towards arch. A dink on Topo, almost enough to stop them, but it is not the case. They go to the save, and we talk about AMKAL leading 4-0.
Yeah, man, 4 straight. This one's an easier round. It's hard to talk about this game without, you know, really, like the last one was such an unforced error that, you know, this was supposed to be the round where AMKAL don't have that much money, and we'll see. But now we just got to wait till the next round to basically find out if NIP are going to let this game go completely, or if they're going to show us why they're the full team in this matchup or not.
Mohan, I would like you to explain something to me.
Yeah, sure.
I would love to know why, in your official GG bet odds, you decided to pick AMKAL as your winner of this match. Why did you use? Why did you predict this?
Did you do it for me?
Nope. Take it. I take it. Blast did it for you. Are you telling me you didn't select AMKAL?
No. I picked him. I didn't pick him.
Okay. Just want to make sure that...
It's not that I wouldn't have, though. If I did, I would have.
Heard it here first. You're ugly, a hater, and a fraud. And
there he is, Mr. Wrinkle. Are they, they're kind of split up, but is that Wrinkle's apartment, though?
Must be. I see a
the
fridge.
Big screen TV in, oh, that's a fridge.
It's the living space, yeah.
Okay. I was like, dude, he's got all this in his room. That's insane. And a little geo guess there, Connor. What city is in the background of Rez on the painting?
That is New York.
Yeah, I think it is, but I don't know for sure. We'd have to ask Maui Snake after if that's like 1950s New York or not.
It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's 19th and Queens, and then a great old coffee shop right around the corner there. Make a pizza slice and a great martini.
Best slice in the best burrow.
I have another anecdote about pizza in a moment, but first gun round. Maxter smokes off brackets. They push off that. Ooh, they love it.
Oh my
Ready
god.
for the fight. And then there's nobody else inside of the A play. So this is looking like an AMKAL. 5-0 starts. Rez.
Yikes.
Labored. And so Travis gets the better of him with 7 health to spare. A Travis who has yet to die at this map, for the record. And AMKAL, 5-0.
Maui DM'd me and he said, Dumbo, Brooklyn. I don't know if he's calling me a Dumbo or if that's a part of Brooklyn.
Nope.
And then he said, there's an Equinox right around the corner from where that photo was taken. Water and Washington Street. So he did know exactly where it was, and it was, in fact, New York. Connor, you were right.
Yes, I win. I'm the winner.
And he said Dumbo is a part of Brooklyn, not that I'm a Dumbo.
Oh.
Not that he did not say that.
Well, he may be covering his tracks.
He might be getting 2 birds stoned at once with that.
I was on the social media the other day, and I noticed after Jacob Pimp Vinicky returned from what was a very long work stint, he did blast groups with us, and then he drove to Cologne, did the entire event up until grand finals, and then drove home. And then, do you know what Jacob has on his balcony, Mohan? I noticed this. I saw this. It's real.
Probably a stationary bike.
On Jacob's balcony, he has an artisanal pizza oven.
What?
And he cooks little pizzas outside on his balcony.
Like he has like a wood fire stove on his...
I wouldn't call it wood fire. Not wood fire. It's probably propane. But he's got a little pizza.
By artisanal there.
It just looks fancy.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I thought that was cute about Jacob. Didn't really take him for much of a chef.
Yeah, I mean, he does love hot dogs. I didn't hear anything about pizza though.
Yep.
I guess it comes with the territory.
Nice. It's a good little character development. It's nice to know that there's a little more mystery to him. It's not an entirely open book.
I was wondering where he's getting all that energy for running.
Oh, leave me alive. Crad takes one to the head, but it's another double entry. That was an op pick towards Banana that we spoke through, and then an op pick towards Arch with nobody else on A, Launders. So I'm just waiting for the game to begin.
Yeah, me too. I'm a little bit perplexed.
Ninjas in Pajamas are getting absolutely outdone every single round by AMKAL with a coach.
Is this going to be the best coach performance that we've seen?
Well, he has 0 kills.
Yeah, but NIP have 0 rounds.
Go. And I suppose we can attribute that to...
And we saw the kind of jeopardy that he was in playing the back of ult on that NT eco, and how much he had to go through to live as long as he did, only to die by res at the end. But
back for Maxter, double kill, clean, but win a round, why don't you?
I'm going to be careful with the word embarrassing here because they've only had 2 real chances. But that last setup in the brackets crossfire, it definitely looked like it was destined to fail. The way the rotations were coming in. And the early round setup, AMKAL just playing it simple, which they will continue to play it simple, almost certainly. But yeah, maybe of all the games that AMKAL have lost, 9 games straight, this will be the one that changes it. This is an extremely weak-looking NIP. I have no idea what they're bringing to the table right now. They've already made an unforced error, and they've made that really, really weak sort of setup out of the gate on brackets. Confused and scared are NIP as they use their second timeout.
You're allowed to be confused or scared. To be both is a dire situation. Things just not clicking at the moment. Take a look at their Inferno. They've got 2 recent losses, but again, it's just the level of competition that you're talking about that they play against, right? Losing to Astralis, losing to G2 twice. Metasport sprinkled in there when the roster first formed. So, they're no chumps. 13-11 win over FaZe Clan on this very map not too long ago. This time a bit of posturing on Banana gets them out alive. Wrinkle missed chance inside of apartments, albeit a slim chance with that jiggle and a momentary deep peek. Just enough to kind of ruffle the feathers here of AMKAL. Bomb still trucking along towards Banana. 3 players in that direction. Could very well boil down to an Alex res hold. Oh, and he didn't click. Topo waits while Wrinkle gets active, taking his opening kill, getting a little caught up on his teammate, but so be it. A 5v4 looks good on Ninjas.
But guess what? You know, AMKAL are going to do. They're going to keep this very simple because they have to take some kind of risk. That was already the case. Wait, I say that the bomb is walking back to mid, and they're still split up on B. They're gonna pull off a fake with the end of halls. Oh my God. Okay, no, it's anything but simple. Actually, I thought no way they're gonna try some. And Alex, excuse me, you just died 100% to a molly.
8 players haven't moved.
No one there. Really?
At least they haven't moved, but Isaac is going to have to deliver. And he will cut down the first one.
Oh,
that's a call.
My God.
But
wait.
the plants!
They can't plant?
Plants!
Oh my God. What the hell are we watching? Can we watch that 2K again, though? How nasty was that?
Double headshot. Second one had to have been clean.
The second was a flick up, right?
Yep.
The Tarek box.
Hit him with the blap. But the bomb died on the first apartment's exit. The first player drops bomb there.
Oh my. Woo! All right, it might be the best coach performance. It's in contention now.
With the flick of the wrist. Still a good amount of money here for AMKAL, so let's see if they can get right back to winning ways. They almost pulled off some real trickery, but Alex, instead of burning alive alone, goes in for the kill. Forrester drops to the Wrinkle op. And that CT AWP getting a little more frisky because it was very muted from Wrinkle up until these last 2 rounds. We look to him as the star, and Isaac is on the hunt. Facing down a coach. In doing so, leaving Alex to deal with the remnants of AMKAL here in round 8. It looks like Ninja's CT side has begin to start now.
It is now in the latent genesis of Inception.
Okay. Oof. I think that's a good thing. I'm not quite sure. There's very large words strung together.
It's in the birth of formation.
The birth of formation in the... That's all. I got nothing else. I got beginning of beginning.
They are initializing the start.
Okay. Counter-terrorists win. And Topo closes with the save. It is officially getting underway. The kickoff has commenced.
Yes. Well, let's see if all of those things are true right now.
A little more cautious about the potential peak of Alex, but this time it's the op. So this is a little variation that could catch him off. AMKAL coming through. Wrinkle not going to leave without one. So Initial frag to Travis. Forrester has crept out Boiler, and
they're not spot.
Util.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got this one. He thinks he's got it, but he's got a best res. Oh, and he will. Res just turned towards the wall, sniffing the bricks.
That was just a really... They didn't go for the reclear properly at all. They just threw the smoke in there. He just controlled the beat in the corner. They didn't even know if anybody was tucked in the entire time.
Wrinkle gets blinded, has to fall back into Emo. We get the smoke for the cross, and we get all of what's left of AMKAL trying to hit this bomb site. Wrinkle's second kill connects, but he's lost his teammate. Sviat looking for another double entry as Wrinkle is down to 14 health. He will get cleared by a coach.
Then
we get the bomb plant back site. Boost up, covered. Isaac doesn't go immediately. And so that's a third. Maxter's position well known as he fires off back construction, and AMKAL hanging on with a 2v1 in the post plant. Maxter's just gonna try to jump through smoke. Yeah, right. See ya. No scoped by Topo. No entry allowed, and AMKAL back to winning ways.
I mean, that was pretty legit, Connor. That was pretty legit from the perspective of Wrinkle got 2 kills on the defense, and their coach got both kills inside the site and nearly put together one of his El Clasico spray transfers again.
Hasn't had an official, by the way, since May of 2022. Back when he was playing on ASG. So Sviat, no stranger to pushing 1s and 2s.
You know what he's thinking right now. Yeah.
He's thinking his comeback is now.
That's right. Wait till we find out why the other guy couldn't make it. You know what I mean? Probably broke his knees.
Brad on the corner. He's got himself an entry, and they're looking at a potential swarm of the B site. You're not inspired by this, are you?
No, it's so weak here from NIP. Like every single thing they're doing is like extremely I feel like easy to telegraph. It's so simple. There's no second layer. There's not even a second person in some of these plays. They're throwing one piece of utility and then falling back and turtling up versus a team with his coach who are growing with confidence by the minute. What are you going to do to hold this site?
Hang on to oranges. Pray to your maker. They're going to try to isolate backside. They get the kill backside. Oh! That's what they needed. Rez goes big with the triple, but it ain't done. Isaac looking to get the incendiary in to deny plant, but it's bomb backside waiting for it to burn out. There's a safe little spot he's found. Isaac looking to go through smoke off the flash. The flash is great.
What the heck?
Oh my God. On the M4, into the swing.
Again, dude.
For another round for AMKAL.
I can't watch this.
You are paid to.
What? What? This isn't real, right?
It's
the last time that these two teams played against each other, it was known as the worst match of Counter-Strike ever played. And we thought that that was because it was overpass. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it transcends the map pool, okay? It's not just overpass. But now Inferno is up in flames.
Yeah. 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 We are talking about the match that happened at the CS2 Copenhagen Major, correct?
It was the RMRs, I think.
Even worse.
I'm trying to remember exactly what. It was the one that Moses and Dinko had to cast. That went into a few overtimes. I think that's why they removed overpass.
It might have been. It might have been. You're not wrong. Maxter gets burned out. The D-goal to kick it off from Wrinkle. Is it enough? Isaac's got a double. Just as he pulls out the AK, here comes Alex with the trade frag back. Crad closes. AMKAL lead 9-2.
This game is not even close, folks. AMKAL are piecing up Nip. Nip can't get anything together. And to be honest, I don't know what the hell their game plan is. Doesn't look like they have an IGL or a coach right now. And we've seen them play so much better than this. They need to get things sorted out ASAP, because this game's almost over here on Inferno.
It was the 14th of February 2024 at the PGL CS2 Major Copenhagen 2024 Europe RMR A, where Ninjas and Pyjamas played AMKAL on Overpass best of 1, and AMKAL won that game 22-20. Nobody actually won that game.
Nobody won that game.
It just happened.
It took place.
One of the games of all time, they have said.
And obviously neither team made it to the major, right?
AMKAL did.
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah. Yeah. By beating 9 Pandas.
Oh, no. Yeah. Wait, wasn't that because 9 Pandas didn't get their team in time?
Oh, that could also be it. No. Wrong.
Oh, that's wrong. Okay. All right, well, let's see if they can justify some of their previous wins with the back-to-back, potentially.
Wrinkle's got the door held, so you'd think it's all good. They try to flood out. Ooh, misflick. Krad's got the dropping AK kill. It's a 2v4. It's a USP thing. Wrinkle's starting to power up a little, but it ain't enough to hang on to the bomb site for now.
All right.
Topo putting the cover over top to lose this last round in a 2v4, to give them 10 rounds on a T side. That's what we're queuing up, and that's what Alex is trying to prevent here. Clean kill from him. Krad on for the ace. And as Rez fires into the smoke, he gives away the 4th frag. Krad, just a glimmer of greatness in this sloppy first half of an Inferno. He'll go into the ace, a wonderful ace in a wonderful map of Counter-Strike. 10-2, the T-side lead. We've got a game.
If I could just describe Patrick Forrest Lindbergh in 5 words, it would probably be kind, grown up.
He's kind of a complete dick.
That kind of thing.
No, I won't do it. That's his thing, and it gives something to the team as well.
He's just someone who can pick up a game, and he's going to be good at it immediately. And he's done it. He's one of the few players who's tried to be a professional at multiple games at the same time. And he's just one of those guys naturally gifted at everything.
Forrest has always been good at this game, and every game, as far as I know, that he's ever touched, which is a little bit annoying in some ways.
He also caused us a lot of problems, because whenever we were leading, you would know that Forrest would eventually get back into the game and sometimes also win the game for his team.
He's kind of someone that you maybe look up to as a kind of, well, you said father figure.
Part of the source of his strength is that he doesn't really need to put in that much work, but you always wonder what would happen if he tried. Like if you really went all in on it, if you really sort of, maybe put in the same amount of hours as everybody else. But he's got that loose style, and somehow it seems to work for him, and obviously he's one of the best players that we've ever seen play the game. I've been a player that's been playing with him for more than 10 years. We believe that someday, that when we both have quit playing, that the next chapter of the Swedish team will take over, then someone will be the next Getright and the next Forrest and so on.
Forrest has taken it over, and by far he is the player from 1.6 whose skills have translated most easily into the new game, and he's just been stellar from start to finish.
That was it?
Yeah.
Not even a shout out to myself?
Oh,
not
come
even,
on then.
Okay, no, I'm leaving. No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Canada.
And we're in, back with it and ready to see what else this game has in store. Because we closed with an ace just when you thought all the zany antics had come to an end. We get Crad posting this bad boy, tapping away as well for the kill on box there. That was the clean part. And then into the 1v2 to end it. AMKAL happy, and Ninja's in pain.
Massive pain, but it's self-inflicted. Like, I don't even know, like, they weren't even going through the basic steps. This is more, yeah, I was gonna reserve the word embarrassing. I think it was round 4 where it was a 4-0 start, you know, for a time where it deserved it. I think now's the time to say this has been embarrassing for NIP. And I feel bad because AMKAL are just, you know, they're frying right now for what it's worth, but NIP have made way too many mistakes to make me feel like this would ever be a replicable performance. And we got the Sviat, you know, 2K spray transfer, the highlight of the first half, to top it off.
Remember, that was a round win for Ninjas. Like, that's one of the rounds they won simply because they didn't have an extra second. Like, that's literally all that this half had in store for us as far as Ninja's praise can go. So, yeah, I think reserving the word embarrassing was the right call.
Yeah.
And now we'll see if it ends that way too. Maybe for their sake, it would be better to just get it over with. Reset, twos around the corner, etc. But Rez comes through a little late. Maxter has at least posted 1.
Oh my god. Okay.
Luckily, he has a teammate out middle in Isaac. Now we've got Forrester in the pit cleared out. We got the man advantage back the way of Ninjas. Crad and Travis in a 2v3 retake that, unfortunately for them, starts a little slow. Travis, a straight up 1v3. Isaac's low, keeping his head down. Player close box, misses a shot, and then the pop-up from Isaac will end it. It's a pistol to kick off the comeback.
They brought it back. I mean, they should go to overtime because it's already pretty funny that this is like now over the course of 2 games made a name for itself as the worst matchup in history. These 2 teams. If they go to overtime on this, that would just make it even better. So I think that would be really funny. I would like to even kind of skip to that point. Just find out that NIP are going to bring it into overtime. Then we do overtime on Inferno. And just make El Clasico Part 2. Maybe we can have its own tournament. Dinko Moses can cast the finals.
It's just the show match. We just make AMKAL Ninjas the show matches from now on.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Or we see the AMKAL Eco because they have played so well.
Yep.
And they could show us why.
Can't take it away from them individually. Definitely all the cleaner moments. So big moving MP9 swing sets up Travis's 5-7 to shoot them in the back. That's going to stun the Ninjas for a second. They wait for that deep smoke to come over top. That'll block Sviat out of the play. But they've still got this MP9 in the corner of Topo. Wrinkle trying to get to the pit, just gets bested straight up by the 5-7. Sviat comes through, just pushing the Moto smoke. And now Isaac's going to have to finish this 1v4. Flashbang doesn't blind him too badly. He knows there's a couple players in the site. Sviat keeps his head down, swings wide, gets another frag. And it is indeed the pistols from AMKAL.
The half-buy win here for AMKAL. No way. They actually did pull it. No, the problem is for NIP, we're seeing so many rounds where there's 1 point of failure. A single flash that gets trusted for the entire exact. 1 smoke from 1 guy watching something. No double re-clears. No multi-layered. No utility that's just feigns. They're really just keeping it so simple at this point that I think, you know, like AMKAL here in this spot, they dodge 1 flash in an early timing and they get 2 easy kills. It did not look like the round Ninjas were coming in with the economic advantage whatsoever.
Now they'll have no advantage. Forrester into the boiler fight. Got teammates to bank on, and he's out. So job done as far as he's concerned. 5v4. Pistol changes hands. Utility comes out. Topo can just spray through, but it's off the mark because there's no overcommitment just yet. Ninja's still keeping options open. Okay.
Right.
Love that.
All right.
Doubles down.
Here's Sviat, though, up to bat. Another spray transfer.
No.
Holy!
Travis comes through with the MP9, gets a bunch of damage in. Isaac clears him.
Nice, go get
And
the
Isaac's
bomb.
now looking for that third frag as he just gets back into sight. Not quite sure where, but he hears the Molotov. That's good information, but it's MP9. Big plant, wide swing. As he tries to keep him locked in, the MP9 succeeds. No way.
The spray transfer, the headshot midair into pit. We all saw that, right?
I did indeed. I mean, laser beamed. Cue it up. Look at this headshot.
Wow. That's his second 90-degree spray transfer of the day. Sviat, ladies and gentlemen.
Back in the server. Who knew it was his return to competitive play? If I had known, I would have rolled out the red carpet. I'm sorry, sir. I was not familiar with your game.
We all believed that this was a new hip.
I know. How did they rope us in? I remember
Yeah,
the
we
entire
all finally fell
Dude,
for it, man.
The whole fall groups, Henry G was sat there gaslighting Anders into believing in ninjas again. And slowly, day after day, poor Anders got roped in and believed more and more until by the end of the event, he was all aboard. He had finally gotten off the train, but then he was drawn back in by the evil Henry G.
Yeah.
And now, well, now they are running through smokes and Molotovs in a desperate attempt to do what? Just lose this as fast as possible, perhaps. A reset needed before Ancient comes at us, and maybe then Wrinkle can offer us some sort of saving grace. But this is an embarrassing result for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. AMKAL's map pick absolutely swept away with a coach, folks. Wonderful scenes for AMKAL. The showdown is where dreams live on. And dreaming of a world where that inferno never happened are the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Well, would you look at that? I think something none of us saw coming just transpired on the server. AMKAL taking down NIP, not only winning the map, but winning in fashion, winning in style, and making NIP look like a bunch of noobs, to be completely honest. Maui Snake, how big of a surprise is it that NIP showed up in this, I guess, this poor of a shape?
Okay, this NIP roster, I mean, I feel like they showed some potential at the fall groups. They showed that they could take down FaZe, you know. I saw some pop-offs from Wrinkle. I saw some pop-offs from Isaac. But in terms of team play here, this is catastrophically bad. This is probably one of the worst series I've seen from this NIP roster. And you know, we can meme NIP all we want. The past rosters had a lot of difficulty, and I thought that they were turning a page in their book. I thought that this NIP was gonna show me something different, and this map of Counter-Strike brought me all back to what it was in 2023, where they were just floundering, looking for a single map victory against any team remotely touching the top 20. I was so disappointed with how NIP played in this one, because they weren't all just bad starters, bad ideas all the way through. It's that they sometimes just let rounds slip right between their fingers.
Speaking of letting rounds slip right between their fingers, I think we may as well go back to round 3 and the beginning of the game to make sure that we understand where on earth this all went wrong for NIP. Round 3, you see the initial opening for NIP after losing the pistol. It's a nice setup towards middle, you know, they're re-aggressing, good timing, getting all the trades in here. At this point, you're thinking to yourself, for NIP to lose this round shouldn't really be possible, no?
No, and the thing is that look at what's happening. Rez pushes down Porch, Isaac's caught jumping around towards Moto, and then it's a very simple post plan for the remaining players from AMKAL. Like, NIP had the win condition right there. All they had to do was sit, just keep a crossfire, and they just kind of somehow lost it.
And in a game where you have to wait 7 rounds before you win your first, you may think to yourself, okay, round 7, we win our very first round in the game, and you think to yourself, that's a good sign, you know, that's going to be the great comeback for us. This round of Counter-Strike, round 7 right here between AMKAL and NIP, is arguably the worst Counter-Strike I've ever seen in my life. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, I don't know if I could say you're wrong. Sviat gets a double entry from the apartments here on the trade, and the bomb actually, look at where it goes. It actually flies down onto the ground, and they just can't find it. They couldn't find the bomb in time. AMKAL, in a bit of a panic, are able to somehow gift NIP around, where AMKAL actually made the right call, and somehow they still don't actually convert.
No, and it was the setup from NIP as well. 15 seconds left. You have a guy with an AWP standing towards short, completely exposed. Well done to Sirat for hitting the spray transfer, but overall just a very messy round. Round 14 as well. We may as well dive into it. I think that's the end of this game. You know, that was the moment when I completely lost faith in NIP.
Oh yeah, we've got Forrester here at the pit getting a double kill, and just a very limp approach, and this is what tilted me off the face of the earth. When I was watching NIP in the Blast Fall groups, my least favorite thing about the way that Alex decides to end his rounds is that he just sends it up Porch. This is something that's a hallmark play. Now, I'm just gonna say, this is a characteristic play of NIP on this map that Alex loves to end just sending it Porch, and I wanna say, Pimp and everybody watching, what is your least favorite fight on Inferno if you're breaching a bomb site? It's running up the short side without significant utility to support you, and for that to just be the call for an anti-force buy round, very disappointing stuff from NIP. And what really hurts about this is that it almost feels like after the Blast Fall groups, where they had so much time to recuperate, to rethink some of the strategies that they had in place, they seemingly didn't. That's the exact same thing that I saw in so many series of NIP a month and a half ago.
I mean, the only thing that we can say in terms of a positive note for NIP is that it can't really get any worse, and maybe it could be a one-off, you know, it could be one map where everything just goes wrong, and we'll have to see the bounce back. But for now, that was very bleak and you know, completely unacceptable for NIP to show up in that condition against a stand-in, against AMKAL, playing at a level where they lost 9 matches in a row as well. However, we do have to switch to the positive side as well, and gotta give credit to some of the players from AMKAL as well, because I do think they played a decent brand of Counter-Strike in this game, especially considering where they're at right now. Travis in particular, we mentioned his name coming into the game, saying that he was one of the experienced forces within AMKAL, and I guess he had a quite the showing on Inferno right here.
Right, he had some good space-taking efforts. I feel like most of the rounds, he was actually in control of Banana. I think that's one thing that I have to give AMKAL some credit for. Some of his highlights are going to be across different parts of the map, but very consistently, he was actually just getting up Banana fairly uncontested, and I feel like that's probably, you know, to see a team like NIP make as many errors as they did, there's something that has to force that. And for Travis to take Banana so consistently, both on the T side and hold it on the CT side, that's probably a big reason as to why NIP just looks so out of order. And if he's able to actually just take space like that, moving to map 2 and map 3, well, I guess NIP will have their work cut out for them.
Maybe they will. I'm curious to see if Sviat can keep up the level as well. We saw him come in, obviously the coach standing in, and I think he, individually speaking, had a couple of moments in this game where he was popping off, in particular the spray transfers. We see the round right here where he's coming out porch and somehow, some way getting a double entry right here. We don't get it from his point of view, but to hit that second headshot, that's amazing. And then overall in this game, I guess when you're a coach, you're coming in as a stand-in Maui, you just don't want to be a liability. And I think he, at certain moments in this game, was more than just that. He was actually a difference maker on the server.
I mean, he had some good spray transfers there. I think he had at least 2 spray transfers there. We caught one coming out of apartments. The bomb side A defense where he's able to get the multi-frag as well. I also saw that he was throwing some good nades. Like, that's something that I probably wasn't really necessarily highlighted. Just the fact that I think this guy had a wealth of utility knowledge. I mean, from the alt mid area, he was throwing mids for them to take bracket control. So good on Sviat. Good on Sviat. Good replacement there.
Now, we do know that it's a best of 3, right? And we have to move into the second map, which is Ancient, which is the map picked by NIP as well. Is it fair to expect NIP now to bounce back and show us, you know, what was supposed to happen here in Inferno? Or are we at a point where NIP could be shattered from confidence and could potentially be losing this game 2-0?
Okay, this is one map that I praise him in the pregame, and he needs to show something now if NIP want to stay in the showdown. Wrinkle is so fantastic and explosive when he's taking mid. Usually you're sending out a rifler from that elbow position to take mid on Ancient, but NIP has flipped the script. They send their opper out. Wrinkle goes out. He looks for opening picks. Usually there's one player behind him, but they want him to be the first point of contact on so many of their plays when it comes to this map, and I feel like Alex has actually built a game plan around Wrinkle's explosive potential, and so I pray that we see some of it, because to see Wrinkle go out without showing anything to any of the viewers today, I think would be criminal.
I think so too. He was struggling a little bit with the AWP in certain moments on Inferno, and just to back up your little point about Wrinkle on Ancient specifically, he's the highest rated player on the server, highest rated player for NIP, 14 maps played in the past 3 months, averaging 1.27 rating. So if anyone can do it for NIP, it is Wrinkle. I'm also curious to what GGBet thinks in terms of the odds now that NIP came into the game. They were huge favorites. They still are to win the series, but I mean, are we at a point where I guess we saw it, you know, in the group stage in Copenhagen, where Complexity lost to Heroic with Saw standing in as a coach. I'm starting to believe NIP could lose now.
It feels like there's a coach buff going around right now. For whatever reason, it feels like NIP, I don't know, Heroic messed up earlier. I don't know if NIP is going to mess up the same way. There needs to be a bounce back from map 1 to 2.
Well, we're about to find out. We're jumping on a quick break, but when we come back, it could be the final time we see NIP play in the Blast Showdown. It also could be the fact that we're heading into a third. Only one way to find out. Quick break, and then we jump into the game.
Oh boy, the gift that keeps on giving. We didn't know that this head-to-head was going to have a second chapter, and yet, lo and behold, we are here. With Inferno in their back pockets, AMKAL and their coach move forward into the map pick of Ninjas in Pyjamas, which is Ancient, of course, where the second one of the series goes down. Now, me personally, one of my favorite things about this Ninjas in Pyjamas on an individual level is Wrinkle on Ancient. So fingers crossed, we'll see if they can give us a better showing, at least, again, on an individual level. Because they were absolutely trounced one by one across the board throughout Inferno. A bewildering scene. We get deep contact from top B ramp. Topo with the deep peek sees nothing despite two players being in cave. This is an interesting spot for them to be in. Alex, he's going to serve up a distraction. Travis, nice snap over towards the cave entrance. And then unfortunately, Alex is going to get chased down, but he fights. No way he survives this with the bomb on his back. They are just barreling towards him. We get this T-spawn flank back around the other way. Isaac trying to get into the mix in the middle of it all while we wait for Forrester's approach from the B site. But as he makes sound, that's the distraction. Now they've lost track of Topo. Dude, this just keeps on going. There is depth to this one, for better or for not. And it is the Ninjas in Pyjamas to walk away.
Oh my God, they walk away, and it is the game that keeps on giving here as we enter into Ancient. Somehow, some way, they maybe make this a third map, Connor.
Somehow, some way, huh? That pistol, huh? Quite something.
Quite something.
That one thing that happened, that really important thing, man.
I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
Alex almost fought his way out of it, being stranded with the bomb, but it really is just more of Inferno in a microcosm. How much longer before normal rounds of Counter-Strike take over? We'll find out. Right now, it's just the Desert Eagle here of Topo. It's a USP dink for Maxter to deal with. It feels like everybody, they probably feel like they can't catch a break. Even if it's their own shortcomings. It probably doesn't feel fair at times.
That's true.
Anybody's fault but their own. That's what I would be telling myself in this attempt to come back into the series. USP push into cave, and it's not going to go their way. Totally slaughtered by Alex and Rez. Unfortunately for the Ninjas, we can cut to their player cams 100 times throughout the second map, and they are never going to be having a good time until this third map, if it happens, is in their back pocket.
They weren't happy.
You know, Inferno is just, that's going to leave a mark.
It's going to leave a mark. They weren't having any fun. They weren't having any fun when it came to Inferno. They won't have fun now because they've lost that map, and lost that map pretty handily. When it comes to Ancients, what's funny is that AMKAL have lost to Young Ninjas, of course, most recently in CCT. And that was one of the main reasons where I was like, okay, there's absolutely no chance that they pull off a game like this versus the grown-up Ninjas. But after what we saw on Inferno, of course, it's still up in the air. And what we saw from Sviat in terms of spray transfers, it is definitely up for debate whether or not they can pull this out.
If only that was a true win condition.
Yeah, no one ever talks about it. They added this new feature on HLTV to look at everyone's stats. There's no stat for spray transfers.
Impressive nonetheless. Gave us something to gawk about. Forrester slips into the donut corner, goes for the mid fight, and just straight up bests Alex. So guns looking good in the hands of AMKAL. And as we get Wrinkle and Isaac trying to piece together a 2v4, it's all about that bomb plant. They don't have a smoke, so you're not blocking off donut, which means you're never going to get a safe plant, which means you've got to rock these headshots. And AMKAL seem cautious to commit to giving that fight. But Wrinkle takes one to the head, gets cleared away by Sviat. And Isaac stuck, stranded backside at this point with 30 seconds. Where do you go? What do you do?
I don't know.
On the other side of the boxes, you've got two enemies up in donut, and you know it. And they have just as good of weapons as you. So Isaac's going to try to swing out. We'll get one. Again, the dink is there from the first, and the cleanup from Sviat every step of the way.
There's no overcommitment from him as he comes and peeks out of Temple, and the rotations are really good and sound, and everyone plays patiently. So it's super solid stuff here from AMKAL. They steal one away early. the setup looks great. This is a 5v4 that's met, you know, with a trade back through a smoke. But until Forrester gets this kill, I thought, well, Ninjas will probably go on to win this round as well. Now we get a full buy-in from both sides. It's going to be a heavy lean towards the A side. I don't know how fast this round goes, but they aren't really defaulting for the moment. I guess Rez is out here trying to sell this fake. Oh my god. You cannot.
That's insane.
Miss that. You can't miss that. Your teammates are really relying on that.
Take a man's vines away, dude, and he can't even throw a jump flash.
I think it's time to aim higher, maybe.
That's crazy. Crazier still that a T then dies in elbow because of it. Or not long after it. Make of it what you will. Rez off to the races here on map 2, 6-1. But burned away from the ramp for the time being as all of the other ninjas in pajamas get up into cave. Or rather look to join him up the ramp, but we get AMKAL actually peeling off of this bomb site. So those smoke grenades in middle are doing a great job of getting AMKAL worried elsewhere and opening the door for a very simple ramp hit to come through. It's 3 players up the ramp, bomb soon to be included. They wait for that extra flash. Nobody wants to die on the crossover, but the bomb is still yet to cross. Travis keeps contending with this, but not at the right timing. So yes, Wrinkle puts down the bomb. Damage comes out of Alex here as the T's are cautious about their flank, but it really is just 3 players back lane and an eventual lurk from Forrester, if even. They go for the swing back lane. They kill Rez, and now we'll see if anybody else falters because it's such a little health here for AMKAL. You'd think that they shouldn't be able to pull this off. Isaac in cave. It's the flank that gets swiftly dealt with. Isaac comes barreling through with the 3K. A 4th one queued up, but Alex takes him. And yeah, unfortunately for AMKAL, just not the health to kind of finish that one off. And Isaac had other ideas.
That was disgusting. Really nicely done from Isaac. I had to check. I thought it was Rez when he went for the first turnaround. I was like, all right, man, that's real beautiful stuff. So yeah, he has shown up here on Ancient, and he's one of the players, man, with this new nip that I think I was actually most excited about in terms of the player he's developed into. I feel like he makes a lot of good moves. He is really creative decision maker, and he's going to anchor and everything like that. But he's never going to be the guy to kind of carry every game, and he is pretty inconsistent since he has joined the team. But some high moments for sure.
Now just dinky USPs. So it looks like the Ninjas in Pajamas have given themselves room to improve after the Inferno embarrassment. Which is really all anybody can ask for.
I just want to hear the interview, you know. Yeah, AMKAL, they just have our number.
What's crazy is in the pregame interview with Alex, I was almost going to kind of grill him a little bit when he came in saying like, you know, it's online CS. I don't want to give you a prediction. I don't want to say we're going to come in and stomp. And it was one of those classic moments where I'm just thinking to myself like, no, say it. Like they got a coach in the server, dude. Like they're on a 9-match losing streak. Like say it. Say you're going to win. Say you're better.
Yeah,
and,
please, because you're getting paid to play the game. So like, you know, say you're better.
In hindsight, maybe it's better that he didn't say it, because then imagine saying all that jazz just to lose Inferno the way you did.
I guess.
You know?
But you know what?
I'm not sure which
if attitude means anything, it's kind of like that's probably part of the reason that they lost, because they knew they were going to, you know?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like your spin. But alas,
maybe do better. Maybe do better on land next time. You know what I mean?
The best.
Yeah.
Cheeky 4-1 lead though. This is a new and improved Ninjas in Pajamas on the second map.
So yeah, with the snap tap SODCD ban from Valve, it has made it so that they've also made it so that some of the jump throws and the walking jump throws, the crouch jump throws, those no longer work. I think there are probably going to be ways around that kind of thing. We'll have to see. But for the moment, it does mean some people are going to miss a few more nades. Even though largely nothing should change. Like, you should still be able to easily time a jump throw. It does get a little
The growing pains, of course, the growing pains of having relied on scripts for as long as you have.
Yeah.
But,
which, to be fair, you know, I think people should feel.
Yeah.
I would have let that. I would have got used to it.
Sure, it's raw, but it's your job. Get at it. Dance for us. As Rez tries to dance in mid with the red room fight, it's the flank that ends up getting him. We get this immediate push out from A main, so all's good with the smokes up. This time they've got the utility to guarantee the plant. Last time we saw Ninjas kind of get stagnant out there. It was just a lack of utility that really cost them. So again, going through the motions of their map pick and looking good.
Yeah,
you know, it's just crazy that we couldn't have anything remotely close to this back on Inferno.
Yeah,
so
seriously.
odd, so incredibly odd. Seeing as again, we've seen just much better things from them already just this season on Inferno. Even happy to play it back at groups to win and lose, but hey,
yeah, they literally beat FaZe on this map.
Yeah, it's such a weird first map, such an anomaly. Terrorists win. Well, we'll see. There's still plenty of time to choke this one.
True.
It ain't over till it's over.
Let's see here.
Oh, nice wrinkle. That's what we're
guy.
talking about, right? Maui saying was praising him for his entry attempts on T side. Well, there's one right then and there. Kind of what he does. The specialist creates a good amount of space. It gets an answer out of the CTs too, right? The numbers that they try to throw at middle just to deal with him, and those all get swept away by the rifles elsewhere. Poor Topo, his teammates hit by a truck. And he should be soon to join them.
Yeah.
Alex is going to back up, find this one for free.
No.
I said it. It's because I said it. Alex is going to back up, find this one for free.
Oh my god. Is he gonna get away with more? Maybe. Oh man. Imagine he gets away with more. No, okay. Leave it to rest. Mr. Reliable. That's what they needed after Inferno. It's funny because it's like right after he switches too. One of those days.
One of those days. It's a showdown, man. Things happen here. It gets weird. Right now, it's Ninjas stabilizing nicely. As I think it's just better for everybody involved.
Yeah.
You know? It's just better for everybody that this is to happen. Inferno, you can't take back the past, right? That's life. But you can sure as hell make up for it. And that's what they're doing. For that 7-1, Deagle swings out on Crad, and they're just going to get bested. I really had little doubt that Ninjas were ever going to lose Ancient, Mohan. And I'm obviously a hindsight Andy here saying it at 7-1, but...
Yeah, thanks, Captain Hindsight. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, that's, I mean, kind of wouldn't, you wouldn't really have doubts they'd lose either map, right? I mean, that was the same thing before Inferno started. I mean, I tried to apply some of the same logic from the first upset, but it's just like the fact that they have a coach just should change everything. That's that's one of the steepest upsets that you can possibly have with a coach, that's for sure. But if you ask Alex, it's because it's all online. So I don't know. People are going to be playing online matches, important online matches, and so it's not something that they need to, Nip can't just be too used to playing online. They're also a team that's on the fringe, right? The only reason they're here at the Showdown is because they weren't good enough to make it to the fall final directly.
Correct. Yep. Very true.
So they have to be ready for games like this.
Because they're coming down the pipeline in 2025.
Yeah, they better.
It does feel like, oddly, this season, right? The second half of 24 is kind of like a transitional period in that regard. Like, everybody's kind of getting an eye on the next, because 25 is going to be so different.
Yeah.
But that's why it's like, you better have a very well-rounded game. You can't afford maps like Inferno too often. You are the Ninjas. Rez, who's been heavy-handed throughout this second map, comes through with the finish on Topo. Alex kills Forrester. All look good. Little challenge here on the edge of the bomb site, but poor Sviat, that's not where the plant was going down. Otherwise, he would have had a nice free angle. Alex caught with the nade throw. Is the only casualty so far for the Ninjas. And Wrinkle's going to lock in this post plant if they ever tried to test him, but they won't. AMKAL know better. This one's gone. 8-1 the T-side lead, because Ninjas love a little Ancient.
They do, and it's keeping it simple, but at the same time, it's a good execs that we're seeing. So obviously, full A plays are totally viable these days, and we see lots of teams pull them off, and they have the right pieces behind it. And I think, obviously, Rez is having a much better game here on Ancient too. So Inferno was a head scratcher, and it feels like that was also just a warm up here as Nip start to get turning.
But if you dish it, you got to be able to take it. And that's why all eyes on Vertigo. In our pregame, our analysts thought it was impossible that Vertigo would come through in this series. But nothing is impossible with Counter-Strike. That's what Alex said in the pregame. Oof. Travis, aggressive play out from Cave. Everybody looking to get a little looser here as things are getting dire, right? When the rough gets going, you'll get them.
Rocking a hard place.
Crad, a boulder inside of the cave, gets chased down. Doesn't even turn around. Just banks that nade
hey,
off
look
the backboard.
at me. Acknowledge me.
Maxter, what are you going to do? You got a minute here. You got time to cook.
And what would you do in this spot? Would you walk into A? Would you go back? It's going to be mid to donut, right? That's what everyone does in this position. They wait, they get around, or they go, oh, okay. So
I just walk up B-ramp, man.
Yeah.
I don't like when my teammates have to watch me for too long. But
that's nice.
Fortunately for him, he's allowed to cave walk out, and that's going to close it. So AMKAL felt like they kind of took the gloves off a little that round. Things were getting a little crazy with some of the solo peaks, including, I believe it was Travis, just straight up through the cave smoke. But hey, if you're losing 8-1, you got to get a little crazy.
True. They are playing with a little less pressure, to be honest about that too. They're probably not coming into this game expecting everything to go their way. Round 11 ensues. Rez having a great game and another great headshot. Travis down and out quick.
Feels like every once in a while we get the reminder that Rez does have it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been pretty solid. He's been pretty solid. He's not a superstar or anything like that, but he's been pretty damn solid.
Above average rifler nowadays. You know, and obviously not meant to be the win condition, but when he does remind us what he's capable of, we get a game like this. Shame nobody on the Ninjas camp could have done it on Inferno. Because again, they can laugh their way to a 13-2 win here on Ancient, and we're not going to forget about Inferno anytime soon. We're not going to let them forget about Inferno anytime soon.
That's the important part, yeah.
Yeah, because they should be held accountable for that shortcoming. That's crazy.
Yeah, that happened.
That happened.
All their future matchups are going to be tainted by the remembrance of Inferno versus AMKAL.
You know, you don't get to wet the bed and get away with it. You know, you gotta. It's going to be a developing memory here.
Yeah, you have to go to sleep in that bed every night without washing the sheets.
Ew.
I think that should be this adequate punishment.
Well, that's abuse, so let's maybe... Nope.
And you're an evil person.
We gotta play the ninjas in pajamas, Mo. Fresh pajamas.
Oh, right.
Final round to close. Give us the double digits. Let's go same score lines, shall we? A swift reminder of how lopsided both these maps are. Maxter, there's one. Do you have game audio?
I just need someone to do something, and then I'll say... Yes, I do. Isaac, nice kill. The bomb gets planted here. Round 12, good luck. AMKAL, you've got a lot of work to do, a lot of ground to cover, a lot of players to find. Oh, please, here's the knife. That's what we wanted to see in the end. Topo is LMS, and he will go down to, that is a 12-10 half here for AMKAL Ninjas.
And in terms of loss bonus, there'll be a second stage next round. That's going to be $1,900 per player. If Nitro saves the orb, they're still in a lot of trouble here, but he doesn't really have a choice now. MIBR will find double digits at this point, but will they find the final frag? If they do, it will almost guarantee the next one for them. Quick scope comes in. Nitro nails it, just trying to fight for his life at this stage. And we'll see if this is going to be enough. Fallen low HP, it looks like, oh no. He's got a kill. No. He can do this, Anders. He can do this. He's coming in, and I think he's done it. He's pulled it off. Team Liquid win the round. It's Nitro with the Ninja Defuse from hell.
But they're already going to be saving. Electronic actually will catch Config. He was sneaking in to try and catch them rotating out of the A bomb site. So I still don't think they should be going for that. They're sort of running into CT spawn as pretending like they wanted to go for it, but that is never going to happen. Symbol has a kit, so I don't know. Kill BlameF and rush and then defuse the bomb. It can happen right now.
Yeah, that could definitely happen. He's got the deagle. I mean, 2 headshots. Simple could definitely deliver that. Oh, no way.
No, he's too far away now. I think he'd have to run.
Dude, no.
Oh, no.
He's got time.
He's got time.
He can do it.
He's almost there. Oh, no. Complexity. I can't believe it. They didn't check it. They left the bomb site. And Simple ninjas the round. That's why I didn't get the gun, Semler. Who needs it?
Oh, get out of here, Anders. Get out of here. They've done enough to force Glaive into the clutch. A swift breeze would push Naf over, leaving just the leash to finish this. He already has 2 kills to his name. He's the only reason that Team Liquid still find themselves in the post plant. Op in hand. Naf seen, dealt with swiftly. Alish does not decide to peek. Instead, he holds the cross, and now he's been spotted. Glaive closed that gap, and he's gonna have the smoke. Does he stick this defuse down to the 2-second mark? Alish starts to spray. A minute. Oh, it's gone. Impeccable.
Looked like Fiku was going to be dead. A missed shot for Rops, and he's hunted down. A double kill for Fiku now, and a 4-on-3. This is looking very good, although Kerrigan, I don't think he'd find that angle. It looked like he wanted to test the limit. Last one bullet. He was already walking back. That's sick.
A little fadeaway there, but that's going to be it. After the timeout, OG just go for the simple A exec, and now we see that 2 of their gun rounds off the back of just full on-site hits. There still is an attempt here from FaZe. They're positioning themselves to look for one more kill, but it doesn't look like they're truly going to commit to this. It's hard to justify running into the bomb site at this point. So That'll be a 5th round for OG. Okay, Asetek's going for a ninja defuse.
Yeah.
Actually, he actually wants this.
He's going
Okay.
straight for it. Smoke up. Oh, they're trying to get back. It's not in time. They think that's it, but it's not. Oh, what a play!
Oh, what felt like a fever dream back on Inferno is starting to piece itself together. Ninjas and Pyjamas looking just day and night between these two maps. And maybe it's because they picked it, maybe it's because they've realized how embarrassing Inferno was, but it was a turnaround. A 10-2 T-side for NIP off the back of a 15 plus kill half from Rez. It's really all they needed, right? I guess somebody to step up and to kind of snap them out of it, Mohan, because otherwise it would have been embarrassing.
It 100% would have. And yeah, I mean, I still wonder where, Inferno happened. They cannot take that away from us, all right? El Clasico Inferno happened with the coach upset from AMKAL. But now that we're on to Ancient, this one might be just as quick. But in favor of NIP this time.
Flashbangs. They try to capitalize on him. Forrester will still find Maxter. Ooh, and the follow-up. Rez's flank gets active. Travis holds it in. The bomb is going to run at this A site, which means Alex has a chance to shine. Oh, and he will. 2 kills off the USP. Looking for the 3rd one as the approach makes noise. The other T locked in towards middle, dealt with by Rez. So now Forrester's going to have to try to plant safe, get the money at the very least. They are going to run him down. And with hands busy, they sideline him. 19 kills now for Rez as he absolutely takes over Ancients.
Yeah, and now Rez is smiling big time. This is a massive map from him. He has been farming as the guy to play outside of B, to lurk B, and now to play cave. He's going to get a lot of action, and it depends how close this game becomes, but that number could grow even more.
Nice to see them having a little more fun. That was going to have to be earned by a stomp of a second map. I do find it funny that we've taken away scripts, and now every time you hear the models grunt, and they do. Just I don't know, funny little audio. It's like a Zeus kill. Isaac one and done. Forced by, of course, here from AMKAL. It's got an AK on the field. Don't worry about it. No pro misses smokes.
Well, they have no idea Forrester's here. They're just running. Well, actually, did Wrinkle run? Or did he just look fast on the minimap? I'm not sure. He's got his way into Donut, which is actually a really important place to get. Even if they've, taken over the site, once he stays here long enough, he's just going to come back and check on the site itself, right? And so they go in a clear mid. The lurk comes through. Okay, surely here. Oh.
Yep. You're right. All the timing works out because Alex is cautious on the rotation. And on top of it, Wrinkle denies the bomb plant. Oh, I felt like they had something to stand on here. Sviat scoops up the bomb. Gonna pop open the smoke. Wrinkle's in it, but the Deagle gets away from the coach. And that, unfortunately, is gonna leave AMKAL worse for wear. So what could have been, but I think you kind of flagged all the timing perfectly there, and Alex was cautious enough on the approach.
Yeah, it's just very nice from Wrinkle, I guess. The way that he went in, even though he wasn't aware someone was in Temple, that covers everything for later timings if he just goes there first. Especially if they have to retake the A site or meet up with their teammates, they take over. Now, Travis, I mean, with 10 seconds left, he's going to have to run this down as fast as he can.
Oh my God.
And with 6 seconds left, he could actually pull this off.
Oh my God.
They let... Oh my God.
Where'd those smiles go?
What the hell? 14 seconds and he's reloading an MP9 and spawn, and they still let him win. I mean, how are they not just like...
Oops.
Yeah, oops.
Luckily, they've given themselves so much runway. And
Maxter's just going to unleash alongside Rez's 5-7 that comes barreling out from caves. They do get up the ramp, though, so that's a bomb plant most likely. Isaac, oh, nice D. Gets a little more damage in. Double from Isaac's Desert Eagle. Topo up the short side, predicted by Isaac, and yet still the MAC-10 connects. 2 CTs on the other side of the smoke. Upgrades to be grabbed. But poor Topo doesn't know which direction they're coming at him from. Now, he did push short, so yeah, take it. Get out of here. He's suspecting them of the flank, and he's not wrong, but...
Oh my god,
okay.
This way?
Okay.
This way is crazy. Yeah, this might be
cooking.
Something, though. We'll see. Maybe not.
Yep.
Oh.
And a third kill to be had with Maxter's position still unknown. Dude, no way there are back-to-back clutches like this. He reads it.
Is he coming back? Oh my god, Maxter doesn't know where he is now if he's left. But he'll throw the first.
Into the AK. Trying to get on site. Yeah, that ain't gonna work, Chief. It's an attempt, that's for sure. But it is a round for the Ninjas nonetheless.
They just kind of made it more complicated than it needed to be. I guess is that
5 times in a row.
Yeah. That's why this is such a classic matchup. They just don't. These two teams, they're just incongruent when it comes to each other's play.
Well done, Isaac. Thought he was going to have it all. But Topo had put up a valiant effort. Well, that's a nice smoke effect. Is that?
Yeah, that was cool. I don't know.
That's new. We didn't have that at groups, surely. Yo, Blast, you pulling out new tricks at a showdown?
At the showdown.
Unless that's a CS update, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that did look new. That was cool.
Smoke on the ramp as the pistols approach. The Galil, excuse me, an AK in the middle of that ramp fight. Topo looking to get nasty. Meanwhile, there is an auto shotgun pushing A main. And not just into A main, but now pushing through A main.
And there's a Deagle waiting for him.
Luckily for him, Krad's gonna miss. And they see that as an invitation to try to flood through middle, because this is a tough fight for Isaac, but he's still gonna go through with the damage, soften up Topo by 2/3 his health. And as he turns around to deal with the flank, the pistols and the SMGs and the flashbangs all pelt him. 3 more kills to take down. This is a total turnaround, thankfully, from Inferno for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. They are meant to close this right here, right now.
Yeah, they're meant
See
to.
if Topo can piece it together, because this would be an ace.
It'd be the second best clutch so far of the map.
Front-facing donut player guarantees the top red swing. Guarantees this swing, and no swing needed. Maxter's gonna lock this one in. Ninjas in Pyjamas give us something to praise. Thank God for their sake here on Ancients, which means we go Vertigo to decide who moves on to the showdown and who gets cut down early.
Safe to say that you would be a fool to miss out on the opportunity going into the Foam Arena and watch the Fall Finals play out. We have some of the best teams in the world already qualified, and we're trying to find out who will join them inside that arena. We got 2 more spots left for the grabs, and one of them could be taken by AMKAL or NIP, but something suggests to me, Mario Snake, that that's not going to be the case. Now, when you look at these lineups, when you look at these teams, you think world-class teams, you think world-class Counter-Strike, and I'm going to be straight up honest with you, that's not what I've seen the past 2 hours.
Well, way to go right in, Pimp. Yeah, taking the words right out of my mouth. This game has been all over the place. At least NIP are able to show a good side to what they're capable of here, dominating AMKAL on map number 2, 13-3. And I feel like what we got on map 1 was kind of... like that's what you want to throw into the past. That's what you hope you'll never see again from NIP. And I feel like when they came into map number 2, they thought the exact same thing. They said, okay guys, time to lock in. Let's make sure that we show the actual gameplay that we have and what we've been prepping for all this time, because we saw a variety of openers from them. We saw some different semblances of teamwork, individual pop-offs, practically speaking, a comprehensive victory over an AMKAL team that barely seemed to know how to get back into these rounds at all. And big man on the screen right there, Rez, showing up in spades. I feel like Rez has actually kind of received a sort of bad reputation from the community because of the pitfalls of NIP over the last couple of years. But to me, as an individual player, I think Rez is okay. You can have championship aspirations if Rez is your 3rd best player on your roster. It's just that he's not necessarily the lights out world beater star. Like we know he's not Nico, okay? Like he shouldn't be aired in that kind of same breath as Nico. But if he's your 3rd best player on your roster, I don't think you're in that bad of a position, and he shows why he's a cut above AMKAL.
Well, that's maybe perhaps a bit of an issue for NIP, because I do consider him to be the 2nd best player of this NIP lineup for now. So we'll see whether or not that's gonna change or not. I think you're spot on when you're saying that the narrative changed a little bit with NIP coming into Ancient. They're looking much better. It wasn't like AMKAL put up much of a fight either, right? There was a guy called Tobo that you highlighted coming into the game. I think he's top of the scoreboard as well for AMKAL. He was the only one who just showed a bit of fight in him, I guess, for AMKAL. So I guess for my money, you know, this is what I expected to happen on Inferno, and this was exactly what I expected to happen on Ancient. So as much as I want to praise NIP and as happy as I want to be on their behalf for playing, you know, as you said, a decent game of Counter-Strike, it's that Inferno game that is still in the back of my mind, making me think that it's still not a win for NIP, right? I want to see that at the very least transpire into a 3rd map.
Right, and I do feel like NIP are still not actually necessarily playing as a team as much as I would have wanted. Like, even though they won this map very convincingly, as soon as they started getting a lead, it started feeling like they already felt like they had won the game, and they started trading worse. Like, they were really locked in for, I want to say, the first 6-7 rounds, and actually kind of towards the tail end of the first half, and even kind of going into the second half, they started playing a little bit more individually. And I feel like, for whatever reason, this NIP team just seems so unserious. They just seem like round to round they can sort of let anything slide, and I'm not seeing the level of discipline that I would expect. And I know Alex in the pregame interview with James Banks talked about the fact that it's online and everything, and I feel like there is a really bad lack of accountability that's sort of seemingly pervasive in the NIP camp. If right now, even on a winning map, they had a sub 15% trade percentage, like they're barely even playing off of each other at all, and they're still winning. It's like, it's almost like this is a backhanded compliment here, I suppose.
Yeah, there's a left to be decided when it comes to NIP and the way they conduct themselves, I guess, on the server for now. We are moving into the 3rd map. It is going to be Vertigo, which we know for a fact. And looking at the results for NIP, you know, especially with this roster, they've been quite decent on Vertigo the past 3 months. They played it 5 times, won 4 of those games, a single loss to Fnatic. But apart from that, they're taking down, I guess, teams on their own level, you know, in ENCE, Sachi, Pain, you name it, you know, teams that they're supposed to beat if we want to praise NIP and see a future for them. So given that AMKAL are still playing with their coach, and given that we saw a more normal, I guess, strength of AMKAL on Ancient, is it fair to say that NIP are still heavy favorites to come into Vertigo?
I would say, yeah. This is a map where I feel like practically everybody from from NIP can actually be a star on the roster. If I'm going to actually just sort of put the microscope on anybody for this game, I feel like with all the Vertigo changes, we've been seeing it a lot less in Tier 1 CS, but one thing that I've noted as a meta shift has been the focus on the B bomb site, and I know that Isaac lurking there on the T side extremity, he's going to have to really try to secure that space, because there's so many rounds nowadays in top level CS where you're just mid-rounding yourself back to B, because taking A with light utility is so hard now as a T that I want to see Isaac step up, because he's supposed to be a guy that's a stable force on this roster, and I've seen ups, I've seen downs, and versus an AMKAL team who doesn't even know what 5 they're playing with map to map, I want Isaac to show that he can be a pillar of consistency above that.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that GGBet and their odds will agree with your sentiment that NIP are heavy favorites. You see them on your screen right here. I'm actually willing to say that NIP right now is it's a pretty good odds. You know, I was expecting them to be a massive favorite, you know, almost looking at this game as it's unlosable for them. So that's my final question for you, Maui, before we throw it to a break. Is it unlosable for NIP? Do we believe that no matter how bad they play, no matter how they conduct themselves, that they should be able to win now?
After everything I've seen today, I don't think there's any certainties anymore with this showdown. So is it unlosable? No. Okay. But would I actually pin the chances at NIP winning this at 80%? Yes. There's always a way, though, as we have already seen today.
All right, so there's still a hope for a competitive map. At least we hope that's going to be the case, and at least hope we get a map where the scoreline perhaps could be close, you know, along the way, so it's not going to be a blowout. However, I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to throw it to a break, and once we're back, it will be with the third deciding map between NIP and AMKAL.
It's been a zany couple maps here between NIP and AMKAL, but what did you expect after their original debut back at the Copenhagen RMR? We were always in for something wacky, and we've had that. 13-3 on Inferno to AMKAL, 13-3 to the Ninjas on Ancient. We go to Vertigo to settle the score, and to, I would say for Ninja's sake, hopefully put this one away. If they can close 2 maps quickly, we can just chalk Inferno up to being something weird, and you know, their online run here at the Showdown officially begins.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's already kind of taken longer than they would have liked, but Vertigo being a solid map for both teams under normal circumstances, but it's obviously AMKAL under duress. It means that NIP should be able to, well, handedly win this. And then this is a map where, like, normally watching NIP on it has been pretty fun. So we'll see what Alex can put together for us, and if Rez can deliver a back-to-back masterclass.
Alex hanging on to mid for the time being. 4 players ready to swing him. And the moment he sees them, he's going to forfeit control of it. So they go parading into the B bomb site with the Crad entry. CTs, though, 3 of them here in position. Oh, that is...
Wow. What the...
Wow.
Nice shot, Alex. Okay, that was a really good hold. I don't think Alex is too unhappy about playing online anymore.
Very easy pickings there for Rez as his ramp was being held. Alex dives into the green, serves up the big distraction, and really felt like Rez's job was so easy. From Alex's POV, we were in the thick of it. It's high octane. Rez's POV, it's just a shooting gallery.
Oh, you can't handle this guy? Okay, I'll take him out. You can take the next guy.
Nice and easy there. Good on Alex, too, to just kind of jump back as quick as he did. I thought things would get a little hairy, but nope.
There's no Hugo joke in there, eh?
No, no.
Yeah, there was not really a way to go from there.
I don't want to overdo it either, because I think it's
going to
really
be Hugo.
No.
But they were just Harry.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's
how we
late,
have to frame that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. For next time. For when we inevitably reuse all of our material.
You know us.
Going for the boost on the side of Crane, taking that deep angle into CT spawn, and it doesn't get them much because Maxter's ready. Pops Forrester's head, and these Glocks hit the ground. If AMKAL got anything to say in this third map, it's not going to be coming off of a round like this.
So do you like new Vertigo more than old Vertigo, or same, or indifferent, or what?
I like it more. I think CTs have more options.
Yeah,
I think it just makes it more fun to play in general. I like that deep angle we just got too, like that kind of boost into CT. You can kind of mess with middle, you can mess with rotations.
Yeah.
CT even is more fun. You can smoke deep right here where Maxter's standing, and then you can kind of take elevator control. Yeah, I like it.
You know, a while back I actually
That's
made
the difference.
You know, a while back I actually made a video and sent it to Valve and asked for them to open that wall. And then I also asked them to make the ramp fight less, like, have a better way to fight the ramp as a CT and added a railing around the outside to make it a wider fight.
Are you taking credit? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm kind of, it's all about me. Well, that opening used to be there in a previous version, right? They closed it, and then it came back.
Yeah, it was a lot different though, but
okay.
Yeah.
Right now, there's a definite ramp fight. My God, 7 grenades and 100 bullets deep. We get Crad to go down. Rez barely standing, and an attempt from Travis to get one on the B play, but nope, they're locking down ramp. Another fight queued in, and this time Forrester gets something going for AMKAL.
A little bit of noise made, but Alex gets away on his perfect timing. Nice and slick. The T's will be coming up behind him. And if Alex isn't careful about this, he might just create a gap for himself. He'll maybe walk back in to check. Surely he's not expecting to be this close, but oh, yeah.
Ooh, and then they kill his rotator. He tries to smoke him off, and he dies. Ooh.
Ugh. That happens too often. Where? Okay. It's like the assumption why I'm there too. I'm there so early. Like there's no way that someone could be right behind me.
The one thing I don't like about New Vertigo is this rotation that Isaac was just going towards, like to get towards the CT shelf. With all the changes occurred, I didn't even realize that they had closed one of those 2 doors. Like to me, that door right here on the right would have stayed open. Obviously, that makes for even crazier sight lines and rotations and whatnot. But to me, it feels like now the CT shelf rotation is very stuffy.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like it already was only okay, and now it's like way.
Yeah, that part definitely feels like it got sacrificed for the sake of more elevator play. And I'm happy about the elevator play because less action happens back CT shelf. But hey, beggars can't be choosers, I guess.
Yeah, there were some interesting situations in 1v1s where like having that door open to heaven created for some cool moments, but it probably is better. They did sacrifice something for how much of a gap they created here. But I agree with you.
Also, it's crazy that that light fixture is still on the CT shelf, and that it casts the shadow on a retake. You know, that part's still a little.
Yeah, the shadows are. They're just. It's not just that they exist and that they're, you know, it's hard to know all of them before, you know, remember. That's like another thing to remember. They're just so big sometimes.
Well, it's like if they happen naturally because of like, let's say the sun is the light source, right? Like if a shadow gets cast, say for like Dust 2 catwalk down to CT spawn, I have less of a problem with that than with giant ass floodlights. You know, it's like you're really trying to force it on me. The same way
source now.
The same way ninjas force their way down ramp into the 2K. Transitioning smoothly.
Oh, so smooth. And ninjas. Alex? He's gonna see the gun at least. He'll get away. Let's see if he.
Yeah, don't fall back too far.
Or don't fall back and think they couldn't be right there behind you.
Yeah, that part's fun. This boost right here, I do like this. This is one of the cool changes that came with it.
People should be watching for this now, though, but...
And it's a dangerous game. And one that, you know, CTs can be very well aware of. Just the idea of having that boost in position when somebody comes barreling over from the B site, catching them, that's kind of cool. Deep angles or something I find fun. Right now we get this close sight push. Trade frag looked good, but Brinkle hones in on him. And then just as quickly as Travis can kill Maxter, his teammate takes his place and the ninjas hang on. So this time they don't forfeit total control of the A site. They do keep their guard up and they close accordingly.
And then there is the outside railing as well, which is also used. It's just, it somehow feels like anytime you're there, it's one and done. Whether you're retaking, whether you're pushing on towards the ramp, whether you're T wrapping around on the back of the site. Because it's so long and so narrow, and you can't actually like get out of it.
Right.
But it is just one more option that you can just use sometimes. That I think that's kind of cool.
If I can send our cinematic observer over to the A site, there's a big hanging pile of metal bars off the side of the building next to the catwalk. And Jackie made a very interesting video when the changes occurred. It's the fact that grenades just go through it. Like, it looks like something you should be able to bounce grenades off of. And it would actually make retaking more interesting. I thought it was a really good point that you should be able to bank flashes off of it, set yourself up maybe, you know, for better plays. But unfortunately, it's one of those weird things that just, like, exists but doesn't.
Yeah.
So that'd be a nice little change, maybe. Just kind of keep adding to the possibilities. More and more possibilities, the better.
Yeah. Or just sacrifice it for trade.
Yeah, or just any object, you know, that exists should be a physical object and should be interactable.
Yeah, invisible, invisible walls.
But, you know, like you said, maybe just delete it all for train. Which was in the trailer for CS2 and has yet to be released. We cross our fingers and hope, as do AMKAL, that they're actually making something of this round. It's all false hope, seemingly. Forrester, 37 health, dealt with by Maxter. He wasn't going to let that one fall. No bomb plant, no nothing, nada, zilch, 0. 4 rounds to 1.
Yeah. You ever put your blinders on when you're gaming?
I don't own blinders, and I don't know what you mean.
Well, some of the, you know, monitors.
Oh, those Flappy Birds on the side.
Yeah, it's for concentration.
Not about that. If my attention span gets that zapped.
I've seen you when there's a fly around, Connor.
Well, that's a whole other story. Baxter and Alex, 2 kills deep. This is a gun round, man.
Yeah.
And it's very quickly getting swept away by the ninjas. A comfortable attack down into the B site. Bomb is currently left in the depths of T-spawn. Rez is feeling frisky. Ooh, collateral, but Alex survives. Topo could have just gotten 2.
It's a meaty shot. No push out for the trade, and now Alex and Maxter, 35 health combined.
This thing.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell? That's what you want to be able to throw flashes off of? I'm down.
Yeah, this CT should be able to bounce a flash off that for the site retake.
I'm down.
But if you throw a flash at it, it just flies off into the neighboring buildings.
I have a feeling it wouldn't help that much, but maybe they could bring it closer. And then
it's actually very close. That perspective was warped.
Oh, okay.
But I appreciate our observers' best efforts.
Did look cool.
To include it
Cinema.
In the context of the round.
Still looks very, very far away. I won't lie to you.
It's not. I swear.
That looks so far away.
MTB site. Now that Isaac's just got popped by Crad, so that was one of the 2 players with HP. Topo comes through, and they thought that passive B-hold was going to work out.
No.
Oh, did they ever think?
They didn't move after, you know, they got that first engagement on the A site. They didn't really move around the map. They didn't look for anything. They just chilled for a spot. If you play a retake position, you better not die.
And when you do,
your team better save.
Which they will.
If AMKAL win this map, will you shave your head?
No.
Oh, what?
No, Maui shaved his head recently, so I got to give it a little bit of time so that it doesn't seem like I'm just copying him. I need a little buffer, you know? You understand, right? You get it.
Yeah.
It's got to be a buffer there.
Well, I mean, I'd be able to, you know, back you publicly and say, I know you've been you're thinking about this for some time to shave your head again.
I appreciate you backing me up, but I still need to distance myself from Maui Snake. You know, this is his first event back. I don't know if I really want to be associated with him just this much yet. He's still on trial from what I've heard.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you'll be jobless next. If you shave your head.
What does that say about you? Package till the day I die.
I will welcome Maui Snake.
Who's going to do the play-by-play?
With the bald guy, of course. It was either going to be you or him. So.
Okay. Here we go, back in with the off. Oh, there's another collateral. This time through the legs of Sviat, through the body of Forrester, or through the legs of both. Something. God, that's got to be deflating if you're AMKAL. Trying to just posture up bottom ramp out of the gate, full bars of HP, and then you're almost dead already. We'll see if Travis can open a door over towards B site. It's just the MP9 top middle, so there's a chance Crad can also have a crack of the whip. Plenty of time, at least, for AMKAL to kind of reposture, reposition. And at the moment, Maxter's probably feeling a little lonely out here, and
he also wants
he has a reason to be concerned. Yeah, he'd love to have left, but at least taking a player down with him is best case scenario. Outnumbered, outgunned, he still posts one with the SMG.
And there's no mid lurk. The B split doesn't come in. That actually would have been a good time to set that up. There was no one spotting the mid cross. Like Alex is late to it. They're pushing down the A ramp. They're kind of getting info in weird spots. Smoke goes a bit too far. And that is so awkward. That was
Alex fights.
Really awkward.
Alex took the fight from short to try and help out Rez. Instead, it's just 2 deaths offered up and an open door. AMKAL know it.
They kind of catch Rez in an awkward position. His smoke bouncing through the fire. We'll see if Wrinkle can hang on for dear life as the smoke gets open. No contact. Eesh, and then burned away. That's the save call, and AMKAL have given themselves a chance on this T side.
Yeah, man, they just... Isaac was not even close. Okay, they still should go for this, man. It's a full bar here.
Yeah, looking like they will. Okay. Felt like they were transitioning to the save, but that one kill out of Isaac is a chance to push in. Player on site pops up. Isaac can't get the better of him. 3 kills deep for Sviat. And there is Topo waiting for the backup. So that chance to save disappears. And it is AMKAL to clear them all. So straight up ramp 2K to kick it all off.
That was really awkward. I mean, not just like Alex coming in to try to help Rez out of a position where he could have, like, I mean, his smoke obviously missed. It bounced and went too far when he tried to throw it into the molly instead of bouncing it off the wall as you normally would. But they went and got information all weird, like across the map in that round. And I don't think AMKAL had to do anything too interesting to make that possible.
Suddenly our third map of the series gets interesting. We got USPs here for Ninjas. Travis. We get swarmed, but it's all good. We get a very active AMKAL. When they sense an opening, they have not really kind of delayed that, right? We get it with the double kill on ramp last round. Boom, killer instinct, they're in. This round, obviously, versus pistols. Bada boom. They are deep inside the bomb sites. AMKAL, like back on Inferno, they're not here to waste time.
It's true, and you think that's normally what you want to do when you're playing with a coach or a stand-in of some sort, is like immediately just make everything a little bit more simple. And try to go forward with entries. But then, I mean, on Inferno, we had like 1 or 2 rounds where they still tried to pull off a fake or whatever. And that's obviously their best map. So it makes sense that maybe they try a bit harder there. But they've got some reps on Inferno too. And I mean, what kind of coach wouldn't understand a system that he helped create?
Surely.
Oh, I see. It does look closer from there.
Right? Look how close that is.
What the hell? How did it look so far away from that other angle?
Yeah, if you could bounce flashes off the short end of it, you could use that flash to, like, I mean, you could still just throw them in the air, but it's cooler. It's cooler when you can make pop flashes.
I agree with that. 100%.
Also, it's there. You know what I mean? It's already there.
You'd get like an anime, like Haikyuu Ricochet type of thing effect.
Sure.
We're gonna get you to watch an anime one day. Even if it's
man.
Haikyuu or something.
I'm pretty strong-willed.
You're a weak man.
Tell me how you really feel. Rez. Thought you were going to get away with the grenade. Alex, you thought you were going to climb down the ladder?
Ooh, I'm sneaky little Alex. I'm going to walk down this ladder.
Maxer's going to have to step over his dead body and hope he doesn't end up in the same boat. Wrinkle. Oh, falling back with a frag grenade. But shadow advantage here for Travis is massive. And Isaac will do his damnedest. This is a 2v5 when the first Ninja's frag comes through. It's about to be an AMKAL T-side lead of all things.
Oh, no kidding, man. This is actually looking super solid now. After one very messy round out of Ninjas. AMKAL are jumping on it. I mean, if Ninjas lose today, I don't know what to say. I actually is not prepared for that at all on Vertigo, because Inferno was like, yeah, if it went to 2-0, sure. But then Nip stomped Ancient. So I put it out of my mind completely that AMKAL, with a coach, even in this historic, storied, devious, deceptive head-to-head matchup, that it was possible that AMKAL could win.
Terrorists win.
But as mentioned, they're suddenly in the lead. And Nip are no longer smiling again.
It's been an emotional day up and down for them.
Yeah.
It was definitely a relief. Vertigo a snap back to reality now. Yeah.
Just think next season when instead of showdowns, we have bounties at Blast and some of that competition's online. And there is literally tens of thousands of dollars on the line per best of 3. This would be AMKAL. Let's just live in a fantasy world where this is already a bounty. You know, AMKAL decides to play against Ninjas. This would be tens of thousands of dollars for them to win right here, right now with a coach. So I'm excited for the new year. I'm excited for the new format.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, I think that that does help. But I mean, no matter what the matchup is, right? They're playing for a spot at the fall final right now. It's like,
yeah, sure.
I don't know, just attitude-wise, if you're NIP and you just don't think you can win, well, it's not like they're on land and you're not. You're all offline, playing the same game. And trust me, it's not confidence that's the difference. NIP are just not playing, you know, up to their own level.
Ooh. They do get away with the cheeky boost on short side. We see the spam come back from the tees. Very front-facing setup here from Ninjas and Pyjamas. 4 players just looking to keep them entirely out of the sight. This wall of defense set up, and the molly spreads just enough to force Wrinkle all the way back. Alex along the crane has a teammate to set him up. He gets Sviat in the background, but it's a flurry of kills out of AMKAL. And a bomb plant guaranteed.
Guaranteed, it goes
Maxter's
down.
not able to swing out. There's an M4 there to be grabbed, but unfortunately he doesn't get it fast enough. Now the op starts to show itself. Maybe no M4 needed. We get the wide swing from the 5-7. We get Topo back on sandbags.
Are they going to go short side? No, they aren't. Oh, one is. Well, they're watching it, but they aren't tapping the bomb yet. And Topo made a fast step.
It's because the bomb's planted over in the corner. They smoked the wrong spot. Now he's got a frag grenade to open this. Wrinkle doesn't have a kid, and even then they both come off.
His teammate has a kid.
He switches back on, and he will defuse it.
Oh my
and there's plenty of things to be nervous about, Launders, but NIP still win. I know, man.
What?
I know. I know.
All right.
Smoke front sight while bombs in the corner. Wrong guy defuses. I know.
Second guy gets on it who has a no kit.
I know.
Wow. All right. And AMKAL damn near won the round before this happened in the first place. So that they got that bomb down nice and early. They had decent players in place too. I don't even know what's so funny about this. I won't lie. You watch some of these rounds and you go, what is, like, how's this team gonna win a tournament? You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
If this is practice, practice like you play.
Good take. Good take. What's crazy is this team didn't win a tournament, but they did come second at Yala Compass 2024, just in June.
Yeah.
Obviously only losing to the Mongols, but it was an impressive playoffs win. A run over Fnatic, over Furia, 2-0s in that regards. A map off of the Mongols in the grand finals. You know, it's not been a totally flat season for Ninjas, but
it's been an 8-tier season.
Online Counter-Strike brings out something. NIP trying to hang on, but Travis almost damn near takes ramp back away from them. It is the Ninjas to string a couple together, at the very least.
Now the game has definitely become more real. We'll see what Sviat can do in the second half on their CT side, and if that's going to be a weakness, or if he's going to play with no pressure, because he did actually put together some cool rounds on Inferno. It wasn't like super outstanding performance, just 1 or 2 moments where it's like, whoa, he's actually not bad. And 1 or 2 moments where like, damn, he's literally as good as Simple. So maybe he gets a couple explosive plays in there, and that's enough for AMKAL. They don't seem to be affected by the fact that they're playing with a stand-in.
Nice peek here from Alex. Crowd thought he had a little sanctuary there by the smoke, but what do you know? Alex comes out for a second serving, gobbles him up. Travis is next, seemingly. As Rez has to burn his smoke grenade to keep himself alive. He's got Maxter to try and tether off of. Maxter actually doubles back for this incendiary, and in doing so, Travis is able to pounce in on one. Rez finds the headshot while completely blinded smoke, And what's left of AMKAL's T side now hinges on Topo and Spiat. They take a fight towards top ramp, trade frags good, but Alex finds a 3K to end the CT side. It still ain't all smiles here for the Ninjas, but they are mere steps away from closing out this series. Final half up next. Baby, we got one half left between AMKAL and NIP, and a nice little turnaround there for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. They close out the half with some. It was a 4-1 lead at one point. AMKAL posted a fight. I think this best of 3 Mohan will be remembered as the game that could have been Ninjas for the taking, right? A total blowout is what everybody anticipated. Inferno, it did feel like such an anomaly after Ancient. It's nice to finally have a competitive half in this series, and it comes by way of Vertigo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's such a close game still. I think this one comes down to Alex. You know, I think we've seen some disappointing stuff so far when it comes to the calling. And as an individual, he's been fragging here, but if he can't put together this T half versus, 4 out of 5 as a coach, I don't know.
Fair take.
Yeah.
Fair criticism. CT's peeking into middle. Oh, they thought they had the advantage. They thought they had that dog in them. But instead, they get shredded like a little bit of pulled pork. Everybody's dead, and the Ninjas off to the races.
Yeah, because it would definitely be a game like this where I'm like, if everything falls apart, you still got the same players on your team. If you can't get people like these guys together to play their best CS when they need to, and that's when I think the IGL should definitely come under more fire. Yeah, especially when they're giving interviews, like who knows what's going to happen in a matchup like this. I know that's something that Pimp hates, for example. Why would you say you don't know what's going to happen when you're here to be competitive and win?
I think there's actually a good talking point right there and there with that, and Spirit kind of bombing out of IEM Cologne, because I know that Maui had this conversation on his stream a few days ago about Zontix and the pregame, you know, in that matchups, and saying the same thing, right? Like, oh, we're not sure what's going to happen. The question's like, how do you not know what's going to happen? Are you not here to win? Are you not here to play? Are you not here informed and prepared? Right? It just seems like such a weird.
Did you know that you're the tournament favorite?
Yeah, right? So, again, you know, Alex kind of took a similar stance in his pregame. Like, I don't want to say we're going to win. Anything can happen. It's like, no, nothing should happen. Sviat hasn't played since 2022. Beat him. You know?
Yeah.
Beat him. You could say, oh, a map might get close, etc. But
also, AMKAL have not won a series, you know, in nine. This would
matches.
be 9 matches. So it's not a hard thing to say. I mean, people are afraid of like saying things that they're not sure about. But then why would you be honest in that situation? You know what I mean? Like,
sure. Yeah.
Like, you really think that? That's really bad. So, yeah, sometimes you just gotta get it together and stand on it.
Damn, what's crazy too in this 9-match loss streak is like we've got not just okay, it's not just a 9-match loss streak, but it's versus academy teams.
He lost to Young Ninjas already.
Mao's NXT and Aurora Youngblood.
They lost to 3 academy teams
in a row,
and then they might beat Ninjas.
Yeah,
the old Ninjas.
Yeah,
that's what's
fully
at
grown
stake,
Ninjas.
Right? Wow. All right.
And what do you know? Guns look good on their hands. So
yeah.
No, wait, and hold on. They lost to those other teams with a full 5. Okay. And now they might beat Ninjas with a coach.
With a coach. No. That would be too. Well, who knows? Flashes look good, but they don't even clear this properly, and they get mowed down at the front door. That's the B site defended. Maxter all alone as he wanders around with a MAC-10. So 3 academy teams that AMKAL have lost to in their 9-series loss streak.
Yes.
And they lost to these teams with their full 5, and now here they stand on map 3 versus NIP with a coach. And could actually win.
Could very well win. Because that B-site defense looked immovable.
And it is a full wipe here as AMKAL make the most money possible and put Ninja's feet to the fire.
Well, actually, doing a little more digging, there's some weird ones in here too. There's like a rotating door of players for AMKAL. In one of these series, they played with 6 people.
Okay.
Sadame played one of the 2 maps.
So they might win with just 5 people here, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, something zany is going on. They might win, which is just a crazy enough thing to say.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can do it. We've got guns back in the hands of both. We got nades for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. And we've got another Blast Showdown Classic.
Yeah.
3 maps deep. Because that's really what it is, right? It's just these zany showdowns, man, where we have quite literally seen crazier things happen. And that's saying something if you've been tuned in for all 3 of the maps of this series.
Always surprised, though.
Yeah, right?
It does. Always surprised.
Yep. You know,
maybe we give people too much credit.
Unfortunately, it's just kind of like off of the back of what was a really good performance from OG versus Heroic, where we could praise team play and in-game leadership, and you know, just kind of like try to prop up this younger roster who pulled off the upset in a 2-0 fashion. This game has just kind of been nonsensical.
Oh my
and
God, they know exactly.
Anybody.
They're so correct about the walk-up that's taking place right here. They ferry 2 players over, and
what?
No way! What the hell? That shot was insane by Rez.
Oh, he's gonna be the saving grace, isn't he? He's gonna be the star of the show, is he not? Oh my
the ball
God!
gets stopped by Sviat, another spray transfer.
What?
And Travis comes out from elevator with another. I said nonsensical, and they heard me. There's 2 kills still for Rez. If he wants to post this 1v2, it would need to be the ace, but he cracks in the open. And only when you think that Rez has gone above and beyond does Sviat post another killer spray.
That was freaking amazing, man. Okay, first of all, the spray transfer, I was about to be like, this is the best spray transfer of the night, even though Sviat has done everything. Look at this.
I mean,
I've never seen anything like that before. That's crazy.
Rez.
And then this.
Dude.
And then Sviat gets his 3rd spray transfer of the day.
I don't want to overreact because it's like a perception thing that's been warped, but that was Rez in the crosshair of the CT that just snaps up out of nowhere and gets the headshot, right?
Oh, I guess I wasn't sure about that, but
yeah, right.
Well, it must have been. He must have, because he was the one who looked. He looked him right in the eyes.
Exactly.
I saw it.
I think it was as well.
Okay,
but
yeah,
I'm
just to
I'm
make
just
sure,
thinking
yeah.
it's so unbelievable that like there's maybe a chance it was somebody else.
Yeah, but he like folded space time to pull that off.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
Oh my God. And yeah, well, that
I'll
was
tell
a
you this
round
though.
that they could have won.
Whether it was Rez or not, it was definitely Sviat.
It was definitely Sviat. Yes. Yes. If that wasn't already impressive, the response was even more so. Well, honestly, no, Rez's was craziest, but it was close.
Trying to get this one wrapped up. Pistols don't do much. Might not even finish off a single kill here. Isaac having being dealt with. This is AMKAL now with momentum on the last half of this best of 3. 1 round away from tying at 9.
Yep, I've gotten 3 kills in the last 3 rounds.
Ugh.
Them apples. Nip, we're 1 match away from qualifying to the fall final through groups. And now, 5 rounds away from getting eliminated by Coach Online and not getting a chance to get there at all.
Alex trying to pounce. Yeah, his position's going to catch him off, but he doesn't win the duel. Travis with the double kill. Okay, we're starting to fire up. We go 3v3 as Wrinkle trades back.
Man, I love that Alex actually kept walking down the stairs because it's still a decent fight for him. So you have to get the bullets through the stairs. It's not going to kill you instantly. But the way, I don't even know how I got that 2nd kill. That's insane. Okay, let's see about this spot, Crad. You got to think skinny to stand here. I mean, with the support, they seem like they're going to come and help over on the A site.
Oh,
okay. Well, good. Now, but 2 known now.
Forster peeks. Oh, he lines him up and almost gets both.
Team kill.
Oh, God.
And
a gift.
Oh, the flank. Wrinkle goes down. I mean, that T. Oh, they might have been able to kill him without that team kill at all. No, that's crazy. What are we witnessing?
Travis steps this up. Watch the snap. Watch the snap.
Yo.
Yo, I don't know.
Who's got the best spray transfer in this series?
Yeah, I don't know who is. I don't know the AMKAL spray training method, but somebody get me that 7-day crash course, please.
Their 3rd eye is a leash. Wow.
Oh, that's nasty.
Just ridiculous moments in this game in the way of spray transfers. I've never seen this many good spray transfers in one series, probably in my life. Is that fair? Rez's alone, I would probably tell my friends, you know?
I still can't believe that happened. So, like, I'm so cautious.
In that same round, Sviat
but it had to have been
into the smoke.
That had to have been Rez.
Oh yeah, we have to make sure of that.
I want to live in a world where it
wasn't 5 unbelievable spray transfers. It was 4. You know?
That's fair.
So
Sviat's got a couple nasty ones in his back pocket. Not bad for somebody so far out of the game.
And Nip are 1 round away from officially losing the lead.
Holy hell.
They got to come back with Tech 9s. Well, folks, you thought Inferno was interesting. Here we are on map 3 after a very warm Nip.
Same. It's not just you.
Okay. I am not sure what's happening. I think the op is falling back. The right is falling back. These are scaling right now. The M4 is starting to melt them down. The trade comes in from a Tech 9. Looks like we're down to the last couple of players. On for a clutch. No, that was close though. Kind of.
All right, Crowd stop box holding. It's ready for the double peek. Oh, they try to take their time. And as they set up, oh, Crowd closes. What an unpredictable position, standing on top of the sight box like that.
Trying to be as tall as possible.
Unbelievable.
And there it is. That is.
They have the lead.
AMKAL are in the lead. They are in the lead. After getting curb stomped on Ancient. After pulling out the magic that they did on Inferno, they have actually got a comeback going on map 3 and are now in the lead.
It's a buy in the face of it though. Ninjas immediately looking to purchase back in, and again they're going to go for this B ramp hit. We saw Alex lock into a position only to be bested by Travis. Now it's Isaac as the tip of the spear here. Decides not to climb up immediately. CT's shuffling around. This looming threat of a B execute that Travis is trying to throw himself into the middle of. AMKAL on fire.
What? Travis consensus.
Travis.
Here's the boost, though. Here's the boost. Oh, it's...
Oh, man. He just gets past it.
Yeah. Teammate could walk into it. Oh, nice one here from Isaac.
Now Travis under pressure as they start to swoop in.
They're still going to go B, though.
They haven't thrown a Molotov. There is one on Wrinkle. Oh, but he swings! Travis with the double!
They got more!
Forrester's here to help out, dives in, then the molly comes out a little late, and the bomb's dropped. They had a molly, they don't throw it quad, and they force Rez into a 1 versus 2 with 15 seconds to spare. Plant is going to be needed, tries the duel with the quad player, gets the duel, but doesn't find the headshot. And now as he tries to run them down, they peel off, but they give him the space. And as he dives in, he wins the 1v2.
Are you serious? Oh my God.
They're so afraid of him.
Yeah, they couldn't figure out what to do, and Rez was coming at them. Forrester misses all of his ammo. They actually set up the easiest situation in the end, and here, Forrester tries to wall bang him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, all right, well, it's 10-10. They still both have money, and it looks like anything is still possible. Well, it's a 1v1 though for NIP, so they've got to be extremely careful. And I mean, any easy kill like this would be worth its weight in gold here for NIP. They need to get back on their feet with a round. If they don't, they might go out of this thing broke, man.
Why do I feel like this is about to go 4 overtimes?
We'll see. I think it's whoever wins this round wins the game. That would be the most likely. They're both pretty poor right here.
Travis again. Oh, he put up such impact in the round prior. This time he is empty-handed and dead. Flash is good. Sviat tries to pick up slack, wants the second fight. Oh man, him and Maxter locking horns. Now the support comes over. Sviat, it's an assist with Forrester here to help him. Maxter's going big, 3 kills deep. Rez already here to help out with fire on default. It's a push out from Topo. He is lost in the smoke and Rez is hunting. They know he has to be in this smoke. Surely.
They seem so confused at the moment, but there's surely no way that he gets out of this. Oh my God, Nip will take him down, and now they are back in the lead, and this is a totally broke AMKAL. It might have been Rez's 1v2 to completely save the day for Nip.
Maxter, huge triple. Rez finds the mid lurk. And that is a discouraging couple of rounds here for AMKAL, just when it felt like the comeback was real. 2v1 you couldn't close. Into a follow-up B hit into pistols on majority. They keep some money in the back pockets to play for overtime, but they need to realize they are in the process of conceding a 12. Alex will give cover to the top of the B ramp. Wrinkle right here with him, and 3 consecutive success stories for the Ninjas on this B site.
And AMKAL are here letting it go to match point, knowing they'll get one more goodbye.
From 10-9 to 10-12. Topo, he will be sensed and found out. They are not leaving any stone unturned. They will split into the B site off of Rez's activation, and sure enough, the half buy is not enough. So NIP, a sigh of relief after a best of 3.
Yeah, a best of 3 of all time.
2 rounds to close this.
2 rounds to close it, and I mean, job's not finished though. I mean, I really wouldn't even be smiling still. They know the full buy is coming in, and they were very fortunate that AMKAL let that 2v1 situation go in the first place with less than 5 seconds to go.
Topo having a rough go of it here on map 3. Going to try to lock in Maxter, who's coming off the back of a critical 3K in the previous gun round. Maxter has had a shining moment to put NIP into the driver's seat. Late map 3.
Nade misses here as Isaac has a bit of elevation to his advantage, and Topo falls off an angle that he just finished clearing. The boost up once again over top of short. Not seeing any T's here, so feigned nades are not going to matter at all if they show no physical presence. And Alex, yeah, he made a mistake, but no molly on short as well to dismantle this boost. They're using this as a fake. Alex is going to try to walk up. And oh my God, he goes unspotted.
He crouched, the guy on top crouched, and that is literally what lets Alex through. He doesn't make the most of it while the B player dies to the nade of Isaac. Here comes Rez, doesn't clear the...
Oh my God.
Travis gets away with the double kill. Maxter and Wrinkle drawing it back, 20 to the clock. CT's all spotted. Kratz 100 health versus Wrinkle's 20. He cannot leave for the A play. He has to plant B, but he has been given the space offered over by a passive Kratz. You need to plant. It has to be the bomb plant or the frag, and the CT fights. The flick shot is a miss, and the bomb will never go down. So the 11th is secured. Another round added to the basket of inexplicable back and forths between AMKAL and NIP.
After somehow Alex crouched underneath that boost and walked all the way around to the site as they threw all these fake grenades and nearly cut down 2 players. He got shut off. Nip couldn't get into the B site, and it came down to that 1v1. It had to be a 20-meter flick to end the game right there and then for Wrinkle, who decided to fake plant twice, obviously thinking that someone would be closer. And now it's totally up in the air once again. We might get that overtime because they didn't clear this half wall.
Big 2K from Travis.
Oh my God. Wow. That's the last thing Crad sees? Jesus. Well, let's see if his life is a movie. Round 24. Buys good on both sides. I mean, Sviat's only got a Pyjamas, but I don't think you can complain if you're him. Oh.
And Travis keeps going. Instant opening kill.
That's a fast one.
Isaac taking it back. The spray comes through towards Rez. He's trying to chase this, but there's 3 players in position here. 3 CTs. Oh! 1 dies. Topo trades. The fact he peeks back in. Wrinkle is flicking at his teammates.
He just gave up that whole setup.
And now they're going to try to bombard into the B play, or are they? Smoke towards elevator. Wrap into CT. There are movements on both sides of this.
Oh, they're terrified. They don't know where to go. The shadow. The shadow is huge.
The trade's there. Maxter. A 180 flick over, but another CT. And the bomb drops at Sviat's feet. Wrinkle. 2 players to topple here to try and just close this game right here, right now. Worried about elevator, but the movement is from Topo over towards the other end of the CT spawn. Wrinkle going back at bomb instead. Nobody's watching. He can scoop this up. Oh my God, dude. And we go overtime. Can this end? For everybody's sake?
No way he missed that.
He shot at his teammate's feet.
He shot at his teammate. And that's the only reason that they knew that setup was there and they didn't peek on Evan. Oh my God, there were so many mistakes, man.
Crazy second kill from Maxter.
Oh, Maxter has no idea about his shadow. That's the 2nd or 3rd time he's been caught off by a shadow, just like doesn't know where they are on the map.
Oh my God, it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game.
It was all roads lead back to Vertigo, so we can go quadruple OT.
And then we get that.
Wrinkle finds the headshot on Travis. And if you can kill Travis, your chances are that much more improved because he is topping the charts for AMKAL. He was kicking them off with 5v4s in multiple rounds throughout this comeback. This push to overtime has Travis's name stamped across it, but now he is sidelined in the first round of OT. And I have hiccups, excuse me.
Okay. Where is Topo going? Hitting back around through spawn. They've given up a lot of map control here. Oh my God, Sviat takes his place inside of mid. Maxter goes down. It's a 3-on-4 situation. No bomb spotted. Topo, they've lost him. And now, oh my God, from quad, put himself in a position to hit a shot. Will come forward instead. Not a great game so far. Chance for another kill. Can't hit that either.
Oh, 3rd one will find it. Oh, and then Forrester shaves Rez's head off. We got Wrinkle with the op trade back. Crad again, same position as when he won out the 1v1 to time. Sure enough. Oh, he pounces. Alex gets blasted. Crad's gonna clutch 1v2.
Oh my God, Wrinkle. You cannot miss those. Crad gave him the only peek. Left side of generator is smoked in this 1v1. He goes out wide for the shot. His teammate had just died. He's got to hit that. Was that the 2nd miss? Oh, man. That is brutal.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isaac's eyes says it all.
Oh, no. Oh, no for Nip, you know? AMKAL's here.
Yeah, hell yeah for
in
AMKAL.
the lead. Yeah. Wow.
Hell yeah for Sviat. This boost again.
They spot it this time.
Dude, they're going to find Rez.
They've been walking by it by accident.
Yep, true. So they didn't know about it. Forrester finds 2 kills as the smoke pops. And Wrinkle, diving around Crane, tries to reroute towards short, but they're not going to give him that respect. Forrester keeps the pressure up. AMKAL keep the pressure up as they are 2 away from the win.
They're looking to send him home offline. 14-12. And the nightmare becomes reality. It was 12-10 when they were lucky enough to have Rez win that 1v2 on time. Or 11-10 and they got to 12 that way. I don't know. That was the chance to close it. They were gifted the opportunity to get to map point, series point. And now they have this there. The idea that they could lose in the face again as AMKAL pick up 2 kills before 1:40.
Yeah, the confidence now is just boiling over, man. The disrespect from AMKAL in these opening fights, just straight into the thick of it. So be it. NIP cannot keep up. Simple as that.
This is inexcusably bad here for NIP, the performance they've showed so far. They still have time to make up for it if they have the resolve. They're online, but so are AMKAL, and they're ready to play.
Oh, not even needed. Forrester connects a double kill, and now it must feel so incredibly real for AMKAL and to the disdain of NIP. That sinking feeling of a lost opportunity here at Showdown. Oh, so close to qualifying straight to fall finals. Instead now they face 3 elimination points from Showdown.
Wow.
The promise of the start of this season. Henry G has sold you snake oil.
Why wasn't he talking about AMKAL? Will we see Sviat at the fall final? The coach of AMKAL, by the way, that they're playing with. If you're just tuning in, AMKAL have a coach on their starting 5 right now. 1 round away from eliminating NIP.
Crad looking to get Wrinkle done for. Wrinkle gets the deep shot, but Crad creeps up. Yep, it's a worthy trade, you'd think.
No, they can't get that off back. Alex is floating. Isaac pushes B in this position really quickly. They'll go to get this info back at a minute. The push is well timed. They're throwing a lot of grenades. They got to be careful.
Isaac's flank is well timed and it's not being watched at all. This could be huge. Big moment for Isaac. Oh, Sviat is there fast enough to trade back.
Man, they shouldn't have.
Comes deep to clear.
They shouldn't have flashed. You know, you turn everybody around to watch their flanks.
Just walking up. Oh, caught on the side of smoke. Crad's gonna try to be the closer. 2 kills deep. And Alex is gonna try to wrap back around bottom of yellow. Does he find an angle towards ramp?
What?
Oh, he made a sound. He dropped off.
Alex.
He loud steps. Now, Sviat's going to be ready for it. Sviat gets the headshot. He's going to come join his teammates on the A ramp, and that's going to be them committing to A with 5 seconds to spare. They have to get the bomb down. There is no challenge to be offered up here from Rez. This is a 1v3 retake demanded of Rez. Alex steps off and makes a loud drop onto wood. Gives away his play. And now Rez creeping forward will kill Crad at least. 2 more to go. Or else we've got AMKAL eliminating NIP from the Showdown. He is desperate for the info. So far from all of these post-plant positions, he's got no clue where they're at. And he is desperate. They've got that long catwalk control in their back pocket. Rez will get a second frag, but time is of the essence. He's playing with the kit. He's locking in on the 3rd. No Rez!
Way,
he gets on top. Time is of the essence, and guess what? He's got it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, there's no way. They just let that happen. They could have played that 900 other ways. 1 person to trade. Why are they throwing utility with 1 person on the ramp? And of course, the last guy is tucked here, waiting around the corner when he could have peeked for the last 20 seconds to kill Rez. That is actually unbelievable. That is,
they can't believe it themselves. They can't believe they are still in this game. And with no timeout, they are right back into the threat of elimination.
I just can't believe that. Okay, now I know how they lost 9 series in a row, but I still don't know why they're in the lead.
The Showdown delivers.
And so does Rez.
Isaac holds base of B. Oh, the lineup is there. Oh, Isaac's trying to get out.
He's doing a good
Locked
job.
in the corner. Doing a great job of surviving here, pressuring them, keeping the health low. Oh, he'll eat the nade, but survive it. Sviat does blow him away, but from beyond the grave, Isaac's frag finds him. We go 3v3.
Yeah, there's no pushover on A. I think they're faking the run back, maybe. That's why they're making so much noise. The bomb is staying over there. Pulling the attention of Rez for a second, leaving one, walking back with the other. Comes down to Alex here, spotting the half wall.
Yeah, we saw jumpy Ninjas in Pyjamas make a couple bad rotations back on Inferno to start this series. So, good to see Alex sticking around. They throw some utility behind them in case there is that fast flank. They don't know. Rez trying to barrel over towards it. We've got 5 seconds to spare as Topo connects to Alex. Bomb spot to get down. Bomb has to be planted right here by Forrester, just getting it in as Rez waits for Wrinkle and then swings out to the headshot. Topo's off, nails the
let him go?
Wrinkle, you've got to kill him. How many times can he miss? Oh, it's a Topo whiff and a Wrinkle headshot to keep Ninjas alive. Another 1v1 clutch.
I can't even. I've got nothing left. I don't know what they're working on right now. What was Wrinkle doing here? Again? What's happening?
It's taking shots, man.
Was he just taking photos of him? What the hell?
Round by round.
Round by round, one left. And NIP could win 3 in a row here to bring it to another overtime. AMKAL's 1 timeout. Okay, I'm Moses, right? You're a Dinko.
Okay, I'm Dinko.
Yeah.
Deal. Deal.
Diddly potatoes.
Who's it?
Man.
Wow.
You can't explain half of the
No,
rounds that have happened.
you can't. Half?
I mean,
Half
and
is a
need
lot.
I remind everybody, this is after 2 13 threes back-to-back. And oh, by the way, there's a coach in the server.
It's a coach. And by the way, AMKAL are on a 9-match losing streak. And they've
I'm
lost
not
to
one
3
to-
academy teams, including Young Ninjas.
Yeah, I'm not one to believe in magic, bro, but there is some kind of curse on these organizations when they go head-to-head. This is...
And last time it was the worst CSP match in history because Overpass was in the pool. They haven't even played that map yet. There is no Overpass anymore. They removed it because of the last series with AMKAL and NIP. And it's still the worst head-to-head in history.
There's not one person who watched that game on Overpass and went, more of that. And yet here we are, getting exactly that. It delivered. You know, 3 blowouts would have been far less entertaining than more of this. We've had some particularly awesome individual sprays, some particularly particular 1vx moments, and everything in between. Another chance to close the game. This time, it's AMKAL's.
Yep, and here they are on the corner of the ramp, ready to exact. Wrinkle, you gotta hit a shot, man. Such a key moment for him, and he'll get some damage in.
Yeah, he lands it. That's what you asked. Be more specific. Rez holds on to the short side. They've got 10 seconds with 4 players on the site and still no plant. Sviat's hands are busy. Rez is hanging on. There's a team kill in the middle. Of course, Rez kills Travis, and we go into the post plant. 3v3. Forrester starting to flank around the CT shelf.
They don't know about it.
Obviously, Maxter, he turns around and somehow holds it. Wrinkle gets the kill because now he's on the AK. There's 22 health. 22 health here for the 2 remaining Ts who are still offering fights because their coach is alive.
as Topo sits behind sandbags. He holds on to the short peak. He looks away, and it's Ninjas to push us into double OT.
We get another overtime. No way that flank didn't work as they wrapped around the site. After the res 1-on-3 into this, Nip have actually done it. Another overtime. And
the team kill is crazy. They are losing their minds. They can't believe their eyes. What a predicament.
3 rounds straight from AMKAL to lose that 1v3, and now we're in double overtime.
Dude, that 1v3, that's literally unlosable. That's an unlosable round.
One of the worst 1v3s ever played. Ever. And only the second worst in this matchup.
We cast Mongols versus Big Uzera.
Yeah, that's
saying
right.
something, man.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh my god.
I watched Mzinho sit in apartments and not consider the possibility of the site flank for 30 seconds, and that was worse, dude.
Wow.
But hey, Ninjas.
Oh wait, they can still win this round?
They can also still lose it. Topo crosses into the bomb site in a 1v1. He knows where the other CT's at. Can't plant.
Alex is making some noise. Just don't overplay your hand in this spot. They know he's walking around now. Why did he peek like that? Alex, why would you ever peek like that? Excuse me. There's no way, though.
Oh, it's empty!
Oh my god, 30 seconds. Is he just going to run through? Wait. Why is Wrinkle's making a fast step? Wrinkle's going back. There's no way. Why are you popping a snooze right now, brother? You can't pop a snooze right now, brother. There's no way that just happened. Time and a place, man. What the hell are we watching? Why the fuck would you ever peek that, Alex? What? Did you ask for a better crossfire?
Oh, it's so good. It just keeps delivering. Every round has got something. Oh, every round has got something. I'm crying. I'm drooling.
Oh, they're
Forrester just chomping at the bits to get active on the A ramp. Into the side of Cranial go. Oh, we go 4v4. We got players barely standing. We got casters barely talking. This game. Oh, we had high hopes.
Oh, that is.
We've had high hopes and it's delivered. Something.
Was that the T round? That AMKAL win after the 3 that they lost. Oh my god. Well, the amount of winning positions that AMKAL have set themselves up for now starts to become a question. They won 3 CT rounds into losing 3 T rounds that they could have won each and every one of them. So this becomes, again, very scary for Ninjas for a different reason. We're on 1,000 ways to die, and we're up to 900 at this point.
And just remember, throughout all these rounds, the players know people are watching.
Yeah.
They feel it.
Yeah.
And they've got to just keep going. Into the Alex peak. Oh, it's well held this time. I feel like we're starting to get back into the realm of normal. Yeah, beautiful close here from Alex. 4 kills to his name. It's gonna end now. You can feel that whatever it was is gone, Mo.
Yeah.
I've got a hunch.
They're warmed up now.
Yep.
Yeah, they're warmed up now.
Oh, we've peaked. We've gotten through it.
Yeah. No, still no idea though. One T round though. You know what I mean? That's pretty valuable already. So even if AMKAL are able to pick up a second, it's still pretty much, and it could be a dire situation for Nip. You guys might not be able to believe it, but somebody will win this game. Uh-oh.
They give Wrinkle the jiggle. Oh, Travis gets stuffed on the B approach, and Isaac's going to try to change onto the Tetris hold. He's got teammates to back him up. This is looking like a good hold from NIP. Crad will creep through mid-smoke, though. This could catch somebody off. It could catch 2 off, if not for Wrinkle deep CT. Maxter hangs on to the ramp control. All's looking good at the B site. Yes, sir. Wrinkle with the no-scope, a headshot to give 17 to NIP. Mo, we're back at normal.
We're back at normal. NIP are back in the lead for the first time since regulation. It was 12-10 for a short breath here for NIP. If not for Rez twice now, this game is completely over.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Completely over.
That's what Rez is. An above-average rifler with a little bit of magic. And an online god, apparently. Forrester, he'll get tagged down as he tries to go into the short peak. Here's Maxter outnumbered in middle.
Oh my god.
A little off the mark.
Ooh. Yeah, just drawing a silhouette there. It's unfortunate. Ay, shot miss from Topo. I think they're past the ball first peak now. Okay.
A shot from Wrinkle.
Where could he be?
Ah, no way, man! There's no way. All of this is real.
Oh my god.
I don't know if this is a joke and I'm just not in on it, or if this is a game of Counter-Strike.
I've never seen anything like this.
Krad's still in the same position. He's still hiding
where
behind
could
the
he
pillar.
be? Where could he be? He's gone. No.
He peeks to die. We've got 40 on the clock. We've got a 2v4. It's all good for AMKAL, surely. Surely Isaac reveals himself. Surely he's not going to ace. Someone's going to hit a shot. And Isaac... It's not right. Topo locks this in. We go 17 all.
Don't let Topo get warm.
I said quad OT, Mo. I said quad OT.
You did
We're
say
only
quad
in the
OT.
second.
Yeah, that's true. Last time we got to watch. Now we get to experience it here. This is the new overpass in this matchup, in this historic head-to-head. In their latent history. They're building up the stories right now before us. The only 2 teams in Pro CS that can make each other play worse.
A legendary head-to-head that has delivered yet again.
There's not even all 5 of AMKAL's players here to watch.
It's true. This time it's with a coach. Some of the most CS we've ever seen. Flash over top for Maxter. Let's see the entry route. Let's see this quick B split. Let's see a little pep, a little pizzazz. Sviat, a coach, looks to climb over. Oh, T's get ahead of it. Triple
wait,
kill
what?
back.
Oh.
Triple kill back.
Just like that. Forrester wraps back around, and we've got Wrinkle running underneath. Alex walking the lurk. They're gonna go back, meet back up at A, but they aren't ready for this at all. Krad takes out Wrinkle. Alex left alone lurking. They're wondering where his teammate is.
They smoke him off.
Surely they're about to find him now.
Yeah, they have to have an inkling. I mean, they smoked up the ramp short side. So, yeah, they'll close it. 18 for AMKAL. That's a 4v5, and they don't drop another body after the fact.
That is a second overtime secured here for AMKAL, and around that, NIP now must win. That one was close for a second until the 3 trades back from the CT side. How many times can NIP narrowly avoid defeat? In the 7 years casting together, I think this is the absolute craziest best of 3 ever. Is that fair to say that we've ever casted?
I think so.
Online, LAN.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen this many rounds of all-time CS like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel bonded in blood with Moses and Dinko for having to go through the quad OT overpass.
Yes.
We thought it was the map. We really did, but it's not. There's just something. This is NIP magic in 2024. AMKAL just brings out the best in him.
Remember, magic just means that anything is possible.
Yep.
Anything. Whoa. Yeah.
Man. Yeah.
He didn't even shoot him back.
Anything except for Topo hitting an opening shot.
Yo, late round Topo, though.
Man. Yeah. Honestly, if he could nail these openings, I feel like this game would be done, but he's alive, and that's what matters. So we'll see if he can offer his best after a missed attempt down the ramp. Both oppers queued up for the fight. Neither one succeeds.
Yes, and it's been disappointing for Wrinkle as well this game. No doubt, man. I think what Wrinkle has missed out on, Rez has made up for with X Factor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Rez undeniably the one reason that ninjas are still in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my God, he's gonna push short.
Yeah, he might be making another great move here. We'll see. Oh, yeah, we'll see.
He could get to top mid. Look, nobody's watching this.
No one at
all.
all.
The way to top mid. He could creep into CT spawn.
Wait, no,
nope.
They're spotting him, and Sviat is flanking. This could be it.
This could be the end.
He's so fast on this flank.
You're telling me that Sviat is going to end this? That AMKAL go 19-17 off of the back of a coach flank? Because bomb gets dropped, Topo finds his late round, Maxter's dead, and Ninjas in Pyjamas get eliminated from the showdown by a coach. It's over.
It's over.
Done.
It actually finished.
Yeah, I don't know where to pick up on that one. I'm not gonna lie. What a game, Maui. What a game. What an experience. I'm glad I got to experience this game with you. The only way I can summarize this is, what the hell?
I'm gonna tell you all right now that these kind of games, they're actually really important, because if we didn't bear witness to this magnificent spectacle of a game, who are we then to appreciate the greatness that is Na'Vi v Vitality? Like, if you sat here today and you sat through all of this BO3, you gained something, because we are now all wearing this viewing experience as a badge of honor, and this is what it takes to be a connoisseur of Counter-Strike.
Let's just summarize it for everyone who may or may not have tuned in. We're talking about NIP, a team that were one game away during the Blast groups to actually qualify for the Fall Finals, a team that we were praising. We were looking at them as trending upwards. We're thinking to ourselves, this is the best looking NIP that we've seen in years. They come in today, they play AMKAL. I know it's an online game. I know it's the showdown. They play AMKAL, a team that's lost 9 games in a row, lost to 4 academy teams in a row. And on top of that, are playing with their coach and not their new 5th player. And they still lose out in this fashion in double overtime on the 3rd deciding map. Is this one of the, and by all means, be honest, be blunt, is this one of the biggest surprises and one of the worst performances you've ever seen from a favorite in history of Counter-Strike?
I mean, it's got to be up there. I mean, you know, I want to just characterize, there were 2 big upsets today. You know, OG beating Heroic, and then there was AMKAL defeating NIP. And I feel like, when you look at OG defeating Heroic, you saw an OG team that had a lot of ideas, great plans. They had good staging in the rounds. Some of the individuals had little pop-offs here and there. They were on top of each other. They were trading. But I don't, in a weird way, it almost felt like nobody really deserved this one. Like, that's the difference. Like, OG came in with an incredible plan that caught us all by surprise, including Heroic. But with AMKAL, they just kind of played Counter-Strike, and they weren't the worst team. That's what I can give them here.
Okay, and I think that's fair enough, and I given the context of them having to come in, you know, on a 9-game loss streak and coming in with a coach, I think they played, as you said, they took their chance, you know, and they played up to their best ability. Whether or not that, you know, in terms of raw quality was good Counter-Strike, bad Counter-Strike, it's very hard to determine, but I lean towards, you know, saying NIP were just the worst of 2 teams, but I do want to give credit to AMKAL, you know, for grabbing the chance and actually, you know, eliminating NIP. And personally, and I like to be a little bit rude and maybe a bit rough on the edges, you know that, but if NIP is showing up in this fashion, then I'm happy on behalf of AMKAL actually giving them the ultimate consequence and eliminating them from the showdown. We can agree that NIP did not deserve to make it through, right?
There's no way, no. Even in the win that they had earlier on Ancient, NIP wasn't really playing good team Counter-Strike. They had very bad spacing, very bad trading. I feel like at one point, I mean, we got Launders to swear live on the cast, dropping the F-bomb about a play that Alex was making. And, you know, if your in-game leader, the guy you're looking to in a chaotic moment to steer you through the darkness, the blindness, is just swinging wildly in a 2v1, I would lose hope. Personally, I don't know if that's the guy that I want to be the captain of my ship. I would just simply go down with the ship at that point if that's where we're steering ourselves to.
All right, that's fair enough. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I do feel for the NIP camp. I do feel for them right now. Obviously, they are aware that they have played a poor game of Counter-Strike as well, which is why I'm curious to hear what AMKAL had to say after they have been eliminated from the showdown.
AMKAL, this obviously certainly will not be the result you wanted here. I'm going to try and cast your mind back to Inferno across this, because that one ran away from you guys really quick, and realistically this should be something you guys can play. What did you see that was going wrong? Because this was AMKAL with their coach coming in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think that they were running any strats at all like AMKAL. I think they were just taking the duels, they were just searching the duels, and I think we played a bit afraid.
Yeah.
Of course, they have some good individuals, but as you said, I mean, we normally can play the map, and we didn't play good today.
And then on the Ancient, we saw what we were supposed to. What kind of talk did you have with the team between the maps at that point? What did you tell the guys?
I mean, basically just to loosen up a little bit. It felt very tense on that Inferno game. So yeah, just loosen up, believe in ourselves. You know, just like take the duels. Don't doubt yourself. Just play our game basically. Yeah, just try to hype up the guys that they're good on CS and stuff like this. You know, I mean, it's very yeah. They needed some confidence after that.
And then certainly they should have some confidence, right? Because they do the exact same back to AMKAL. We see AMKAL get dominated, but then we get onto this Vertigo, and I would say the first half, 7 rounds, it's fair enough. It's pretty good. But then it's the T sides that let you down. Then we go into the overtime. It got very scrappy and very messy, like we were getting into just territory of kind of running out of ideas. What was happening when you're listening to the comms? What was happening when you're talking to the guys?
I mean, to be honest, it was very stressful. Like the way that we played, I think we lost 2 4-on-3s, maybe 3 or something at CT. Like we got a really good start, and then we lost these advantages because we're like afraid that they can be mid, they can be B, they can be A, and we're like over-rotating. Like we're thinking a little bit too much and playing a bit too afraid. And then like moving on to the T side, I think we got into some pretty good situations, but yeah, it just got way too scrappy, and we're like forcing way too many situations, I would say. Maybe not having the guns out when we should have the guns out. We're like shuffling to a grenade and stuff like this. It was just very messy, and of course that will favor AMKAL. I mean, they're basically a mix playing with a coach. I mean, for sure this game really stinks. I think it was a bit embarrassing for us. We should beat them, I don't know, 9 out of 10 times, but we just didn't show up. That's it.
And I appreciate your honesty with that. I think the last question I just want to ask you is around the fact that I have looked at this NIP, and I think many people have, and saw the hugely positives out of this. Are you confident that this is just a one-off, and this is something you guys will have to learn from?
I mean, I would love to think so, but like the truth is we've been struggling, especially online. On LAN, we've had decent results. We've mostly lost to like really good teams.
Agree.
On last fall groups, we had some decent results. We beat FaZe. Sure, they were a bit broken at the time, but it's still a really solid result, and we just haven't figured out how to play online. Usually it's the other way around when you have these like young guns, but I would say that we're struggling a bit right now.
They are struggling, and I also do appreciate AMKAL being honest in this rather tough scenario that they find themselves in. They have been eliminated from the showdown. They no longer stand a chance of making it into the fall finals. And in all honesty, I think with the level that we saw today, that's probably the fair outcome of this bracket. You see NIP out, you see Heroic out, you see Rare Atom out, which also means that FaZe, OG, and AMKAL have progressed into the semifinals. Maui, you said it yourself, 2 surprises and one team today that actually lived up to their favorite rule.
I feel like of any team that I would have expected to take a day off, supposedly online especially, I would probably have said FaZe is my #1 for, they might lose a map or something like that. But Heroic and NIP, they're teams that are supposed to be using this as a stepping stone to show that they have so much more left up in the tank. And honestly, this was probably the worst I've seen from this Heroic 5-man lineup. And this is probably also, this is actually just flat out easily the worst I've seen from this 5-man lineup from NIP, despite the fact that, if I want to give anybody credit, Rez bailed them out of some ridiculous situations. He got it to overtime. He won another clutch on top of that, and he did what he could. Like, for all the flack Rez gets, I'm not putting any blame on him whatsoever for this.
Oh, I definitely agree with that sentiment. Rez was trying his absolute best to save all of our predictions, I guess, because everyone expected NIP to win this game. However, that's not the case, and that also means that some people actually in this prediction game, and I'm looking at Londus, somehow, some way, got that prediction correct. Same could be said for Jackie. I don't know why he went Rare Atom as well, otherwise he could have been in a good position now, but sometimes it pays off to be a little bit stupid, and I guess Londus in this particular scenario was nailing that one on the tooth. I'm not sure what to say. You know, it's been quite a wild day, and there's also been some wild plays throughout the entire day. I think we need to jump into the traded play of the days to see some quality plays from some of these individuals. Starting off, Maui, with a player that positively surprised in the first game.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're right here. We got Summer, nice multi-frag against FaZe. Anytime you get a highlight against FaZe like this is going to be going into your career highlights unless you start punching up. And Rare Atom, they're gone, but not forgotten.
Not forgotten, not yet. Rups kind of put him away though. In nice 1-3 clutch coming in here in Ancient. He was playing a decent game of Counter-Strike, showing a bit of that possess and a little bit of that sassiness that we know him for, especially in these clutches, spacing it correctly, using the utility, and basically just outright outplaying Rare Atom.
And we've got Crad with the final one, the ace against NIP. We witnessed this one on Inferno. And yeah, you brought it up, Pimp. In the pregame, Crad was it's one of those guys that you would consider a stable force for AMKAL. One of the reasons that they looked pretty solid all in all last season. But this time, really messy game. And I'm actually glad that he was rewarded for his efforts.
Me too, I'm not gonna lie. AMKAL getting a W, a hard-fought W, and as said, I'm happy someone punished NIP for how they showed up today, and I'm super appreciative of AMKAL also, you know, not being blunt about it, saying that it was a bit embarrassing, and I think he just reacted to what we all saw. A bit of a surprising day so far. However, we are about to finish the show for today, but that means that we can take a look at tomorrow's schedule, because we got more Counter-Strike coming your way. We're starting tomorrow with Virtus Pro against Zero Tenacity. We have Complexity taking on at.CEST. And then we have Falcons taking on M80 in the final game of the night. Any of these games that stands out to you, Maui?
I feel like Falcons M80 could be a really good battle. I feel like there's good favorites for the first two on the left side, VP and Complexity, but Falcons M80, I really think with the bad form that Falcons have shown lately and the fact that M80 seems to be punching up, I think that's going to be a close one.
I think that's going to be interesting to see as well. However, I do have a feeling that tomorrow we restore to normality. I feel like we've seen enough upsets already, but please, I guess it is the Blast Showdown, and it is the Blast Showdown for a reason. Thank you so much for joining me today, Maui. It's been an absolute joy to share this online desk with you, and I guess we lost our mind together, and it's been fun, you know, and likewise to you. To the rest of you guys out there watching tomorrow, we have 3 more games, and that's going to continue Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, up until the point that we find our 2 teams qualifying for the fall final. So we have all 8 teams ready for it. For now, though, we're going to take a long break, and then we'll be coming back tomorrow with 3 more games and 3 more eliminated teams at the Blast Showdown 2024.